Yo, sorry for the little delay, and we are live with the game. We're on Party Astronaut's map pick of Mirage. We've sent Fi out. He'll be back after this game to break down this map. But for now, I am with the best boy in the world. I am with Hayes. How are you doing, sir?
Damn, it keeps going up and up. I mean, normally it's your favorite South African caster, and now it's just your favorite person in the world. So
You're my best
I don't
friend.
know where you're gonna go from here, man. Freddie, dude, you're like my brother. I don't know what to say, man. The glazing.
You're my older brother.
It's gonna go on for the whole cast, guys. Get used to it. Get used to it. It's gonna feature throughout the whole day. Either way, here we go.
If you
Freddie.
ask nicely enough, we will kiss afterwards.
Sheesh, is that all? Is that all I'm getting?
Is that
after
all?
Today? We'll see. We'll see how you feel by the end of the day. Either way. We have got a game in our hands. This is what we've been waiting for. Party Astronaut T side making moves is the IGL. Ben Leeds taking a lot of space, and he will find himself ahead as well.
That is a nice opening kill, but on the other side of things, we've also got some contact taken by Slight in Palace, who's removed one of the extremity players on the A bomb side. Issue is now he's in the hot seat. He's being overwhelmed potentially, but he's just staying alive. He's dancing and prancing around and letting the rotations take contact. Then he can perform. Everything's falling apart for Party Astronauts as Boss look to dominate on the CT side pistol.
Yeah, the problem is that they lost their element of surprise, right? When they pounce on that A-bomb site, they're not able to get those kills quickly enough. Boss kind of figure out what's going on, where the pressure's coming from, kind of able to set them and kills the player who drops under the balcony immediately. That round goes a whole lot better for the T side, but not getting that frag certainly did make things more difficult, and yeah, just good composure from Boss, I would say.
Yeah, that was definitely a pistol round that could have fallen apart with the connector wrap and like the elimination of the short player. And that's why I think it's really nice that Slight made an assertive move into Palace. Like, you know, took down one of the prongs of the attack and allowed for the rotations to funnel onto the bomb site a little bit freer. But for now, we're going to be up against an eco. Also, is it Ben Lee then, the Party Astronauts? Not just Ben.
Leet.
Is it Ben Leet?
Yeah, 1337 is Leet. See,
okay.
yeah. It's supposed to be like elite backwards, I think is what it is. Elite is, yeah, elite backwards.
Okay.
It's a pretty old school thing, actually.
Yeah, like the 1337 is kind of like an old school.
Yeah, but like I said, if you read it backwards, it's elite.
Yeah,
So.
he's a bit of an old school player, right? Like he's been around for
I think he's like 26
long-
years old or so.
yeah, been around the scene for a long enough. I actually met him in Sweden when he was playing.
Okay.
It would have been for the EG White when they went over to Pinnacle Cup. I was doing
Okay,
interviews
funny because
there.
I actually got to cast him when he played in the ESL Challenger Youngshipping, when
Ah,
Party was there
yeah.
as well. Of course, that was with Sixy and Wolfie as well. A couple roster changes since then, but still the same core.
Yeah.
Infinite, Ben, Leet, and Fang.
Yeah, I had it when it was when he was playing with John G. I've actually got John G's jersey from that event.
Yeah,
Little-
John G's sick, man.
Yeah, he's
Like
such a
John
cool
G.
guy. But enough glazing of past players. We're into the first gun round, and Party Astronauts.
You know, I miss is Whitmere.
What'd you miss?
I miss what?
Who?
Whitmere. Do you know Whitmere? Whitmere?
Oh yes. Old school player, right? Yeah.
Sorry. All right, continue. I'll pass
Yeah.
around, really.
Pass the round. Well, we're trying to go for a short split. It wasn't looking great with Cryptic in ladder room shutting them down, but now Peeping, he's fighting his way through. Players from apartments, they also make their way onto the bomb site. And Party Astronauts got given loads of respect in middle, and that allows them to execute this lurk proficiently enough. Question is, can they hold on to the post plant?
That is a good question. Peeping's done a lot of work in the round. He was able to pull a lot of attention away from his teammates coming into the B-bomb site, and unfortunately does eventually get taken down. Leaves it on Infinite and OG Wizard. Infinite looking for the timing peak. Good step up from him, and OG Wizard recognizes that. Pretty good opportunity for him to get in on the action as well. And with that, Party Astronauts get themselves on the board.
Pretty
Semi-final.
good start. Semi-final it is, yeah. You're late to the
Yeah.
party, so we've already discussed, you know, the stakes at hand. No M80, no wildcard, potentially room for a new victor in North America. Legacy looking to hold on to a title of some regard as they won Series 1.
I mean, surely Legacy win this, right?
I'd say, yeah, maybe Boss is probably. I'd say Boss would be favorites in this game, and then they'd be the biggest competition. RMR level
Party
team.
Astronauts are the favorite here.
Okay, I think like the fact that Boss have made like RMRs is.
I know that's huge
kind of a
for sure.
testament of, and like the you can't hate like X Wildcard like how well these guys did. So like remember last year when they were in the Thunderpick World Championship, like that's when I first saw Slight and saw how good he was. So I don't know. I guess we'll see as this map plays out, because for now, PA have just annihilated once again in middle. This time, splitting towards A. 2 players. Oh, jungle? Ooh, they expect the second.
No chance. And Fang is low as well. Great work coming through from Fruit Cup. Little bait and switch setup there. But Peeping will still be able to find a frag back. Now all on Dartian towards CT, looking for his timing on the peak. Oh, infinite. Little double tap there, takes the head right off. That's going to be Party Astronauts leveling up the scoreline. And now they play against an Eco, so a chance to get the lead here on their map pick.
Happy days. Happy days. We didn't really talk about the maps. We've got Mirage, so that's the pick of Party Astronauts. Got a lot more reps than Boss and a lot more success. Ancient, the map pick of Boss. That seems like it's going to be pretty good for ye old Boss there. As PA don't look too strong on it. And then Nuke, we flip back around where Party Astronauts are probably like favorites. So this series, veto-wise, actually probably does favor Party Astronauts.
Yeah.
I'd say Mirage, if Boss want to close us out, it actually probably does seem like Mirage, they kind of have to be picking up Mirage. Like, they don't get Dust 2 in the veto. That was banned out second time. Inferno, which would have been a great map for Party Astronauts, banned out by Boss. So a lot of strengths banned out by either side. I think we've ended up on like a veto that favors Party Astronauts.
What I'm just wondering is why Boss decided to ban Anubis in the second phase of the veto and let Nuke go through. I mean, these two teams did play against each other just over a week ago or so, and I see Party Astronauts did win on Anubis 13-7. Boss won on Mirage 13-8, by the way. And Party Astronauts have picked that coming into the series. So clearly still have some confidence. Hold on. There's no way to win the round from here, right? I've just been watching this go on. Shots continue to be landed, so economic damage aplenty. Actually going to get all 5 kills here. Round will still go the way of the T side, but it's a costly one. Yeah, like I was saying, just going back to the veto, I'm a little bit surprised that they decided to go for Nuke instead of Anubis as the third map here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we ever do get there. Could play against them in the favor, and oh no, oh dear, mechanical pause.
Happening.
It's happening. We're on the American continent, but this is North America. Don't give us shades of South American CS. Don't do it, Fang. Don't do it.
I think this might be my first CCT Season 2 North American game I'm casting.
Welcome. I don't know. I don't know if this is
Freddy's been molded in this fire. Well, I'm just saying it's quite surprising that it's come this far. Series 3, and this is the first one I'm doing. I don't know.
I did Series 2.
I did a lot more South America, I guess.
I did like 3 days of Series 2.
Did you?
I haven't done.
You were with Brandon though, right?
I was with JRT for one night, and then Brandon for the
okay.
Which is fine. I haven't done any South America this season of CCT. I don't think so. Which.
That's peculiar.
It is. I guess I've been put on North America. I've been one of the Europeans.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'd prefer to do the South America because it's a little bit earlier, right? Than the North American stuff. Yeah,
the North American stuff was quite chalked. Like, finishing at like 5 AM. That was definitely...
Yeah, I just don't put my name on the schedule for the games that start after midnight, mate.
Yeah.
I use that for the youngins like you.
The young... I don't... Yeah. But to be fair, when we did start CCT in season 1, I remember I was like exclusive because I was literally like I opened up CCT on South America. Day 1, CCT Series 1, South America play-ins. I was there, baby. I've been there the whole time, so I've done my fair share.
We never left actually from season 1. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually did the first and last game of CCT season 1.
You're a CCT resident, Freddy.
I am.
CCT merchant.
I don't say that. That sounds bad. I mean, no, I'd love to be a CCT merchant.
Back into the game.
This is a
We've
cool
got a gun
mid-take
round
for
here
boss.
as well. Yeah, I'm just wondering, does Fruit Cup try and fight top mid before Cryptic actually fights here? It would be ideal if the attention was pulled away from him before he swung. Although Party Astronauts might not even venture in that direction.
Cryptic's in a very awkward position. What a timing, though, from Slight. That's the identification of 3 players. Utility, could be better. He's actually, he's maybe thrown a one-way for himself in window, but Party Astronauts, this is a pretty much non-starter rounds. Like, they've been given a lot of respect in middle in the past 2 gun rounds. Then in this round, Boss take Maz into their own hands, and the ironic fact is that Cryptic never took contact. So now he's going to be installing himself in a very late lurk coming through, well, actually a very early lurk coming through from ramp. And I don't know if Party Astronauts are going to expect this. It's a 4 versus 2 retake. This should be quite tidily taken by Boss, but that's a good first kill for Fang.
No kits. Oh, there's a kit, excuse me, here on Slight. Yeah, time is kind of ticking away, though. They're the big flankers eventually going to activate the steps ahead, though. Fang's able to place the crosshair, but he can't get the kill, and Ben leads in an impossible clutch now in towards Sandwich. He's going to get eaten up. Fang had to kill the player coming through from ramp, and he probably should have with the call that came through in time there. Defuse will be found. Boss level it up once again. And that was looking a bit nervy. I mean, it was just really good timing on the mid-round aggression there from Boss into middle. Catching Party Astronauts completely off guard. Even with the double connector push, right? Just getting the trade straight after the AWP finds a frag. Just good work out of Boss.
Scary thing, though, is that in that 2 versus 4 for Party Astronauts, like, it's weird to think, but, like, if they just landed that first kill on, like, if Cryptic could fall him towards ramp, that's round over.
Yeah,
it's
agreed.
awkward. Yeah, it's awkward that they have him playing first while also making a lot of noise. I feel like that was a very poorly played retake for Boss, and they do actually get quite lucky to get away with that. Regardless, though, for Boss, back on winning ways. Try and go for mid-aggression again. This time, it will actually find contact, but I don't think it's too successful for them. You know, Party Astronauts are keeping these 1-for-1 trades, and especially on a round that's ultimately an eco. Like, how much damage are we going to be allowed to have?
See, both teams actually just slipping up a little bit in their anti-ecos, losing some unnecessary players. I was going to say, I'm not sure if the aggression is warranted here, Freshie. And he will head back into a bit more of a safer position. What do you make of Boss picking the map here after they lost to Party Astronauts about a week and a half ago? Cryptic. What's up with the timing there? Just standing bottom middle, checking lowers. A bit nonchalant.
Yeah, we can pick up that conversation in a minute.
Yeah,
I was talking about damage. Oh no. I was talking about how much damage can Party Astronaut do.
Mate.
Yeah, like, we're in a 3 versus 3 there. 2 players with Party Astronaut didn't have armor. All these kills have come out from pistols, and now everybody has upgraded to a primary rifle and will also have the B bomb site lock and key. This is a save from Freshie. This is Party Astronaut stealing away a round that should never have even been in the conversation. That's because Boss have played this super individualistically, and for some reason choose to go for mid-aggression when they're up against an eco, which is a very question mark play.
But even then in the 3 versus 3, you know, Cryptic just standing out in middle, checking lowers, you know, for what? What's the point of that at that stage, right? There's nothing to be gained. Such a huge risk. Felt a little bit lazy, just kind of standing and not considering that there could be a push that comes through from the top of middle. Either way, at least Freshie will be able to pick up an AWP. Infinite, well, he's probably just going to have to push forward here because the bomb explosion will take him down if he hangs around. Yeah, gets far away enough. But that's a big dropping of the ball, Freddy.
Just like me when I talk to women, dropping the ball.
Got a girlfriend, guys. Doing it for the bits. He's lying, it's not
Doing
true.
it for the bit. Doing it for the bit.
Freddy's a little Riz Lord, guys. Come on.
It is, yeah, Rizzy Rano. It's in the name.
Sorry, yeah, I've got to speak your kind of lingo so you understand what I'm saying. I'm coming to a level.
Oh, bro, I did a cast of Anthran yesterday, and I genuinely felt like the way he speaks is like a different. It's like a different world. But yeah, this is a real. This is a monument. This is a fumble of the ages for Boss.
You know that Anthran and I actually used to a casting duo.
Did you really?
Yeah,
How did
for a
that
brief
come
period,
about?
for a few months. I think it was just we were both working for like the Home Sweet Home Cups kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we were both newer casters, and neither of us had a duo, so they just kind of paired us together. But yeah, I mean, we had a very similar skill set at the time, so kind of clashed. Both new casters loving what they're doing, wanting to have the big moment, and so yeah, didn't last too long. But we had a lot of fun together, I will say. Had a lot of fun together. Good
What's
lads,
actually
love
the
Anthran.
dynamic of you and Trav? Who's player and who's color?
Well, I'd say like generally it's a pretty balanced setup, but
Yeah.
probably like 60-40 with me being play-by-play and him being color.
That would make sense. Yeah, I think
But it's more of a
you-
hybrid
yeah.
kind of thing, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it being hybrid. And I can see you being a bit better at play-by-play.
Leaning into the play-by-play and him being the color. He's also
Yeah.
got all the knowledge, bro. Like, Trav has got some insane history when it comes to like
Oh,
professional
yeah.
Counter-Strike.
He knows counter.
Yeah, he's got the knowledge, that's for sure.
Like you can just unlock him and he's
The
just
trivia.
like, oh wow.
Yeah, it's the trivia is what he's got,
Yeah.
which is awesome. Yeah.
I think in Europe, I definitely like in UK, God, unmatched.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that
when
about
we
South
come to
Africa as
NA,
well.
yeah. Well, I saw you were very passionate about the whole whole
Yeah.
local land. That was really cool.
Like the Thorin of South African Counter-Strike, the South African Counter-Strike historian, basically.
That's pretty cool.
Either way, we're back into the game.
We're back,
Enough
baby.
Japanese.
Boss need to win this round. This is such an awful position for
Yeah.
them to be in.
Especially just after losing to the eco proceedings. If they lose this gun round as well, then this half really starts to get away from them.
Okay, that's one way to open up the round, but this is another way from Fruit Cup. Ooh, he should have got that second kill. That could be the difference maker in this round. The fact that OG Wizard's been allowed to survive. And yeah, you can see Party Astronaut is just storming onto this B bomb site now. All orchestrated by a really aggressive AWP play, instigating success for Party Astronaut. Sonic Fi was telling to us in the, well, both pre-show, but in the kind of green room, he was saying that OG Wizard is quite a volatile AWPer. You know, he can just take matters into his own hands, and he can just go for those aggressive plays. And exactly what we've seen demonstrated on the server here to push Party Astronauts even further.
Yeah, and I like to see how he's on the front lines with the AWP, you know, helping with the entry duties, just backing his reflexes, his mechanical ability. You know, a lot of AWPers would have just been posted top mid, maybe watching connector, maybe watching snipers for a peek to come through, kind of covering their teammates from the back lines, but he's on the front lines with that sniper. Loves to see it. Oh, Infinite, mate. You had full health. Did you see he even tried to
it's
jump when
fine.
the bomb exploded? Do you remember the rumor,
Yeah.
or like the myth of if you jump when the bomb
If you
explodes,
jump,
you take
you'll
less
get it,
damage?
yeah.
And, well, didn't work out for him, I'm
Save.
afraid.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel now for Boss, pretty much, because it's like you were what 3-3. You'd come back
Anti-eco at
after
3-all.
yeah, like you'd won your first gun round, like you're looking good, you're sitting quite tidy, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, we're on a full eco. We do have Slight and Fruit Cup saving an AK and AWP respectively, so that can definitely do a lot of damage, and especially with Slight. Like, we're talking about the volatility of OG Wizard, but I think Slight, from my perspective, definitely one-ups him with just pure absolute magic and brawn. I've seen it in Europe, I've seen it in so many qualifiers with like Thunderpick and stuff, so unfortunately he's not going to be used in this round, but this AK shall be! How about 3 kills on the dollar? Looking for the 4th! This is magical! A 5th is abhorrent!
Oh my god, Fruit Cup, he eats them all up! What a sick sequence coming through from him. The ace in an eco round for Boss. He had one of the hero guns along with the AWP, and he does so much damage. That is remarkable out of Fruit Cup. What a statement. And you could see him feeling it after that as well. They definitely had to call a pause. Just let him settle the jitters after that, man. Sheesh.
Bro's 16-5 going into round 10. What?
Most recent edition as well, by the way.
Yeah, like, well, so if I'm not mistaken, he was someone who's been brought up from. Was this the Elevate guy? This was, I think, yeah. So so final form in Snake's Den. So this was an upper echelon advanced player, and I assume I think you've got the same level of knowledge about NACS as me. Of like, not like, so you got NA ECL, you got NA advanced top. And then you have like 3 tiers of ECL, and all of them are very distinct from the other, and there's normally quite big jumps between them. But right there, like, Fruit Cup has been put in from like NA Advanced, which is notoriously a lot lower level than this. He's been brought back up. He's been brought up to a very high level of an ECL in, like, semi-final of CCT, and he's seemingly standing up to that. He's playing very important roles, and he's performing at a like meteoric level. He has given Boss a way into this round, but in this game. But unfortunately, you've got OG Wizard. He's also got this somewhat hero AWP around like an AK Galil Tech 9. Like, you're looking at him to open up the proceedings here in round 10, and that's exactly what he's done. So Boss, celebrations, they need to be calmed down because this round is still very dangerous.
I mean, the only sort of consolation right now is because the round they won before this was an eco for them. They've got plenty of money, so they'll be able to afford another buy, but it just takes all the momentum out of that ace if you lose the round straight afterwards, right? So you want to try and build on that either way. Party Astronauts looking to get themselves back into this A bomb site. Perfectly done by OG Wizard, just posted up on the angle. Bomb plant going to come through as well. Now the pressure really starts to mount on Boss. At least they've taken Fang down top mids. They can shift their focus in towards A.
Sure, they can shift their attention towards A, but they're still in a disadvantageous position, and are they calling for the save? It appears that's going to be the case. Boss just could not get a break on this map. They keep on getting, like, a lifeline, and they are never able to hold on to that successfully for more than one round. No continuation of success whatsoever. It's just splatterings here and there since the pistol round victory. We're relying on individuals to give them isolated rounds, but when it comes down to it, Party Astronauts are the ones that are getting, like, ahead of themselves on Mirage. They've already found 6, and for Boss, this is a really tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, experiencing the highs and the lows within rounds of each other right now. Extreme highs after that ace, and you could see he was super pumped with Fruit Cup after that. Why wouldn't he be? 17-5. My goodness, brother. Slow down. It's a Saturday night. The top fragger on Party Astronauts has 7 kills right now. He's at least more than double anybody on PA. What does the 11th round have in store for us here? I actually like the calling that's been coming through from Ben Lead so far on this T side. I feel like they've been pretty diverse. Couple different starts and approaches to these rounds so far. Good map control, always something going on. It's not like they never look like they're lost or without a plan.
We're saying this is now looking a little bit isolated. They try split towards A like they have done so many times, but they're just shut down before they can even get going. Fang gives them potentially a lifeline, but that's going to be all it is. It's just going to be one isolated kill. And damn, when Boss win a round, they really let you know because they do it so cleanly.
Yeah, you're right. When they win a round, it's incredibly convincing. That's for sure. Last round of the first half feels like 6-all would be a pretty fair scoreline for how the half has been so far. So if PA can actually make it 7-5, then yeah, they'll be pretty happy with that return, I'd imagine. But it's going to be difficult considering the weapons they have coming into the round here. Upgraded pistols, a Hero Galil on Fang. Doesn't quite have the ring to it as a Hero AK.
Fine around the half, you'd anticipate it's going to be tied up. But you never really know, do you?
Yeah, I mean, you can't take anything for granted in this game. That has been proven so far, time and time again. Fruit Cup continues to frag. Madman, 19 kills now. But still a job to be done here in the round. 3 versus 3. The sole defender of the state bomb site, and it's exactly where the T's are headed.
He's done it before. OG's Wizards AWP, though, could be really devastating. Just kind of pin CT, provide Overwatch for the SMG and P250 to scale up and take that space. They've got one smoke. I'd say put that down top connector, deep jungle, flash over, but instead they're just going for the hard contact play. This is when Fruit Cup needs to be really careful, because this AWP peeks into it, that could be devastating. Spots out the Palace player. Labored spray, but a fantastic flashbang coming out from his IGL. Unfortunately, only good for the first. That is the AWP down. Can Infinite pick it up? He will. Mac 10 on peeping, now looking to reposition. Take the fight to Darty. Spotted. Mac 10 tries to go wide. An instant headshot nails him. AWP now identified. Double flashbang, just going to be consistently keeping him at bay. There is no smoke for the bomb. There are 2 kits. They know where Infinite is. They've got time to play with. There's going to be a miracle play from Infinite. But unfortunately, that will not be sufficing. Just falling and dying. And Boss, they even up the scoreline, which, not going to lie, is a little bit surprising considering all these crazy rounds they've been losing.
I feel like both teams would be probably just like quietly happy with that halftime scoreline. Both probably kind of feel like they left a few rounds on the table in that first half, considering some of the rounds that were lost. Very tough for Infinite there in the 1 versus 2 after the defuse gets tapped, because he's scared the defuse is being stuck here, right? That's why he has to swing super wide and try and get past the stairs player to kill what he thinks is the diffuser, but Cryptic just tapped the bomb as well. Either way, 6 apiece as we head into the second half. PA's map pick. Going to have a couple sets of Julies here. Ben Leet, what a captain. What an IGL. Buys the Julies, drops them off to Peeping and Fang. They've got the armor. Can they do the damage?
My captain, my captain. Ooh. That was awkward.
These things happen.
Yeah. The utility's been passed. That's all that matters. T-side pistol. 3 middle. Smoke top connector. I assume that we're going to be seeing a wrap up connector from these players in middle. Maybe try to get someone boosted in window. There's also smoke deep jungle. Benley is starting to think that maybe he should rotate towards A, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Flashbang's now popping out these players from connector. There's 3 players here for the CT side. However, one's already dropped, and they've all been identified. And this is some really clean shooting from the boss players. 2 versus 4, Party Astronauts. They had numbers on the A-bomb site, but not ineffective. It's going to be all futile. Maybe some nice shots coming out from OG Wizard. Sure, there is actually a really nice double spinning around on a dime, not just once, but twice. But realistically now, it's 1 versus 2 with only 7 HP left. And yeah, Fruit Cut will put a nice little bow on top, securing his 22nd kill.
Peeping really needed one of his teammates to get a kill from either Tetris or Jungle or something like that to just try and take the attention away from underneath balcony, because he swings up and gets a frag, but the problem is there's just like 3 or 4 T's around him at that point, so he hadn't had nearly enough damage done by his teammates or baited him in enough to find the impact necessary. So great way for Boss to start off in the second half. They go up 7-6, and they're going to play against a Force Buy now. Oh man, I don't know, the Force Buy just doesn't look fantastic here. CT side forces in general just don't really do it for me. For me, it's more like a map dependent thing. Inferno and Ancient, probably the map side, enjoy seeing it the most. Nuke, you can get away with it as well. Mirage,
Nuke, you can.
Yeah, Mirage doesn't excite me as much for the Force Buy on the CT side, honestly.
Scouts are pretty powerful, but we don't have a single one here. I've actually become a real big fan of do you know the Furia half buy on the first gun round?
Not so familiar, to be honest. No.
So you lose pistol. Wait, okay. So you don't choose to lose pistol, but if you do lose pistol on the CT side, you then eco second round, and third round, notoriously you don't have much utility, right? You're gonna have 5 A1Ss at best with a smoke flash, maybe on each player. That's kind of the sentiment, right? Which I hate. That's a big pet peeve of mine. And with no AWP especially, I think it can be really damaging for both of these teams who really rely on an AWP. So instead, you buy SMGs. And armor, and then on the next buy you have everything. Be very good. But this Force Buy, you said you weren't a huge fan of it. Ooh, Benley, if he got the double there, he would have actually maybe give him this round of fighting shots. Freshie on the bomb site, identified and dealt with. Ahead of the Molotov is Fang, and he will hit one nice deagle shot, but this could be the round. This is pretty much where the round ends for me, Party Astronauts, when the bomb is down, players are being identified.
No, but check, there's a flank here as well. What? There's also a flank coming through apartments right now. You may be getting a little bit ahead of yourself. OG Wizard tapping away. Little laser beam at range here from his MP9. Look how low Slight and Freshie are, and they're both committed. They're looking to try force fights because they're in such uncomfortable, rough post-bomb positions. And Party Astronauts make Freddy eat his cake? No, not quite.
His words?
I wanted to go for something different, but nothing really came to mind. So
eat my cake is
have your cake and eating it. I don't know, man. Either way, just go with it.
Yeah, Well, I guess it's both of us really, because we said, you know, you said the force spy you don't like it. I said that round was over.
Yeah,
either of
that's
those
true.
things accumulate. But yeah,
yours
sorry.
Was more recent though, so people would pay more attention to that. So shout out.
So
Freddy.
actually, yeah, okay. Shout out me, I guess. But yeah, the Fury of Buy. The reason why it's so good, I'm coming back to this, because SMGs, like MP9s, are broken. Also, like, you get loads of damage, kills, it's more money, and then you go on to the next gun round. Even if you lose the round with MP9s, you get an AWP out, full purchase, you win that, and it's like full reset. It's like a big favor of mine. It's something we run in the team,
okay,
like as a default nowadays, which I think is pretty good.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to team strengths as well. I don't think that there's any like one right way of doing it. I think you've got to also have plans in the rounds, but if you do half buy or if you're going to force buy, you've got to have a clear idea of what you're going to do in the round. You shouldn't just be buying up those weapons and then trying to figure out something on the fly. 100%.
Like, so take Dust 2 for example, just Cyan that we were scrimming recently. Furia buy, Crunch B tunnels, through mid and tunnels.
And then everybody knows exactly what's required of them, what the plan is. Right,
that's not a set default, because obviously you don't want it too readable, but it's the same, like, if you go long, like four long,
but
whatever.
It's a plan. It's not that has to be the default.
Yeah.
It's that you've got some
it's
sort
an
of
aggressive plan. Yeah. Okay, enough of our rambling. Let's close out this game, because Party Astronauts, they're looking to do so. Like, we've got this massive upset into the second half. Force buys worked. We're on to the first gun round. Party Astronaut ecoed the last round. They didn't commit to going for that force buy war. That means they've got the AK in this round, but utility is definitely lacking in some parts. But look at this in apartments. OG Wizard has been early boosted up. Darty, though, holding for him. OG Wizard coming around the corner, misses his shot. That is really important for him to hit that, because now as Peeping dies in ladder room, Bentley, he's speeding over to try and rotate in. But unfortunately, Party Astronauts, this is a round set up for dismay.
5 versus 3, and you got one player B, one player middle, one player A. Infinite does find good timing, at least able to dispatch off Fruit Cup. But there's still a whole lot more that they're going to have to deal with here in the round. Boss have some forward positions toward Cat. Bomb's going to make its way in towards Apps, I'd imagine. And then a split onto the B bomb site. Ben, lead what you got for us, mate. At least a kill. Fang's going to be there as well, but you can't really just afford to play the trading game from here if you're PA. Down by a man, and Cryptic is going to find a favorable angle, round over.
Unfortunately, it's pretty much just that duel in apartments. Like, if OG Wizard had got that kill, we wouldn't probably have seen the explosion towards ladder room. Like, Boss were like, okay, we can take space towards B, and that's kind of why Peeping did fall maybe so early on. But yeah, OG Wizard, even though he's been kind of cool, impressing me with his individualism, right there, it's a big issue of the round. Like, he misses a shot that he has to be hitting in these type of situations. And so because of that, this back and forth affair of, like, neither team is just allowing each other to take that much of an extensive lead, that is continuing as we go 8-8 on Mirage.
It's also just such an awkward angle to try and clear out when you're the AWP pushing forward into apartments like that, because the rifle is slightly deeper on the angle, so he's also going to see you first. He's posted on the angle waiting for you. You're just clearing it out. You don't know if there's anybody there, so not favorable at all for him. Tries to force it a little bit too much, and now, speaking of forcing, PA are going to spend all their money. I mean, they've got a decent set of weaponry, but they're very light on utility. Lose this round, 9-8, anti-eco 10-8. Boss within touching distance at that point, and this is PA's map pick.
I mean, realistically, like, playing real dev's advocate, sure, OG Wizard does not have the advantage, but, like, peeking in with an AWP there, you kind of sometimes do have the upper foot, and then especially with, like, he did, he took a shot before Darty even shot, so it's like, that first shot lands, and you're like, the narrative flips, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my god, OG Wizard, like, great opening kill. It's a big team of Counter-Strike. If it works, you're amazing. If it doesn't work, then you've made a misplay. But, 8-8. This game, NACS is delivering, sir. NACS is delivering, and in the most fun and chaotic way possible. Just back and forth CS. 4 spies winning. A lot, actually. Eco's winning. All of that jazz. And, well, we saw a lot of mid-aggression on the first half. How about some more here from the CT side?
Don't mind if I do.
Oh, man.
Provides for some entertaining Counter-Strike. And they're on the verge right now. Bit of a Mexican standoff as things stand. And there's going to be players coming through lowers. This is really tough for Fang to get more than one stop. What the spacing is like here for the T side. Attention gets pulled to the top of middle. Fang on a swivel will find himself 2 kills. Vital multi-frag coming through from him. And PA have the man advantage. And I love the space being taken here in apartments as well.
And towards A in some sense from Infinite as well. Like he's peering down into ramp, realizing that, okay, I do need to take that. So Party Astronauts just securing the extremities. And what's crazy about that, Hayes, is that Fruitcop actually got the opening kill in that round. Like the T side, it's you're kind of looking at that and you're like, well, whoever gets the opening kill would spiral to success, and that's not what happened. Party Astronauts keep this one contained, and I think how they've played this mid round is now perfect. Boss are not being given anything. They're open to catch someone off guard, and yeah, that's not happening. So now, I guess we're gonna. This is great. However, hold your horses. Darty's been boosted up in the window. He's about to backstab OG Wizard.
Yeah, Darty's in a fantastic position right now. He can't afford to take too long edging his way forward. He is going to be catching one player with his back turn, but Infinite at ramp still could be the player that unravels the round here. Bomb plant going to come through to default, but Infinite at range has been able to get the frag on the CT player. Such a tight angle being held here. They know exactly where Freshy is. And there's a kitten play here for the CT side as well. Ben trying to join up, and they're just spamming away in the smoke, and they're going to be able to finish off the job. Was always supposed to be PA's round, got a little bit tight there. Unfortunately, Darty can't really activate the way he would have wanted from the position or gotten a whole lot more. I guess, like I say, Infinite being ramp was a key factor there for the CT side.
Definitely an element of them probably not realizing Infinite's there, maybe, as well. Like, great shot, may I add, though. Yeah, like, you can see that they're not... They expect someone to be ramp Palace, but they're not, like, 100% sure. Great timing being taken. Party Astronauts, they play a great early round, mid round, and it just falls over into a successful affair. Exactly what you want to be seeing. It's paying dividends, how methodical they were. And now it's time for a boss eco. This game is just left, right, and center. No team has any loss bonus. No team is just pulling away. But this could be Party Astronauts' opportunity to string 2 in a row, take double digits, and, well, secure their map pick.
Speaking about North American Counter-Strike, I think it's only fitting that we talk about the wildcard rematch. Deciding match in the group, and wildcard came out on top. Sonic on top, of course, naturally.
No Fuzi, no problem, which makes me very sad. I think you know that me and Fuzi are very good friends, so...
I'm also a big Fuzi enjoyer, by the way, so that makes 2 of us. The fact that Wildcard have still been able to do, to reach the playoffs though without him, I think just shows you this team has a lot of depth, because they're only going to be better, obviously, when he's playing as well. And we've seen.
Yeah, I think I heard they didn't prac at all with friends, which is even more interesting.
I wonder how Friends ended up in the equation for this.
He was being picked up instead of Fuzi. It was between those two.
Okay.
So he was
on
the list.
Hold on. We can get back into that.
Holding on.
Big play being made in towards mid right now. Kills going back and forth. Boss have got a man advantage. Freddy, hold on. You can't fall off, mate. Don't fall. Round falling apart though.
Ooh, Benelito is crossed. They line up for him. Only one player actually checks it. Darty, though, stems the bleeding. But for how long? All of a sudden, very advantageous round for the T side. In
Oh,
order part,
yes.
OG Wizard holding the cross. And he misses his opportunity. That was the prime chance to be closing out everything for Party Astronauts. Changes to the A1S. Darty is low HP, so this is definitely the right weapon for the job. Still playing around default. Darty trapped in, penned in, being encroached upon. OG Wizard just needs to find the right angle. We're playing Ring Around the Rosies. Who's gonna fall first? And it seems like it's gonna be OG Wizard. Darty with a massive clutch to save the day, because that should have never have got even close to being a 1 versus 2.
I mean, still an insane clutch coming through from Darty, considering how low on health he was and how he had no room to work with. OG Wizard had him locked in on the bomb site. Darty holds his nerve for so damn long here. Holds his nerve and then hits the instant shot as his opponent rounds the corner. Great kill, and Boss is still alive as a result.
That is a great shot to be hitting right. You're like 30 HP? Bro, I'm sweating. I wouldn't hit that shot. And I feel like that's a bit of an unfortunate misplay that you're going to... I think for OG Wizard's perspective, he's going to be like, damn, I misplayed that, dude. Like, that was my round. I had an AWP shot. I left that. I had the A1S, 30 HP on the other player. Like, that should have been my kill. Maybe gave a bit too much respect to Darty, as he wasn't quite aggressively pushing. And okay, that... Oh, dude. This game is tumultuous, to say the least. NA Counter-Strike, if anyone ever said it was boring, show them this game.
Exactly what we would have wanted from a semi-final. A heater between Party Astronauts and Boss. A lot more closely contested than what it was last time these two teams played against each other on Mirage. 13-8 that time out for Boss. I feel like we haven't had more than like a 2 or 3 round lead throughout the entirety of this map so far. Very back and forth. And whoever loses this round is going to be reset. No money in the bank, baby. Oh, and Darty. Perfect timing as he pushes his way forward. Ben Leeton transition. And how does Peeping even save the day from here? He's boosted up on top of the blocks right now. And you might actually just have to call the save. I think they do. Oh, but Peeping's gone down as well. That sucks.
Yeah, so that is like 100% safe, because not only does Peeping die, but it also removes your basically first responder. Like, Peeping could have controlled short, you could have then scaled middle, but Fruit Cup, who's killed him, is the mid player, right? So, like, well, we can't go through middle, so we're gonna have to save. Try and see how many people we can take down with us. OG Wizard trying to get away, but his efforts are futile. Bro, I don't even know how many people can save here for Party Astronauts. Boss seems to be pretty ready to try and charge them down. Infinite, no longer with us. Bang, he's picked up York from CT. Did he just hit a 360 no-scope on Slight? But he falls, so it doesn't matter.
COD player for real, bro. You can
Forever.
see Fang has the dog in him.
Oh my god, he does.
This is the sitter, and then hits...
Bro,
yeah.
sign him up to FaZe. Optic, you want to come back
I
to
mean, he's got the
CS?
star
That's your
points.
first player. That's your first player.
Yeah, come on, Hex. Come on, Hex.
Shout out production as well, dude.
CS.
Shout out production.
Yeah, I've got the Go producer today, though, Freddy.
I feel like NA always has the GOAT producer. I don't know why, it just always does.
Skinny's the GOAT.
I've had Skinny and Stacky on NA.
I was going to say,
Two
Skinny and
goats.
Stacky. It's something about the two of them, man. I don't
Two
know.
goats, dude.
They hit different gravy, the two of them.
Different caliber of gravy. They have like the proper like good stuff. Ooh.
Hello, love.
Hello.
What's going on? What's going on there, then?
Morning. Oh, no, it's
Whoa,
USPs.
Freddy.
USPs.
Freddy.
It's USPs.
I'm getting nervous.
I'm shivering my timbers. Oh no, Darty's gonna die to a nade.
Okay.
Oh no. There's only
And now
one
they know
player on the
exactly where
bomb
Freshy
site.
is as
They
well.
know where
They've got the
Freshy
info.
is.
It's over. It's so Jova. 10
You're
second defuse,
kidding
no
me.
problem. No problemo. Right? Right. And
That
Fresh
was
is
a-
wondering, guys, how in the hell has this happened? How has this happened? Someone call the
was-
governor.
Someone call the governor because there's been a crime. There was 4 USPs and a 5-7, if I'm not mistaken, in that round. 4 USPs and a 5-7. And I don't think the 5-7 got a single kill. It was all orchestrated by the USPs. Oh dear, that is a head enhanced moment. That is a SMH for boss. You know, I'm down with the kids. I know the lingo. But Party Astronauts, they're down with winning the map.
Mate, and when you lose to an eco, that's one thing, but when you lose to an eco and that shatters your economy, that just compounds it so much more. Look at the investment here for boss to try and stop Party Astronauts from getting themselves up to map point. It's not great, I'm afraid.
In classic fashion, though. In classic fashion, boss win this round, right, though? Like, that's just...
That would be... Yeah, that would be the play of the game. Certainly
like, just
go with
look
the
at
flow.
Darty. So boss needs to react quicker off this. Darty is doing God's work on the B bomb side right now. He's got an out onto truck and is just staying alive. You can see the reaction from boss. They're going towards A because Party Astronaut have pulled 3 players over towards the B bomb site. Finally, they've dealt with him, but it's a bit too late. It doesn't matter. Infinite, though, holding the line. Good for the first. We do have an advantage for Party Astronaut. The issue is, boss have complete control of the A bomb site where the bomb's going to be planted. Slight is very close towards ladder room. The issue, he's got a scout, dude. Like, a Tech 9 would be better in this situation. So because he only has a sniper, it's going to be falling almost immediately as they take that contact. And now boss, the Fruit Cup, left alone, a 1 versus 4, too far out of his reach, and Darty sitting there thinking, boys, what more could I have done?
I mean, at least boss get a bomb plant out of it, so there's going to be a little bit of extra money going to the next round. They were always chasing the round here. I mean, sure, Darty does do a lot of work to just pull the attention over towards B. It's just the numbers advantage for PA. Always gave them a big edge here in the retake. They get themselves up to map point. 2 chances to finish off the job on their map pick. I mean, I wonder where boss are at on this map if Fruit Cup doesn't have such a crazy game. You can't say for a fact that they wouldn't be competitive because, you know, other people could be getting the kills that Fruit Cup has been finding. But
no, like,
I feel like he's been a massive contributor to their success.
I think there actually is a point of, like, I don't think they would have got those kills that he's been getting.
Yeah.
I was actually, I mean, he's 100% slowed down this half, though. He's got, like, 6 kills outside the pistol round, I'm pretty sure. 'Cause he got 2 in the pistol.
I think, yeah.
And he was on 22 kills, so he's got 6 kills since round 13. And we're going into round 23 as potentially the final round. Like, I was actually, you know, at the half, I didn't say it out loud, so I didn't want to jinx it, but as a performance anyways, I was like, kill record and regulation, like, it's not too far out of his reach, right? Like, especially this game is close, like, it's definitely a sign that's possible. But he's 100% not going to be able to match that just yet, as we're just going to see boss maybe survive another day, because Cryptic, the IGL, he's actually opened up proceedings here on round 23.
Yeah, but what does he pull from here? That's the big question. How do they try and use the man advantage? Because they've got positional control. The bomb's going to go back through T-spawn now, and it looks like a split onto the A bomb sites on the cards. Got smokes in play, could see a deep jungle smoke coming through, and PA are not very well poised to deal with an A hit. But that frag does make life a whole lot easier. Darty will be able to make good of his position. That cuts the map down the center. Darty has to stay alive here, man. Making the retake so much more difficult for the CTs. That's a huge frag. More where that came from, though.
Oh, Freshy's picked up an AWP. He's going to be able to hold the cross. They can't come out of CT. What's Freshy doing? How has he just given away that kill? Fruit Cup, though, with the Deagle, still singing. Might have to sing for one more. Up close and personal. Fang's being tagged at range. Cryptic's on short. The bomb's planted for him. There is a kit and smoke for Fang, but Fruit Cup won't even allow him to get him to the bomb site as 30 kills has been found.
Question is, will they be enough? Because there's still another round that has to be picked up here by boss to force it into overtime. It's going to be a whole lot easier than this one, though, because they're going to have much better weapons to work with. And I'm not entirely sure what PA's finances look like here coming into this next round. Oh, man. Pretty bleak, actually. Pretty damn bleak. Overtime. Looks like the writing's on the wall here, Freddy. Boss just do really well in that round, considering the lack of resources they had coming into the round, getting all of that mid control, and then just seamlessly transitioning from middle into A. Everything goes according to plan. Just a great round out of them.
I don't even know what's happening anymore, Hayes. You've got Fruit Cup on almost a 2KD with 30 kills. And Boss are the one having to force it into overtime? You wouldn't think so, would you? You would not think so. Slight's been very absent this game. I haven't seen much from him whatsoever, which has been disappointing because I hailed him as being quite a talented individual. This could be the round though. He's got an AWP to oppose him. The AWP is nowhere near him. Walking through that smoke could have been a little bit too brazen.
Yeah,
for
I was
me.
gonna say, probably not at 12-11.
Yeah, he stopped himself at like the last minute.
You could see he was so keen. He really wanted to. That is, that's growth right there, man. Not to say that he would have done that in the past, but I can see he caught himself. Alright, here we go, Freddy. 12-11, last round of regulation. Overtime or bust for Boss. Or will it be the PA beating the Boss? Not normally how it works out. Taking their time here. Peeping's been quiet on the map so far. Got a big job to do over towards the A bomb site to help both Fang and Infinite, who are in committed forward positions. They're not going to be able to fall back and buy time.
Huge.
Most should block Peeping off though.
Yeah, Peeping's been playing over towards short, so it's great that he's over on A.
Wait, what?
He's not even needed. He's not even needed. The ramp players excel. They find 3 kills. They drop the bomb. 30 seconds left. Fresh is to try and fight his way out. Oh, that's a great first shot. Drops down to the ladder. Fruit Cup. When's he going to activate from connector? Now. 2 versus 2. It was a 5 versus 2 in favor of Party Astronauts. They still need to deal with Infinite.
The bomb, Freddy. 12 seconds.
Yep, still have to deal with Infinite. 10 seconds left. There he goes down. Ben leads. The IGL left by himself. There's just enough time for the plant, but it won't even be necessary. The 5 versus 2 from Freshie and Fruit Cup come into fruition, and we're going to overtime.
Yeah, the 2 players who have been the shining lights for Boss so far here on the map. They stand tall when it matters the most, and they piece it together. I mean, Freshie's shots there from when he was on top of the balcony onto the jungle player was just crisp, man. Looked so good. And you can see he's feeling it, man. Why wouldn't he be? 12 all. PA going to be kicking themselves. Fang and Infinite had done their damnedest. And it should have been enough.
Oh, 32 kills in reg. That's fantastic. What a great... I thought that was done for sure. Like, you know, the ramp hit is perfect from the CT side. And, like, I just thought it was, you know, that was going to be it over. But no. Freshie and Fruit Cup, they fight their way back in. And we breathe some new life into Mirage.
Here we go. Who can keep their cool in overtime? Goes without saying, PA win the first round of OT, because that's just how these things go. The natural progression. I still feel like Boss is I think Boss have been the better team on the snap
this
so
is
far.
an
Infinite gets
insane
caught
read.
completely off guard,
Sorry,
and they've just
that's an
taken
insane
contact.
read.
Yeah,
They've literally
walking
just
straight through.
double contact out of Palace. Like, there must be a read there that basically Party Astronauts are not committing too many forces towards the A bomb site early on, and like they have that ability just to walk out of Palace. And yeah, Boss, this round's gonna go so easily in their favor. Slight is lurking on short. He catches off OG Wizard, and this round just is perfection for Boss.
Yeah, damn near flawless. Perfectly played from them. A great change of pace coming into overtime. And they're the team who forced it into OT, and they win the first round here as well. So that only ramps the pressure up exponentially now on Party Astronauts. They were 12-10 up. They had 2 chances to get the job done. And remember, at 12-10, they played against 4 pistols and a Galil. And now they're behind the game once again.
What is it? Your Hayes' Law. Whoever pushed into overtime wins the first round in overtime is being refuted on the server.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, sorry, no. Whoever pushes into overtime will lose the first round.
Losers, yeah, I know. Listen, all good theories get tested, and sometimes, you know, nothing is perfect, Freddy, alright? Except you, my little fruit cup.
Aww. You're my little peeping Tom.
I would be if I was in the UK.
I don't even live in the UK.
Well, okay.
If you were on the
fair
Isles.
enough. You're there occasionally.
That's
Okay, Slight.
very
that is lovely.
worrying. Great
You
from
see Peeping
Slight.
Tom, just a little gap there, trying to peek into
Yeah,
middle.
dude.
Naughty, naughty. Get punished. No Peeping Toms allowed.
Well, like that's I think so. Unfortunately, I couldn't quite put it into words at the end of the first last round regulation. But Peeping plays towards short a lot of times, and I feel like I've seen him lose a lot and been like a big reason why a lot of these rounds have been opened up in towards ladder room. And like that is just another example of it. Like, do you remember that full eco boss kind of one on 12-10? Not full eco, but like the low buy. But same thing, you catch Peeping off on short. Like, a lot of these rounds have been orchestrated around Peeping dying very early on in a very important position. And this is now becoming worrying. Ooh, OG Wizard, though, he could be saving the day. CT, one's been chopped down. Infinite looking to try and protect him from the Palace. And no, he gets a dink on Freshy, but Freshy still forces his way forward. Now Infinite in a world of trouble. Utility just pouring down upon him. He fights his way out, and Bentley rotates in, not known for his AWPing abilities, but demonstrated on the server here magnificently. The fire for Party Astronauts ignited, but Fruit Cup, this man is possessed. This guy is so good. How have I never heard about him before? But unfortunately, he needs to get this final kill, or we will forget all about this round. Bomb out, planting for Fang, planting right in front of him. And unfortunately, he gets the wrong read on this round.
I guess he must have been really concerned that Fang was CT is the only thing I can think of there. Huge gamble to plant reverse triple like that. Great effort from Fruit Cup though, but unfortunately comes up short. Fantastic shots. And I love from Freshy as well, just mollying off in front of ramp so you can swing the AWP on the bomb site. I mean, just fearless, man. I love watching these guys play. It's a highly entertaining Counter-Strike. But Party Astronauts, you got to give them some credit as well, just in terms of how they're able to keep their composure in that round with as much going on as there was. Doesn't look like it's going to slow down here either.
Ooh. Bentley was Deep Apartments last round with the AWP. This time it's OG Wizard. There were two players there for Party Astronauts, but they both choose to disengage. OG Wizard, though, looking for seconds. Trying to pick up one more potentially for his troubles. In the meantime as well, we also have contact in middle. Fang gets the first and forces his way forward for not quite a second. It allows for his teammates to pick up that trade. So Party Astronauts, this should be them taking the lead going into the second half of overtime, especially with that well-placed artillery.
Okay, well, I'm just very impressed by the mental fortitude of PA, because 12-10 in regulation, they lose both those rounds, Boss force OT, Boss win the first round of OT, but PA just don't crumble. And they're going to finish off the job. They regain the lead here. 14-13. Looks like Freshy got a little bit of a fright there, maybe. The silenced killer, A1S.
Silent Killer. I feel like Silent Killer is like a really
I feel
cold
like,
line.
yeah, it is a nice one. But I feel like Boss have been the more impressive team, honestly. That's probably not even a fair thing to say, because Fruit Cup has just been winning so many rounds on an individual level. But I just like the way that they've been moving on the map. I like how they've played on the T side, good change of pace and direction. I feel like they play off of each other very nicely as well. So I've just been impressed by them so far, Go Mirage.
Four players on A. What a gamble stack from Boss here. But Fang, boost up in the window. changes everything.
Can't
Fruit Cup is completely unexpecting of that. None the
blame
wiser.
him either.
Still though, 3 players on the A bomb site. This is really good for Boss, even though they've lost that opening kill. And yeah, the kills cascade in their favor. Cryptic doubles down. And Party Astronaut, who thought they'd got this lovely opener, get a very rude awakening with the masses on the other side. They walk into the belly of the beast. And now Fang, I don't know what he can do from here.
He's got a little bit of time to try and play with, but I have a very good idea of where he is. The bomb is towards default right now, so that's going to be very difficult to recover. It's more probably about just trying to find the frags at this point. Wouldn't be able to get the bomb without it, so objective kind of changes here in the round. No further utility to work with either, and Slides is just posted on CT with the orb. This is a really strong position to be in. Okay, and there we go. Slide will finish off the job. Great work coming through there, Boss. Weather the storm on the A bomb site, and like you say, having the extra players on that side of the map worked out perfectly.
Even though we do have loads of players here, Cryptic still, like, we didn't catch any of it. So when I see it on the replay there, like, you know, Cryptic did just go nuclear. Like, Cryptic does just have a phenomenal performance individually. Like, that is, a lot of players wouldn't have succeeded from that position. And the IGL has been quite quiet this game, all things considered. So he really stepped up into his own in that last round. Fruit Cup, though, he's the man of the hour for Boss. He does not want to give anything, any glory to his other teammates. He wants to go and take this round by the mantle and push us onto a second with Boss in the driving seat. Opening kill and falls away. Really nice from him, not giving anything to his opponent. Oh, that timing though, Cryptic, what are you doing? Oh, it's all falling apart.
And Slide saved the day. Himself and Fresh have combined in the past, and they're going to have to do it here once again. Fresh, he repositions in towards Sandwich. He does decide to just try and kill the first player that comes his way. I thought maybe some trigger discipline would have been a good option, but he won't need it because he still finds both the frags anyway. Fresh, he bails Boss out again. He's been getting better and better as the map has gone on, and Boss have earned themselves a map point.
Like, Hayes, I'm not gonna lie, I'm sitting here and I'm like, who even actually should have won this map at this stage? Because it's been like so many teams have made, like both teams have made
Both teams should have won the
massive
map,
mistakes.
and neither team should win the map.
Bro,
So
that's the perfect
also
way
all
to
you
put
need
it.
know.
I will, yeah, that's the perfect way to put it. But Boss have definitely looked a lot cleaner on the CT side, even though in that last wait, has Freshie lost a grenade? Yeah, he lost a nade. It's gone under the flooring. Just like the noises under my floor, in the walls. But okay, both teams should have won, both teams should have lost. This game might not even end here, because like Party Astronaut could easily push us into a second overtime, and they're currently looking to split towards B.
I feel like PA probably should have won both of the rounds we've had so far on this T side and OT. You know, Fang gets that opening pick in the first round, crumbles with the defense. The numbers on the A-bomb side previous round was a 5v3 for a brief moment. Slight will draw first blood. He's been very good here in overtime so far. They're going to need more from him though. He's got some support from Catwalk, and the rotation's coming through thick and fast here. Fang catches great timing, looking to force the fight on Cryptic, and Slide's gone down to the nade. Freddy, OT2, locked in, baby, let's go.
The fact that Slight gets the opening kill in that round as well, and it all falls apart. Like, I was literally just about to say, like, okay, yeah, Slight, you know, I kind of cooled up on you, and I was like, you haven't done too much in this game for my standards, and especially AWPing at this level. And he gets the opening kill. I'm like, yeah, boy, it's my time to succeed. Darty, an impossible 1 versus 4, and he won't be able to get past the second, third, or fourth player. And we're going to a second overtime, a semi-final worthy of a semi-final.
Absolutely. Both teams is giving it everything they've got right now. And like I said, I've been very impressed by Party Astronaut's composure. Number of times now. Looked like they could have been in a position where they crumbled under the pressure, but they've been able to keep going. So, we will keep going. OT2 required. Who can keep the belief here? Make sure that the frustrations don't start to creep in. Freshie this time making sure that he doesn't drop any of his util underneath the ticket box. Gonna be a pretty standard default here, I guess. 1-1-3, presence top mid, presence lowers from the T side. Any util here before they breach into the A bomb site? Looks like they've got some lined up. Not like Boss looking to try and make any moves either. Happy to just set themselves up with the default setup on the CT side. Start to realize there's some commotion over towards A, and Fang, who was actually taking the first contact in the round, now starts to creep his way forward, and he draws first blood.
Will they be expecting the second player and connector? No. Cryptic reveals his position at the perfect time. That's going to put us back into a 4 versus 4. Darty still yet to move over on B. Kind of keep an eye out over on him, because if Boss start losing members, we're going to need those reinforcements coming together earlier than later. Fang tries to make the first move when we're in this deadlock, and that's probably the wrong idea. You wait for your 3 players coming from Ramp and Palace to create some space for you, but instead, this round's just falling apart. Darty wasn't really needed. He does come in and clean up that final kill, but Cryptic once again flexing his muscles on this A-bomb site.
Looking good, Boss. Looking good. 16-15. I still kind of feel like we haven't had more than a 2 or 3 round lead for either of these teams throughout the entirety of the map. It's just been completely back and forth throughout
We've
the
had
whole
2 here and there.
Barrage.
We've had the odd 2-round lead, but I don't think we've ever had a 3-round lead.
Crazy, actually. Both these teams just evenly matched. Such an important game for them as well. A spot in the grand final is what's up for grabs. Of course, got fluffy aimers against Legacy coming up after this, but doesn't matter who's in that final, they'll back themselves. Just use that nade to clear out the smoke inadvertently. And Cryptic, well, boosted up on top of the blocks here. Catwalk is going to get himself 2 kills, and Boss off to a fantastic start here in the 32nd round.
Oh, what a flash. Wow, these flashes are immense. Flashy gets a very nice flash for him. Bentley tried his best to stay alive, but sorry, not Flashy, Freshy. He was so flashy, his name just transcended for a second. And yeah, that's Boss doubling down, like they did do, to be fair, in the first overtime on the C side.
And they go flawless is the question. (37-23), but it kind of feels like everybody else has been elevating their performance here from Boss as well, just matching that effort from Fruitcake in terms of the output. Obviously not across the board, but like I said in the past couple of rounds. You watch Slight in the serve and it feels like he's a ridiculously good AWPer, right? But we just haven't really been able to see it consistently on this map. He has his rounds though where he looks so easy on the eye. Just want to see it a bit more regularly, I guess.
We go once more into the fray. Freshy holding a nade for Fruit Cup. We've actually seen double AWPing from both sides on the CT side. Not something you normally see, but it obviously does work. You know, place one towards an extremity, the other one can maybe roam.
Yeah.
This time we've got both towards A, but unfortunately we're going to head over towards the B bomb site, because that's where the contact's being taken. Darty running for the hills, trying to survive, but you've got Peeping swinging for the fences. He's going to be able to open up for the first, but these flashbangs, damn, Boss's utility has been sublime. These flashes have been immaculate, and because of that, this bomb site will not quiver.
Yeah, what a fantastic half coming through there. The second overtime, first half from Boss, flawless. All 3 rounds on the CT side going their way. Locking down the defense on the B bomb side. As you said, the support utility raining on in just makes their life a whole lot easier. 3 chances now to finish off the job. Boss with a team to force it into overtime and regulation. And now they can go up 1-0 in the series by winning their opponent's map. Darty also really had so much impact. I feel like Didn't get as many kills as you would have liked during regulation, but he did have a lot of impact in terms of playing that lurk role, forcing rotations. Anyway, it looks like they want to move with some pace and vigor here first round on their T side, and Darcy just continues to charge and surge forward.
Unfortunately, they're only good
Response.
for one.
Oh, what a response. That's magical from
Hold
Wizard.
on, though. Hold up. Fruit Cup's still alive, and when Fruit Cup's alive, the round's always plausible. Infinite. All of a sudden, it was a 4 versus 2 for Party Astronauts. Now it's a 1 versus 2 for Party, or for Boss. Fruit Cup, can he get out of here alive? My thought process is no. And yeah, okay, he doesn't. He does fall, but Slight now is in a 1 versus 2 where he's going to be able to play with Infinite. Yeah, this is so cool.
Molly's perfect though, because it forces Infinite on the other side deeper into market, so you can't actually hear these footsteps. Infinite thinks he's doing the right thing by getting ahead of the Molly, but inadvertently that works against him. Of course, the second incendiary gives up the position. He's just going to smoke it and catch Slight planting out in the open. Oh, no wonder Slight is feeling that emotion right now. He's kicking himself. Didn't have to plant so open, man.
Well, I guess, like, you know, you pick your poison. Well, actually, yeah. Sorry, I was going to say pick your poison. There he plants with CT and jungle. Like, he couldn't have planted any more in the open. He could have planted maybe reverse triple, then at least you're closed off from CT. I guess he doesn't plant for short there, which was maybe the one other opportunity. Or the avenue that Infinite could have taken. But that was a tumultuous round, to say the least. We had back and forth, you know, swinging. You never knew who was going to be coming out on tops, but ultimately it is the CT side. They're going to have to go flawless in this half. 2 more rounds in a row if we want to go to yet another overtime. It's a very tall ask, though. And Freshy, do you remember, they've done this before. This is not a new thing. They just walked out Palace, and it's going to work terrifically again.
Oh, Infinite gets hitched on the ladder. He's only able to get damage from that position. He had so many players looking the wrong way. Oh man, Peeping and Ben Lee to try and save the day, but this one looks chalked. And there we go. Job done. Finally, Boss will get across the line. 40 frags from Fruit Cup. No surprise that he's feeling it at the end of that result. Great work out of Boss. I mean, both teams will feel like they had their chances to win the map. Party Astronauts in particular, they had 2 chances in regulation, couldn't make it work, and eventually they fall foul.
And with that in mind, we're going to be sending it over to our amazing analyst, Mr. Fi, see if what he can break down from that madness.
God, I love my region, man. It's just always non-stop action between these teams. Just non-stop power plays coming through from each and every team. But I do have to say, Boss 100% played the better CS today, and I think that's what you have to expect out of this team. They came through with more innovation on their opponent's map pick, and specifically, as we fast forward through these replays, we'll move into round 6, where I really love this kind of mid-control that Boss has been taking specifically on their CT side. That's kind of what got them back into this half and allows them to take these aggressive angles. It's just a shame that some of these rounds they weren't able to convert, and there were a lot of saves forced out. I think Party Astronauts had a lot of liberties given to them, especially over in that first half. So, going into that second half, it just had to be the Fruit Cup show, man. And we did see a lot of just big individual moments start turning up there for Boss. I believe first half, we had 18 kills for Fruit Cup in a single half. Going into overtime, he ends the map with 40. So Boss, fundamentally, their Counter-Strike is strong, and then they just have some ridiculous individuals that can actually step up when needed. Party Astronauts had a lot of X Factor, because that's kind of what we're just expecting out of this match. We are expecting a lot of just big swing rounds where any individual can take over in the server, but that little extra piece of fundamentals is really what got Boss over the line towards the very end. And I think that's what we need to expect out of this Boss team just going into the future and going into the RMR. This is a real team. They might be bannerless, but Cryptic has brought in a system for this team, has brought in some excellent calling. I think Freddy was pointing it out, this double walkout Palace in multiple different rounds catching Party Astronauts off guard. There's so much to actually truly look forward to when you take a look at this Boss team and what they were able to bring on a map like Mirage that seems very min-maxed and already found out. Boss were able to come up with a good game plan and actually execute it. Now you can see a couple of these late rounds on the main screen here, kind of getting fumbled towards the very end, and then suddenly recovered by a big individual moment, like a Fruit Cup, like Freshie in particular as well. Cryptic even saving a couple of these rounds, but good fundamentals and some good X Factor. It's a great combination for Boss to be able to pick this one up. They're going to go a map up here, and we're going to send this off to a break as we get ready for map number 2 of Ancient. It's Boss's pick. Back in a flash.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Dragging these Europeans through the mud of Counter-Strike here in North America. What's good? We are back here in CCT NA, and we are wrapping up Series 3. We had some good fundamentals. You know, guys, how would you describe that match? I just want to, just give me a phraseology. Well, how are you guys enjoying it?
Chaotic.
North American.
That is also, you know, excellent, because one also means the other. Good job, guys. You gave some excellent descriptions there. Good characterization of the game. But you know what? There are some good takeaways, especially there for Boss. Yeah, no way they picked up the map. But I think you guys were calling it out. Some really excellent fundamentals coming through from that unit just towards the very end of that OT, and really showing why they belong at that RMR, yeah?
Yeah. What I like from Boss, Freddy, I'm just going to jump in and make a point here. What I liked about Boss is just how we saw adaptations and changes from them throughout the map, even going into overtime. They were still bringing new ideas to the table. Not like they kind of ran out of ideas and were recycling things that weren't working throughout the game. And it was those small adaptations that were catching party astronauts completely off guard. And as the game goes on longer and longer in overtime, you can start to do more ridiculous things and get away with them. So making those smoke plays, going for those very risky gambles were actually just very successful for Boss, and I was very impressed by what I saw out of them.
Yeah, Freddy, 40 kills from Fruit Cup. You know, you didn't know who this guy was. Now you know who this guy is?
Like, I mean, I don't even think I should be flamed for not knowing who he is, but it's still like,
You shouldn't be.
like I definitely do now. And I also just want to pick up on the point of that Hayes was making of, like, we saw the best Counter-Strike from Boss in overtime. Like, both on the T and CT side, they were making great calls, they were making great reads. Flashbangs were European standard. And it might come as, like, a flame, but I don't think it should be. I think that should, like, those, especially in the second overtime on CT side, dude, like, those flashbangs, just when they were supporting the bomb site, I was sitting there and I was like, well, that actually is just perfect. Like, that is... There's no other way to put it. Like, that is perfect utility usage. And then what that does is it allows for someone like Fruitcake to drop those 40 kills. So sure, we might have seen some of those plays early on be very individual, but then towards the end, it wasn't. It was all orchestrated around a team play. And also Cryptic, got to give some love to him. Not only was he calling a masterclass on both sides, dude started to step up. Like, he had some really individual quality rounds. And the one that calls to mind was the first round of the second overtime when they stacked for A, and it was like, yeah, the stack was good, most in part because Cryptic kind of killed everyone, but he was also baited in. But it was still like the team, the setup worked, and then the chair was on top because of how well he.
Yeah, I think that's a biggest part about this team is that they have an in-game leader that just frags, and he is just individually probably one of the best players on this team. Now, it does help. I don't think I've ever seen a Fruit Cup performance like this. 40 kills in map 1. Well, I'm going to hand it to you guys to see if he can get some extra here. Map 2 of Ancient coming your way.
Let's get it. We're here.
Let's go, Fredwood.
Let's go, champ. We were actually talking about at the very beginning of Mirage. We were like, how, you know, this veto, it was probably it should have gone Party Astronauts, Boss, Party Astronauts when it comes to like maps being won. I think that's where the veto is leaning. And I said probably realistically the only chance for Boss to win the series is they win Mirage. Guess what? They won Mirage. Now we're going to Ancient, and I feel like they're going to be having the upper hand in this affair.
Yeah, they don't want to see the light of day on that third map. They don't want to go have a look at Little Old Nuke. They want to finish the job here on Ancients and see if they can make it happen. T-side start here for Boss. Infinite catches Cryptic in transition. That's not going to stop the T-side from them continuing to commit to the original plan. But what is the setup for the CT side? They've got 3 players who are watching into Red Room right now, and it makes a big difference. Kills come through, and surely no way back into the round here for Boss. So maybe now there is.
Oh, Bomb needs to cross. It will. Infinite won't deny that. Slight tries to make some more space for Fruit Cup. Is unable to do so. And as soon as we maybe saw the shining lights of a Fruit Cup masterclass, Fang knocks him down. And Party Astronauts take the pistol round on Ancient.
Yeah, it was always looking good for them in the pistol, right? Infinite catches a kill as they try and push in towards top mid, and maybe Boss are thinking because they've gotten past the donut player, they can find some space in towards the top of middle, but they just run into a crazy setup. There are 3 players lying in wait, and the Boss just end up chasing the pistol round throughout from there. They will be forcing up here in the second round. Upgraded pistols and utility, not the conventional force, but let's see if they can make it work.
Yeah, like, a lot of things don't make sense about the purchase, but heading just straight towards the B bomb site does. Keeping's alone here on the site as his teammates smoked off, but a great flashbang tells him for the first. Unfortunately, that's all he's going to be able to collect. Now the bomb can be planted, but the rotations are in. So the easy part's done by Boss. This is the hard part now. Actually holding on to the bomb site.
I mean, at least they've gotten a kill in a bomb plant at the bare minimum. But like you say, very difficult to lock down the post plants. I will say, they've got some decent post plant positions to play with. Cryptic Ramp, they've got themselves control of Cave as well. And PA don't have any big flanks coming through. It's going to be fairly one-dimensional. That kill from Ben certainly does make their life a whole lot easier. Man advantage now for the CT side. There's no kit in play here, Freddy. So someone's going to have to stick a 10-second defuse here. There is? Okay, Infinite's got one. My bad.
Off Fang's dead
All
body.
right, well, there we go.
Yeah.
That's going to make a difference.
Fang picked it up on the pistol round. Someone had it on the pistol round. I honestly can't remember who started with it, but Fang brought it over into that second round. So when he dies, Infinite goes and picks it up, and that's where we did see a bit of chaos there when the bomb originally got tapped, because they were like, oh wait, no, we need to pick up the kit and then get on the bomb with that. But ultimately, like, this round was fine. There was a good retake from Party Astronauts. There's definitely elements of it getting close. You're kind of thinking, like, maybe if this one player, if Freshy hadn't been spammed there, if this shot had connected, if Slight had won out of that duel, you know, there's a lot of different discrepancies that we could have highlighted. But ultimately, I think Boss, their post plants may have been good, but they also just set themselves up that individuals had to nail the first bullet headshots, and that didn't happen. So, onto a low buy, onto an eco, armor, tech 9s, Infinite, only gets one.
If they can get another bomb plant from this, it would be a nice round, a pretty good return.
Ooh.
And you know what? There could actually be some cause for concern. Did PA lose 2 anti-eco rounds on Mirage? I know both teams lost at least 1.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm pretty sure both teams lost 2 pistols on Mirage.
I think it was
not going to
2
happen here.
apiece.
Goodness.
What scared me though
There was
was
a lot
that
that happened on Mirage.
Fang and OG Wizard were together at CT, and Fang's the one who dies when OG Wizard was on 4 HP. So I was like, oh, you know, that's best case scenario with the Deagle, but no bomb down. No dice.
Okay, well, first gun round upon us. AKs across the board. Plenty utility here for Boss as well. What's the plan going to be? Surely a big contest in towards mid here. You always want to clash and just have a little bit of a statement, right? A statement of intent with those mid fights early on in the half. Here we go, Utah raining on in. Party Astronauts, they're going to fight for lane. Fruit Cup's ready for it. He spots the first, completely blinded up thereafter, but he still hits the transfer anyway.
This Fruit Cup, dude, is different gravy. Just wondering where he's going to end this, when they end this series on. And this round, looking like a non-starter for Party Astronauts. Aggression mitigated towards lane. Darty needs to make sure he doesn't get caught off guard in Red Room. He's just going to tuck around the corner. Infinite and Benleet break up from each other, so that isolation is really easy. And then yeah, Darty's aggressive lurk doesn't only just get one, it's two in the round, and very easy for Boss as they keep all 5 alive on the first gun round.
Yeah, convincing. That's a statement, man. And now PA, because of the damage that was done in the eco round before that and the force buy, actually don't have any cash. But it's one of those awkward situations where you can't really full save. You're not going to get a buy in the next. You only get $1,900. That's not enough for Peeping or Ben. So it's going to have to be like a full eco here, half buy in the next kind of situation. And that 3-0 start just gets completely negated. I do like that they're making a move here. Bendy's got a flash primed as well. As soon as contact is taken in middle, they'll all swing out a donut. Isolate and overwhelm.
It's a cool little donut stack. Just don't go in.
That donut sounds pretty good right now.
Oh, I'd actually love a donut right about now. I'm going to be going late into
We're
night.
talking green donut, jam donut, like
I
chocolate
think-
sauce.
Hot take with donuts. Simple is sometimes the most effective. I think when people try to cook too much with food, donuts, especially donuts,
Yeah, like where
you
they're
know,
putting like cheesecake fillings with strawberry.
I don't
marbles.
even know, right? Yeah. It's just like, dude, it's same with cookies.
Go
It's
cream
like,
donut. For me, cream donut's as good as a cookie.
yeah,
Proper
just
fresh
simple,
cream
it's an
donut.
OG. Same with like
Nice and
cookies,
fresh.
dude. Just like white chocolate chip or chocolate chip. Just like, don't need to get anything more. Like that does the job. Like simple is
Ginger
sometimes the
biscuits are
best.
Great as well.
Ginger
Like
biscuit, yeah. You do love a ginger nut, don't you?
Oh, it's actually my nickname.
Ginger nut, yeah. Do you know that's actually what we call those things in England? That's what they're called, ginger nuts.
You've got ginger nuts here in South Africa as well.
Yeah. Just wondering. Don't know if there was a. Just was making sure. Custard
There's the
creams.
investment that's come through from the CT side. Yeah, we got them too. Listen, though, this is PA have decided to go for the buy here, and I kind of get it, but they're very light on util, and they've got 2 MP9s. Surely one of them is in cave. Yeah, Peeping has his there. Where's Ben Lead right now? He's playing scaffolding. Okay, fair enough. Good control here for Boss early on in the round.
Party astronauts tried to contest middle early on, but they were unsuccessful. So we see them in a very awkward position where they don't really have any map control. Trying to reclaim it a little bit with like Infinite and Donut and Fang in window. But Boss, you got mid control early on. The longer you wait, in this scenario, it becomes more damaging. Because, see, Party astronauts reclaim control in middle. Now they're like, okay, well, mid's clear. We can go play 3 towards B. Infinite can maybe instill himself as a fast aggressor behind lane. So as Boss now starts to encroach on the B bomb side, rotations, everybody is here.
Yeah, but they're still kind of tripping over each other. Fangs
Oh,
wanted to
never
fight
mind.
forward, and boy does he. A brilliant triple kill there to just stop this round in its tracks. He's got more left in him as well. 4 frags found from Fang. Oh my goodness, he tears through them.
That round would not have happened if Boss just went way earlier. That's really nice, kind of late rounding, I want to say, from Party Astronauts. Ben Leap, maybe go for some re-aggression or just for Infinite and Fang to take it upon themselves to recoup that control. And also, I'm pretty sure, I want to say it's Peeping that played towards A there. Like, he also just speedily rotates. Whoever oh no, it was OG Wizard with the AWP. Yeah, he right away rotates. It had all the information, and Boss just play themselves a little bit there. Overcomplicate things a little bit too much. Sometimes, as we mentioned, simple things are the best. Just gotta go for it. You don't have to wait around for 40 seconds at ramp.
ISS, keep it simple, stupid. Just be ready.
Yeah, I will.
Don't tempt me with a good time as we see Boss looking to try and breach in towards this B bomb site. They've changed up the pace. It's been a fairly measured approach in the round so far. This time they're looking for brute force straight in towards B, but Peeping is fighting fire with fire. Big kill back from Slighters, but there's still work to be done. And again, these rotations coming through very quickly from the CT side, so constantly they have the numbers on the correct side of the map.
Cryptic. The IGL, it's going to die to the grenade, potentially? Okay, won't die to the grenade, but the grenade is basically responsible for his death as it disperses the smoke. And Body Astronaut's okay, looking a lot better on Ancient than I would have anticipated. Their mid-late rounding has been perfect, and that this B-bomb site is simply not quivering.
Okay, well, yeah, surely you're going to have to start to see some change-ups from Boss here. They've been desperately trying to condition PA over towards B. Hasn't worked out the way that they would have liked. They've been having some good early rounds and mid-rounds. It's just the post plants where they've been falling short. In that previous round, they needed to take control of Cave in the post plant because you can't play the post plant from just the bomb site and ramp. You need somewhere else to, an extra prong in the post plant. And again, now that's what they've been able to do. Look, now they have got Cave control. That could be the difference maker this time round, even though they only have pistols. It's going to be a very difficult retake here for the CTs.
But they have so many advantages when it comes to util, like weaponry. Cryptic's got the only primary rifle, and he's on one singular hit point. Fruit Cup and Freshie have a Galil, Armor, and Deagle apiece, but I don't know, this should be an easy retake. Even though it's a 4 versus 4, like, this shouldn't be difficult, and they're gonna get their way onto the bomb site. One smoke on the bomb pretty much ends off this whole round, and a smoke towards Cave is also the same. Bomb being defused, oh, it gets denied! Perfect Sprout coming through from Freshie, Fang now forced onto it, but then Slight reveals himself from Ramp. It all falls apart for Party Astronauts. Everybody comes down with the ship from Boss, but they are going to be elated at the prospect that they've just snatched away a eco round.
Well, I'm saying, man, in your post plants, you need to have really good positional control. You need to have something additional to ramp, and having Cave makes the difference there for Boss. Oh, chalk it up as another one. Another anti-eco round being lost here in this series. And was one of the big catalysts that led to PA struggling so much on Mirage, losing to a round like that. Could happen here on Ancient again. Think about it, that was supposed to be 6-2 after they were playing against the Pistols. Would have put them in a dominant position here. Now it's 5-3, they've had to empty their pockets. OG Wizard on the front lines. Oh, goes back for more, bites off more than he can chew and chokes out of the round.
Sorry, what's crazy about that last round is if Freshie hadn't got that spam on the diffuser, like, that was a 4 versus 3 for Body Astronauts where everything was sorted. And there's nothing you can do about being spammed from Cave like that, so a rough one. This though, oh dear, taste your own medicine, says PA. Cryptic finally is able to trade out on the A-bomb site, but we've got a 3 versus 2 post plant. 3 versus 2 retake for Party Astronauts. No kit. Freshie has a Molo.
It's going to be a while away.
Yeah, this is really slow. And now with Freshie with a Molotov, like, whenever he throws this, that's so much time off one position taken away. Freshie, great assertive positioning from him to isolate that kill on middle. And he's also just baited in perfectly for Cryptic. A 2 versus 4. Honestly, that is just simple. That is exactly how you play a 2 versus 4.
I feel like Fruit Cup has, I mean, fair, he's probably been the most impressive Boss player because of how dominant he was in Mirage, but I feel like Freshie's been the best closer on the server. I mean, how many times have we seen him in these late round situations, you know, disadvantageous situations for Boss, and he continues to just put up really good performances, great individual brilliance coming through from him. I thought Infinite was a little bit lazy coming up middle there in terms of how he walks in towards Donut, and Freshie plays the position perfectly after seeing where the nade comes through from, forces the fight. Oh, Boss. They have put Party Astronauts into a pretty awkward position, and it actually looks like the CT side want to force here. This isn't necessary. A full save would have gotten them a full buy in the next, and I don't actually really like this decision. Not sure how you feel about it.
It's bold. It's especially when you got a lead, like you need to be thrown away this round. I don't know
why
what you're
you
trying
need
to
to go for the
achieve.
fourth here,
Yeah,
like-
I don't know what you're trying to achieve here. Like, sure, you like the money for boss is fine as well. Like, I don't know. This is a really rogue purchase for me, and Infinite
Yeah.
getting aggressive A main and dying very early on just basically adds even more confusion. This bait for the 5-7 though might have something to it. No.
Cryptic does the
okay.
perfect play,
Yeah.
just falling back there, not forcing the fight. The trade, the opportunity to trade was gone. And wisely just falls back, joins up with his teammates, and they start to pressure him towards the safe bomb site. Fang is going to shift across as well, though. Himself and OG Wizard with a job to do. And OG Wizard good for one. Fang going to look to try and get in on the act from Temple. Whoa, what a spray from Slight.
I mean, no way Ben Leet wins this. 1 versus 3, Mac 10.
No.
Okay, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, the most unnecessary best spray transfer of the tournament. Also, Cryptic's 12 and 5. Like, in that last round, he gets 3 kills against just, sure, like, MP9s, 5-7s. But they're also really important kills that are really clean. And a round that evidently could have got dangerous is evaded because of the IGL. But we go back to the point of the conversation with the ridiculous, like, purchase into that round. Look what's happened.
Yeah.
We have no money for party astronauts. They I think there was I mean there was definitely method to it. I just don't think it was the right play, and especially with how like the outcome of it means that boss are going to be securing 6 as a definite, and they're also going to have the A-bomb site. If anyone doesn't know, the reason why Slight just ran out there is that they know they're against an eco. They're basically
Yeah,
just being
exactly.
like, can we find a stack? Like, are there going to be 5 players on a bomb site? The Mac-10 takes that early move, and then the team basically just build up around that to be like, okay, we can react off the information you give us. And they were towards middle, so they were like, we can go A, we can go B, we can go anywhere.
You know, what I used to like, how I like to describe it is basically by calling that player a scout, because you just use him to get information. You just send him into a bomb site, thrust him in with the Mac-10, and he can immediately figure out how many numbers are on the bomb site. If there's 3 or 4 players, you can just go to the opposite side of the map. If there's less than that, you can just push through and take control. So the information you gain, even if you lose that player who goes in first, is so totally worth it. Worth the trade-off. And look at the scoreline, 6-5. Was it not 5-2 for PA at one point? Gone pear-shaped so quickly.
And it's all realistically from a low buy round where you're
Yeah,
not unable
that's
to
true.
win
At 5-2.
It was a 4 versus 3 retake against pistols,
Yeah.
no armor. Like, a single Galil basically wins out the whole round, and a slight P250, no armor. But this is looking a lot better for Party Astronaut. They get 2 pretty cheeky kills very early on, and this is going to test boss. This is when you kind of like, how good are they? 3 versus 5. Like, is this round possible?
Or Peeping is just being a little bit of a nuisance right now, menacing towards Jaguar. Wallbang kill, but a chip damage found. Feels like this is a must-win round for PA, considering how things have fallen apart. They started strong, they went up 5-2. But if they lost this half 7-5, they would just feel awful going into the next half. So 6-all, really important recovery here for the CTs. Let's see if they can make it happen. Can they finish off the strong starts of the round?
It's a recovery
Quality
with such a
Cryptic and
small R.
Freshy.
Sorry.
Go ahead, mate.
It's a recovery with such a small R. Like, 6-6 is just bare minimum. This should be a round win, though. Like, I don't see how boss can win this. Oh, they've come through and they've got a double opener. Make it a triple. This is all falling apart. A spam does come back in favor of the CT side. However, might be a little bit too little too late.
Not like this, right, Freddy? Right, chat? Chat,
No, this is happening.
Is this real?
Chat, this is
Oh.
real.
Oh, Cryptic. Gonna be able to run the corner. Gun barrel spotted. Frag found. Darty tries to step out on the timing. Infinite comes out on top. Cryptic out in the open. Like I said, finds the first, but OG Wizard trades. Everybody breathe a sigh of relief. PA will get the round on the board and level up the scoreline going into their T side.
Does Darty have to peek there? Probably not.
Oh.
Does he maybe throw away the round? Certainly. 2 versus 2. Play off Cryptic. Let him be the orchestrator of that round. Maybe you were scared of long. Just hold. Just don't give away that kill, especially when the time's ticking down. And like you know Party Astronaut have to make the first move. Like sure you don't have any control, but that's when you gotta just like stick to your laurels. So boss, by the skin of their teeth, they just about get 6, but 4 in a row. It was 5-2 for Party Astronaut. They're not gonna be happy with 6, but they know at least they were able to get something on the board towards the end. They won the first pistol round. A second could give them a breath of fresh air now going on to their T side.
See if they can make it work. A little bit of utility here on Ben Leet. There's P250, I think? No? Maybe not. Okay. Doesn't matter. Util Rain's on in anyway. 4 sets of Kevlar. That makes sense. And they're going to find first blood as well. Infinite at range goes down slight, looking to try and wrestle back. Control tapping away. Himself and Darty combined. There's even more where that came from. Infinite fights back. He's gotten all the kills in the round here so far for the T side, and he may not even be done.
Mate, thank God for Infinite, because that round was lost without him. Don't know how OG Wizards survived there. But boss, I felt like they got served that round on a silver platter. Infinite, he wasn't done. You weren't wrong. 4 kills in total. It's red on the trigger for him. But that's a really disconnected round for Party Astronaut. You can see the objective of this round is ultimately to take towards long. That is obvious because you have a smoke short, you plant, and you try to take long. Like that is 101 pistol round strat. But only 2 players go at the start, and it's also very loose. Like the trades weren't there. It was bad spacing. Felt like Party Astronauts should have lost that. Like they didn't deserve to win that round. But thank God for Infinite. As I said, he is the only reason why they come out on top there.
Yeah, fantastic impact out of him. 14 and 8 right now. He's having a great time of it. Both pistol rounds no going PA's way. And they should have a very easy time of it here in the follow-up. No upgraded pistols to get excited about. Just a Zeus on Slight. Oh, when he's in cave, Freddy, he gets a kill here. Guaranteed. Oh, there we go.
Attaboy.
Love that out of Slight. Love that.
Attaboy. You know, you might not win the... You might not win the battle here, but you've won the war with that type of kill. And you win the hearts of the people.
That's what matters the most at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Like, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. It's about, do people love you?
Six to 8. And, oh, did you see the investment there from Boss? It doesn't look super convincing. I saw an MP9 and a FAMAS. Slow-mo. Like the impressions, Freddy?
This is the Furia buy. This is what I was talking about, dude.
Oh,
This is just a change of it. Yeah, this is a Furia buy, and they're gonna see if they can get any damage. Yeah, perfect. Okay, how many kills can you get? Not so perfect anymore.
Still a great idea.
Still a great idea.
Any problem with the plan there? Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is like a real big plus for me. Like this is how I call, and how we've orchestrated our team. ESCA main in EU is obviously a little bit different. You would be liking to get a little bit more than 1 kill though. That is the issue. So like the idea is good, but the execution hasn't quite really activated to what you'd want. So you do get a full purchase in the next round, but it's not with like you're not as ecstatic about this round as you maybe could have been. Another kill, you know, that's a really big important kill because it's like Deagle Armor takes down someone with an AK and stuff like that's filtering a full reinvestment. Bang, run out of bullets. You know what? Fruitcake has just saved this round.
Stop
Killed
hunting.
3 players.
Stop hunting.
Yeah, stop hunting. He might even die to the bomb. No, he's on 10 HP. He's fine. But like, this is perfect this round. You know, you get 3 kills. Any more? No. But still, 3 kills in total is perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just the 1 frag until Fruit Cup is able to just find 2 more parting kills. And like you said, that then kind of just achieves the goal that Boss set out to coming into the round. Set out to achieve 9-6 though. Quite a lot of pressure on Boss coming into this gun round. If they lose this round here, 10-6, no money, 11-6, that might be the map over. So, got their work cut out for them right now. What's the plan going to be? Go fast A, PA. Go fast A. surely. That's what I'm calling in this round, Freddy. Util mid, maybe some pressure from a lane player, but then just set up an A main at the start of the round. Not their plan though. Instead, they look to contest middle off the back of the flash, and it works out wonderfully to get the first frag.
Yeah, that's a great opener from Bentley. Not a great flashbang. We are in North America after all. But Boss, their plan from the beginning was to try and take control towards middle and lane. And this one kill from Bentley forces them to rethink their plans. Slight, almost caught off there and Donut with the AWP. Not going to be re-peeking that one. He knows OG Wizard's holding for him. But this round this is Party Astronauts to win. Like, yeah, they've got everything. This is Boss scrambling, trying to find map control, and I don't know if they're going to be able to win this one out. I think this is PA looking to get to 10.
Right now, it's a bit of a fake over towards the A bomb site, so I don't think the round is as dead in the water as you initially thought. That kill does make things a little bit more interesting. Oh man, I'm thinking Cryptic over towards B. Could he be a problem here? It's actually going to funnel them back in towards middle. The problem is Slight is so low. 6 health. He's going to have to just go nuclear here in the round right now. Yeah, he's dead. They know exactly where he is. He's in the corner. No way to escape. And PA are up to 10.
That is just a really nice round on the T side. Like you're able to put pressure on B, you're able to put pressure on A, all while having these two players over in Red Room. That can then work from the information that's garnered from the pressure that you've applied. So Boss, it's not even necessarily their fault. Maybe could have done more to group up together and take some map control in that 4 versus 5. But Party Astronauts play a really nice 5 versus 4. Like, they take advantage of the fact they have the man advantage, and it just works so well in their favor.
Yeah. Yeah, they certainly did recognize how to use that advantage to the best of their ability to get the job done in the round. And now it's Code Red for the team who have picked the map, and we've already spoken about at length how Nuke is very concerning for Boss. Nuke was a good map for the previous PA team as well with Sixy and Wolfie. So I'd imagine they're able to carry quite a lot over from that team into this one. Catch Peeping and OG Wizard up to speed and kind of bring their flair into the server as well. And then I'll have 3 more rounds to find here to get the job done on Ancient, and this round shouldn't be much of a concern.
Start to get worried for Boss a little bit. Pretty much one gun round away from going to third map. Fruitcake. Ooh, you could see it in the stars. You could see it in the stars. That was very close to being a raucous round for him. That Deagle almost just went nuclear. But unfortunately, kind of had to get 3 there. I don't see how this is... I take it all back. I take it all back. Why are we trying to fight them CT when the smokes are up and it basically just forces you to fight? OG Wizard and Pillar, they're playing the buddy system. They don't even take a lick of damage. And Fruit Cup, his 2k, well, it's more than enough.
Okay, that is a problem for PA again. They've lost to pistols again here, Freddy. That is the second time on the map that they've lost to an eco, and it's not like that was a, half-buy kind of investment with 2 rifles and an MP9 and 2 pistols or something. There was only 1 rifle in the round there. It's not even like the rifle was the main transgressor in the round either. Like you say, why are PA so adamant for fighting for control? Trying to push so deep into the bomb site, they're not necessary. Getting ahead of themselves costs them massively in the round. And that kind of just rolls the red carpets out here for Boss in the comeback.
They forced the issue way too hard towards CT. Like, they lost that to themselves. Felt like Boss got handed that one on a silver platter and they gobbled it all up. This game continues to surprise. It continues to test what I know about Counter-Strike. His next YouTube video should just be studying this series. How many low buys can you lose? That is the question.
He'll get a lot of content out of that, that's for sure. Could do a whole series.
NACS and losing to low buys. He's already got the song for it.
Anti-ecos you lose.
Wait, look at A main. Sorry, hold up a second. Freshy's on one side. Sorry. I'm just turning my attention. Infinite's on one side of A main. Freshy's on the other side of A main. And Freshy spotted, but didn't spot hard enough. Okay. Freshy comes out on top. Infinite just none the wiser because someone have come past him. And
I'm glad you did put a spotlight on that. It was necessary.
Yeah. But so this is Party Astronaut. This is the exact same default they ran when they were in that 5 versus 4. Issue is, in a 5 versus 5, you have individuals able to take some space, and Freshy is on an absolute terror. Party Astronaut, just nothing's going well for them. Sure, we do get some kills traded out, but ultimately, this default, I think this has been read into quite heavily from Boss. I feel like they knew what was happening.
I feel like also every time Party Astronauts try to respond to something that's just happened in the round, Boss have got something else that's going on. So Boss were just completely one step ahead every single time there. After they get a frag, there's a move being made elsewhere on the map. And while PA are just trying to, you know, respond to what's just happened, there's already more going on around the map. So just really like that from Boss. Very dynamic in that round. Constantly just keeping the pressure up on Party Astronauts across the board as they draw within 2. This team continues to impress, and Freshy, I mean, yeah, really liked what I've seen out of him. When it comes down to impact, he's been off the charts. Out of the wazoo.
Well, it is a low buy after all now. Thing is, it's actually a really cool default from Party Astronaut to have like 2 mid, red room, 2 B, 1 A. Issue is, when one of those prongs falls, it just forces you in such an uncomfortable position. Anti-eco? Stop it. No. Slipe's being run down. Slipe's being run down. Slipe can't fall here. It's a 2 versus 2 and the A bomb side's falling. The bomb has dropped an A main though, so they need to cross and get that. And unfortunately, OG Wizard's not going to be able to. Fang though, he's on for potentially something truly crazy. He knows where the final player is, and it's another full eco. Put it down for the record. Add it to the tally. This is just unthinkable.
Third of the map. Third anti-eco round of the map that's been lost between these two teams. Boss have dropped the ball. That's a disaster. I just knew once Fang had found the AWP that it was just round over. It makes the... Certainly did tip the scales in their favor. What a huge let-off that is for Party Astronauts. Now just 2 rounds away from finishing off the job. This is just the first semi-final of the night, Freddy.
Lucky you.
Kisses.
Kisses. Although, of course, like, Boss lose to an eco and then they're going to win the full buy next round. Like, that's just, of course, how it goes.
It certainly would keep up with the trend of the series so far.
Yeah. Just add it to the tally. Like, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Like, how many are we on of low buy victories? That's just another pretty much full eco. Fang had armor, but apart from that, you'd have P250 armor, by the way. Like, it doesn't look like you'd a Khalil. Literally only pistols, Glocks. It was a gimmicky play for Party Astronauts that works wildly above any of their imaginations. Issue is, this round, they have got a man's advantage, and there's 3 players on B. Fruit Cup only does get 1 kill. Wait, what? How does Freshy just... How does Fang come into Donut like that and Freshy just not even aware? Oh, but look at Cryptic. He's been baited in perfectly. Yeah, Infinite. Bomb dropped in A main. Rotations need to come forward. A great smoke into the mouth of A main is going to mean that they can't pick up that bomb freely. We're trying to get support from Darty. Long range, though, with the MP9 is very ineffective. Slight's here to try and help out his teammate. The AWP, close range, nice quick scope. And there you go. Lose against the full eco, win against the full buy, because that's how it's done in North America, baby.
I mean, it kind of just brings us back to the exact same situation we just had in the previous round, right? Now Boss get to play against an eco again and try draw within 1, except this time they've got less wiggle room, less breathing room. It's looking like we're going to have another set of overtime here, honestly. That's what I'm taking away from this so far.
I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you.
But you wouldn't be surprised. I mean, come on.
Mate, I literally don't know. like, I want to try and describe something to you, but I just wouldn't be able to right now. We are on another eco. This time it's like just full block, so you're assuming in this 3 versus 5, we are okay.
Could be, but I've got some trauma, so I just can't take
Mate,
anything.
I have
for
some
granted
trauma,
anymore.
and this my therapist is going to hear about this game.
Yeah, exactly. Gonna have to send the therapy bill somewhere. Either way, we have built this one as a very close series, and it's exactly what it's lived up to be. Boss have drawn within a round here. They've shown that they're able to keep their composure even when their backs are against the wall, right? They were down 12-10 in regulation on Mirage. Forced it into OT there and eventually got the job done. And if they win this round here, then there wouldn't be much money left in the bank for the T side. So, really important. PA, they've been in a comfortable position throughout the map. But if they lose this round here, then the pressure ramps up exponentially.
Boss's map pick and Party Astronauts don't have a great record on Ancient. Their most recent victory sure is against Nouns in this very tournament, only 2 days ago. But apart from that, it is a slew of losses. So closing this game out could be the hardest, and that's when I'm looking at Boss to step up and go, yeah, we are good at this map. Like, we've picked it for a reason. They want to put themselves a spot in the grand finals here in Series 3. Face up against either Legacy or Fluffy Aimers, which will be on your streams in about half an hour, depending on where this game goes. Darty, though, doesn't want no overtime, doesn't want no third map.
so
Opens
lucky.
up, round 22, gets away. Yeah, very lucky, but they're coming into Fruit Cup. Sure, he hasn't been as explosive on this map, but he still has that brawn, he still has that talent, and he shows it, flexes his muscle here on round 22, but he overfights a little bit. It's a little bit too brazen.
Support flash is coming through from Slide right now, going to allow for his teammates to swing ramp, Infinite and Peeping, looking to try and combine as they make their way forward. And Peeping will double down on the entries. 1v4 turn 1v2, plenty time to let this round sit and marinate as well. Had the option of potentially pivoting away from this B-bomb site. Freshie will step out to finish off the job. And that is, I think, the most individualistic round we've actually seen coming through from Party Astronauts so far on this T side. You know, one player just kind of mid by himself gets picked off, then, you know, just trying to work their way maybe in towards ramp, but not really working so well as a unit, not great util usage, and they just get picked apart limb from limb.
Yeah, can't say I know exactly what the game plan was there, and the only reason they were able to get back into that round was because, you know, Fruit Cup overextends, the B-bomb site just gets dueled and fooled. There was really nice support of flashbangs, but it seemed like they didn't really have total effect, but it's 11-11, scores are tied up. Party Astronauts back onto a low buy, looking to head towards this A-bomb site where currently only one player is there, but because of lack of testability in middle, we should see really swift rotations to come and help Slight, but the AWPer, oh, he's looking to farm this round.
Okay, well, they struggled in the anti-eco round where there was barely anything to go up against. This time they're playing against proper upgraded pistols, armor, utility, and they go flawless. Boss have got themselves a single opportunity. You spoke about how you wanted to see the reason why they picked Ancient coming into the series, and they're proving exactly right now.
Slight getting elated. Yeah, Slight's getting loud. He's getting shouting. I know this
Why wouldn't he
team.
be?
Like, this team is a loud team. We saw them over in Thunderpick at the end of last year. Like, constantly they were getting aggressive on the cams in a positive way. Fruit Cup, he stood up and walked around. He flexed his muscles after he got that ace on Mirage. And right there, Slide saying, let's do it, boys. Let's complete the comeback. No silly anti-eco. We're up against the rifles. That's what we prefer at this stage.
Look at the context coming through from Boss as well towards the bottom of the middle right now. Oh my goodness, it's not ideal at all. Darty will double down. He should get traded, and he does. Eventually Peeping able to at least step in there to get in on the act. It looks like Infinite wants to play smoke phase into the A-bomb site. Freshie has just gone back through Donut. Cryptic misses a chance to win the gunfight in middle. There's so much going on in this round right now, and it's going to be Infinite who finds the timing on Freshie. OT looking locked in here, Freddy. Let's run it back, baby.
Yeah, OT Lumen. Big misplay from Freshie. We've critiqued him a few times towards Donut and how he's been able to be caught off guard by A main aggressors. In this round, nothing new, nothing different. that round just comes down to the fact that Peeping stays alive in middle and it forces attention to be brought over towards him. They know where Fruit Cup is as well. The 11th hour is calling. An OG Wizard casts a spell on Boss and puts us into overtime.
Okay, well, party astronauts are going to be breathing a massive sigh of relief. Infinite with a big play there to unlock the A-bomb site, and we're going to be running it back into overtime here again. Lock yourselves in, ladies and gents. There is no end in sight.
How many overtimes? Let's take a guess. Let's get a poll in chat. I'm saying 4.
I'm going to go with 7.
7, all the way. Let's break some records, baby. North American, they know how to do it. I will say though, like, Boss are playing, this is exactly what happened in Mirage. Like, they're just playing so much better Counter-Strike at the end. It's not actually going out. It doesn't matter. That last round, they had no elbow smoke. That was a big critique of mine. This round, in middle, they go 1 for 1. They at least still do maintain control. There's pressure also now being applied towards B.
Lots of moving parts to these rounds from Party Astronauts. Pressure A main, pressure middle, pressure up B. Constantly just trying to keep Boss under pressure. Like I said, OG Wizard gets a kill but steps out. Fruit Cup trades. Even numbers game going to favor the T side. It's all about the timing right now. Darty in behind the box. Not going to get spotted by Peeping. But there's more where that came from. An Infinite in the corner. Where's the step out on the timing here for the trade? Comes through late and that's going to cost him his life.
That felt really poor from Infinite.
Yeah, agreed, right?
I don't know,
Should've stepped
like,
up straight
where's...
away.
Yeah, like, you hear the smoke being thrown, instantly be peeking. Like, at any stage, that was the worst time to peek, because you allow for the rival to be brought back out, recocked. And now Bentley, the leader, can he lead by example? This would be following Hayes' law. Dictate to have forced into overtime will lose the first round. Party Astronaut, they're the only reason why we're here. Boss, they're looking to follow that law. Very split up, though. Does Fruit Cup get hard cleared? Yep, Bentley. I was going to say aware of it, but seemingly not. And Boss, there are no worries in the first round of overtime.
Good composure from them here coming into overtime. Not cracking under the pressure. 13-12. Both maps so far going into overtime. Do we end in 2? Or can PA get the job done in OT this time round? They weren't able to on Mirage. Their map pick. I think that, I mean, listen, of course Boss would have wanted to finish off the job in regulation, but the fact that they've even gotten this into overtime is a very impressive fight back, considering they were down, what, like 10-6 or something like that, I think it was, and it's looking like they could get a 2-round buffer.
Oh, this is so ideal, and they're applying the pressure even further. They're going for more. They're not just happy with 2 kills. That could be your downfall, though. Greed comes out to cost them as Fruit Cup falls down the wayside towards B. Resetting is not going to be as easy as it seems as well, because Infinite looking to make up for some of those mistakes in the previous that we highlighted.
Oh my goodness, that is such a sketchy gunfight. I can't believe Cryptic comes out on top. I was very worried for his cause there. I mean, PA still in an okay position, all things considered. Neat little molly there.
Molly.
Clear out the cubby. Force him out into the open, but my goodness, that just forces Infinite into the swing. So much
What's
damage through
going
the
on
smoke
here?
onto Darty. I don't know, Freddy. And Freshy is so low as well. It's the
Made
Infinite
noise.
show.
He's made noise.
Infinite's world, we're all just living in. OG Wizard steps out, but it's going to be Infinite to finish off the job. That is an ace. Another one.
Okay, great round from him, but it's just overextension after overextension, misplay after misplay that allows him to get that ace. Sure, it's great, and he capitalizes upon those mistakes, but it's like, you know, every single kill I realistically don't think he should have been able to get. Like, why is Cryptic peeking there? Why is Darty spamming the smoke, revealing his position like he did?
Yeah.
Freshy gets left in an unwinnable situation in that 1 versus 2. That feels really weird. That Fruit Cup also extends even further. That greed I was talking about, that cost them not only his life, but also the round in total. Party Astronauts back here to play now on Ancients.
Yeah, I mean, if PA do go on to win the map, then Boss are going to be kicking themselves just in terms of how it's slipped away in either regulation or overtime. You could pick whichever one, make a case for both. Great trade there. On to the CCT
Shooting
players,
each
the
other.
Opera and Temple. Yeah, getting a little bit chaotic as they make their way in towards A, and there's still a smoke A main. OG Wizard going to become exposed. Darty needs to make sure OG Wizard doesn't get a kill. One of his teammates pulls the trigger, doesn't then swing immediately afterwards. Now it's just about staying alive, allowing for his teammates to come in on the action as well. Brilliant work out of Freshie, and now for PA, both their remaining players in towards Donut. Then Leech should get overwhelmed, and he does.
Really, really good round from Darty there. It's really underrated. Like, you highlighted it perfectly. Gets the kill, doesn't swing. He clears out the whole of A main and forces them to basically look at him. It puts them in such an uncomfortable position. And as the smoke fades in CT, you see Boss are able to take advantage of that chaos. Party Astronauts had no map control in that post plant. They had to go towards Donuts, and they just had to try and maybe recoup some control where they were unable to do so. So Boss, they take the advantage going on to the second half, but realistically, they should have been a flawless first half. So Party Astronauts, that one round that they have accumulated, is that going to mean anything? Is that going to potentially be the difference maker between us going to a second overtime or potentially nuke as a third map?
Feels like the first half of this map was an absolute age ago. So let's see if Boss can try and get back into the groove of this T side. A lot of util damage done at the start of the round. Slight will be dispatched off. Perfect start for PA to kick off this defensive half. Ooh. Off the space and towards the top of mid. Ben Lee can appear back in this direction though, so at least he's got the info.
Pretty cool, because this is Boss doing Party Astronauts default almost. The 2 in red room, 2 towards B. I was going to say they're going to have to do it from a man disadvantage, but Fruit Cup, there you go. He puts them back into even Stevens. That's a massive kill to be taking. Really overextensive from Infinite. And he doesn't get any damage to make it worthwhile either. Party Astronauts, I don't even, like, you have no map control. I don't know. This is such an awful round, Party Astronauts. But Boss, they just need to not
ideal for
overcook
Boss.
it.
Like,
Well, Boss just needs
how
to...
do they get into a bomb site?
Yeah, if only the utility was on B. If the utility was on B, you drop it. It causes chaos. That is the only smoke between Cryptic and Fruit Cup. Now we see the activation from the players in Red Room. There you go. Darty gets the first, but 3 players are here on B. One's been spotted. Now will be the second one. Boss starting to frantically panic because they know they have to go. 15 seconds. Fresh is playing late towards Red Room. They know Ben Lee's on long, and he will be dropped. He doesn't have to expose himself. The longer he stayed alive there, the better. But unfortunately, it's OG Wizard now in a very difficult 1 versus 2. A very clean kill for the first. Fruit Cup versus OG Wizard. The 2 youngsters have been brought up to this level, battling it out, and Fruit Cup reigns supreme like so many times in this series.
And look at how dead-eye he looks straight afterwards as well. Just no celebration because he knows there's still a job to be done here. I love the way he plays the 1v1 just out in the open, off angle. And as soon as he hears OG Wizard committing, he then steps out to finish off the job. Holds his nerve, does Fruit Cup. And Boss get themselves up to 15. 2 map and series points to finish off the job. And I'm right there with you. I didn't think Ben Lee's had to actually fight from long there. Didn't have to peek back into fight with the house player. Could have just tried to control B. But he goes down, and it's actually the double flank through top mid that makes the difference for Boss, right? Because Darty goes first, he gets a kill, gets traded. The second player then activates, like 10 seconds later, and that catches PA completely off guard.
It's a real high risk, high reward, and we see the latter coming through. That reward could just be what breaks the camel's back. 2 opportunities now for Boss. 3 in total to close out this map if you also add on the fact they were a 12-11 up. This is their second time. They have to send themselves, book their place in the grand finals. First team to do so. Showing that RMR spot was deserved.
Yeah, it's been very impressive out of Boss so far here on Ancients and see if they can finish off the job. Is there going to be a bit of a fake thrown into the mix here? Lots of neutral being dumped into the same bomb site. Deeping's out in the open. He's been traded. Darty could feel a little bit hard done by there, I think.
Yeah, Darty definitely thought Fruit Cup was holding for the cave push, but you can see Fruit Cup's jiggling back and forth between ramp,
bobbing
and that
and
was the
weaving,
timing.
exactly.
Yeah, that's the timing that is caught. So, not a great 4 versus 4, but it's not bad considering it's a 2-player on each bomb site. So, Boss, they're not happy. It's even. They would have loved the advantage, but ultimately, they are in the right position. We have commented on how they do go a little bit too slow sometimes. This will not be one of those rounds. Utility down, but OG Wizard behind the Molotov. Orc misses. Repeaks in. Slight should have had his number. I do not know how the Ukrainian has nailed that shot. Fruit Cup, this is his round to shine once more in greatness. 2 versus 3. He's playing up close and personal. They've lost their anchor and their lurk on A. Fruit Cup sets Cryptic up perfectly. The IGL can close it out all here. Fang going towards long. Cryptic playing so out in the open. Now looks towards long. Has to nail the shot, and he does. The IGL sends Boss to the grand finals here in North America Series 3. And he BMs in the camera.
Damn, what a sick round coming through from Cryptic. I thought that one was chalk there for Boss, just considering how low both Fruit Cup and his teammate Cryptic were there in the post plants. They were in committed positions as well, so they weren't really able to fall back and try and play time in the round. Didn't have much help to their name, but they still make it work. 2-0 for Boss. I mean, those were incredibly tightly contested maps, but they've got their spots in the grand final.
Yeah, super impressive. Commiserations to Party Astronauts, but realistically, across all these overtimes and the numerous amounts of rounds we've played, it's become very clear that Boss are the better team. Legacy and Fluffy Aimers now waiting in the wings to see who will come up against Boss. But for now, we do introduce Fi back into the mixture.
Oh my goodness. Dude, it was messy, but it's not my goat, alright? It's, my goodness. Just a slugfest back and forth between these two teams. Once again, Boss are showing that they still have these good fundamentals, even though sometimes, you know, when it comes to the micro-level decision-making, it sometimes gets out of whack and in certain problems. But I mean, what do you guys think right now? Do you think Boss are actually this team that do have the better fundamentals in the game? Have they impressed you a little?
Yeah, absolutely. They've impressed me a lot, and I certainly think they had the better fundamentals, better teamwork. I'd say the individuals were better as well, just all around really impressive, and looking forward to seeing what they can do at the RMR. They've got a new fan in me, mate, I'll say that much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even that much of a new fan, to be honest, because, like, I was a massive fan of the Wildcard. No, I mean, like, you can actually go back up. I have a track history, because I did an interview with Horvey, their old coach, when they qualified, and I took a big interest in the team. I was disappointed to see them drop by Wildcard. Obviously, it was potentially for the best for that organization, but, like, I've been a massive fan of Slight. Darty's always been a player to watch for me, and Cryptic is once again showing that he is a really strong IGL sign that I feel like whenever I talk to a North American, they put that as a theme, and he shows sign that you mentioned, Fires, that he's really individually quite talented. So even though they might not have Horvey anymore as a coach, I'm still a fan of this team.
I just don't want to zone into that last round as well. I mean, talking about Cryptic as that fragging IGL has to have a first bullet headshot versus Fang, and he gets it. It's this kind of thing where he just doesn't slack, but he's also been calling up a really good, like, these T sides and these CT sides as well. Like, you're getting lurks into A main, you're having great bait and switch setups as well. I saw this one particular round where I believe it was himself inside of A main. When Freshie goes down on the A site, he's selling misinformation. That's typically your A site anchor. He's playing with the minds of his opponents just by how he positions himself and positions his players. And it shows some really high-level Counter-Strike from this guy, and it shows why they are at the RMR, why they were able to beat Legacy earlier on a couple months ago, and then take down Elevate to qualify. Like, I mean, I hope you guys are impressed. I mean, you're going to be on this next team. You're going to be able to cast Legacy coming up next. Do you think that this Boss team has what it takes here, Hayes?
I definitely think they have what it takes. I would still have Legacy as my favorite going into the final if it does end up being Legacy versus Boss, but based on what I've just seen, yeah, I think that Boss can certainly push them, make it a hell of a grand final, and I'll say that there's a chance they can win. I'll have them as underdogs, but there's still a fighting chance for them for sure.
What about
I
you,
think-
Freddie?
Yeah, like, I'm interested to see what legacy we do see, because obviously, like, it's undeniable how good they've been recently. They've qualified for Katowice Challenger, like, they're at the top of ECL. They've already won a CCT. They were, I think if I'm not mistaken, they weren't even in the second one, so you can't even account for that. They went back to South America for a little bit. They've got the RMR spot as well, even though they did lose right to... the game they lost was against Boss, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think it'd be interesting to see what legacy we do see, but I think definitely against Fluffy Aimers, like legacy should be winning that game quite tidily.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I do agree that Legacy are definitely big favorites, but I think it's about what damage Fluffy Aimers can do. So we're gonna get prepped and set, ready to go for that game coming up in just about an hour. So, or rather, not even just an hour. Shoot, we're just coming up in about 15 minutes. Yeah, 15, 20 minutes.
Yay.
You know, these overtime games have got me just distorted. My view of time right here as we're getting ready, set to go between Fluffy Aimers and Legacy. I'm gonna be out. I'll see you guys on the grand final, but have fun with Freddy, folks. We'll see you guys in a bit.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back. It's about that time now. Of course, it's time to see who the other team will be to head into our grand final this evening. And I am joined by two excellent commentators, but I think Vinny wanted to go ahead and take things away.
Yeah, actually, I did. This has been a fantastic, fun, honestly wonderful bracket to look at. And let's bring it up. Let's talk a little bit about where we're at, because this is the second semifinal that we're just about to jump into. But before we get into the details on the left-hand side of your screen right now, I just want to say this is maybe like the most unlikely outcome that I had coming into this, right? Like the favorites coming in, Nouns on back-to-back finals, they don't even make it through the quarters. Then on top of that, you had NRG down there. You thought, okay, that could be good. PA, with the roster changes that they just made, they were looking nice. You thought maybe they could pull off an upset. But then Boss, who are at the RMR, it didn't look like that's something they could replicate, especially not with the amount of good teams on this side of the bracket. And yet they're the ones waiting in the finals for the winner of this Legacy Fluffy Gamers match. That is crazy.
Yeah, no, it is a bit mental to see Boss going through. I mean, they've had some trials and tribulations over the past couple of months, but definitely at least forming up here for the semifinal as we head into the final. Of course, we need to see who their opponents are going to be. We got the Fluffy Aimers and Legacy looking to face on off. The last time these two teams met, we did see the Fluffy Aimers win in the NA Revival Cup Series. They were able to win that out 2-0. The way of Fluffy Aimers doing it one time in regulation at 13-10 there on the map of Mirage, and in overtime 19-17 on Vertigo.
Yeah, it was impressive. I don't think there was any world in which we expected in that Revival series to see Legacy get beat, much less by Fluffy Aimers. Like that was a series with some of those great teams. I just toss out like Nouns, like NRG in there. NRG, I think, ended up going on to win. But yeah, I think that that result isn't necessarily indicative of what we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, no, that's certainly going to be the case. And, I mean, as we start to take a look at these rosters, we'll bring up Legacy first. And, Grimmy, what are you thinking about them?
This is actually a very interesting roster. From my perspective, they're kind of trying to emulate the old LG run of where you take a team from South America and you bring them to North America, potentially for more prospects. And they've definitely taken that by the scruff of its neck. Not only, as you've mentioned, they've qualified for the RMR. That's a massive feat to be making. They've qualified for the Thunder Pick World Championship, which is going to be a massive European event leading into the RMRs. And they've also got some LAN placements as well with ESL Challenger Katowice, which they just qualified for. Like, they are taking all the opportunities that are being thrown at them. They're on top of ECL. Like, they've already won a CCT. This should be their opportunity to succeed in another one and keep on confirming their place as one of the best teams in North America. And these individuals, they not only have heaps of experience, but are incredibly crispy. Like, you look at Dumao, you look at Sadazin, they can run through any team. And from my perspective, that's what's going to be happening today against Fluffy Aimers. And they should be able to then bring that energy over into Boss and see if they can take revenge on Fluffy Aimers and regain their trophy.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to go ahead and strike in for the revenge. Of course, at the time they met before that, these two teams, that was about 2 months ago now, we saw it won out by Legacy. So, I mean, this series has happened a couple of times, but it's never happened the same way twice. So, that's always a good thing to see. They're keeping it nice and fresh. Of course, we do need to take a look at the Fluffy Aimers before we get into that. And, Vinny, what are you thinking about them?
Well, you said it's not ever been the same way twice with these two teams when they meet up. Well, that's true with regard to the rosters. In that previous series, it was not Wolfie, it was A who was in there. A now in the coaching slot for this Fluffy Aimer squad. But even beyond that, it's a stand-in situation tonight for Fluffy Aimers, which I'm going to be honest, really sucks. Just in general, like to make such a deep run and then to have to be playing with the stand-in. Who, I'll talk about Consti here in a second. I don't think that's the end of the world, but. That's just really annoying. I feel like if you're the Fluffy Aimers team right now, that they've been finding upsets, but this is an upset where they have made their way deep and found the upsets, right? So combining those two things, but. All of that being said, Wolfie, new face actually to this team, fresh off of a pretty lackluster end to the Limitless project where he stepped away from that. I think he's looked revitalized in these two best of threes that we've seen from him already. Around the dynamic Jason and Slump duo, like the rifling that Jason provides, and then the AWP from Slump has been fantastic. Now, to talk about Consti just for a second, to address what I think is the elephant in the room. Listen, I mean, we know that Consti has that ECL level experience. Like, he's not a guy who is bad by any means, but has been out of that ECL caliber team for a little bit of time now. Played Maine last season, and hey, he won Maine, to be fair, which is pretty good, but it's not the same. It's really not. So for me, I just think it's going to be difficult slotting in somebody new when you're already trying to deal with these moving pieces like Wolfie coming in just for this tournament.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see what Constant can do. Other than that main experience that you were talking about, with him winning out ESCA main, the last time we saw him play an official, at least on HLTV, was at the start of the year, January 17th. So, I mean, it's been a long time. It's been just over 9 months at this point. So, we're going to have to see what he's able to go ahead and pull out here. Maybe he's got something in his back pocket he's been ready and waiting for. So, it'll be interesting to see how he ultimately does. But I think it's going to be a very big uphill battle for him to really get back into the form he needs to here to allow Fluffy Aimers to look to prosper. Of course, one of the things we do need to take a quick peek at is, of course, the vetoes. The picks and bans going to be coming up on your screen now. And what do you guys expect out of this one?
This is a hard veto, actually, for Fluffy Aimers. The problem is that the map that they like to go to, Vertigo, that's kind of their punish pick right now for just about anything. It's the permaban of Legacy, and they let it through last time. They're not going to do that again. Legacy, no way. You know, it's Inferno banned out for Fluffy Aimers. That's their permaban as well. But it opens up the avenue for Nuke, and Nuke's been damn good. Legacy made Lag look silly on this map yesterday. Like it was not even particularly close, and it means that Fluffy Aimers are going to have to go somewhere that they aren't necessarily going to have a huge advantage in. And Dust 2 is where they've elected to go. I don't think there was a perfect place to go here. I think they could have gone Dust 2, could have gone Anubis, honestly. I think that would have been reasonable as well. But this is about as good as it gets.
Yeah, no, I mean, this series, it should be fairly competitive, to say the least. Mirage there for the deciders, that's going to be the weakest map for Fluffy Aimers. That'll be something to be a little bit concerned about when we get deeper on into this matchup. I mean, the last few matches that they play, they haven't had much success, losing to Timmerman and NRG most recently. So we'll have to see how they ultimately want to play Mirage out. But, I mean, Dust 2, it's a decent pick for them. It's something that Legacy are just as comfortable on, and that could be the concern point, but we'll have to see ultimately how Fluffy Aimers want to try and play this. And Grimmy, what are your thoughts on the series?
I think it's a pretty cool veto, because last time these two teams played, you said it was not too long ago, 14 days ago, Vertigo was in the veto instead of Dust 2, so Legacy changed up their insta-pick, so for Fluffy Aimers, they're trying to identify a weakness. But I think going on to Dust 2 is way worse than a Vertigo. And the fact that Fluffy Aimers had to scrape through a double overtime victory on Vertigo kind of shows the testament of maybe misplay from the veto from Legacy. Mirage as well was picked by Legacy, so that's the decider. So we see a completely different first two maps played out. And as you mentioned, Legacy have looked pretty good on Nuke recently. You mentioned against Lag. So I think this probably is looking like a 2-0. And then if we go to Mirage, even though Fluffy Aimers did win last time, look, like Legacy are confident enough to pick into it. They're going to have done their homework, and they're not going to make that mistake a second time.
Yeah, no, certainly. They're definitely going to be ready and raring to go onto it. It'll be interesting to see how they ultimately do it, though. I mean, since that Fluffy Aimers match that we saw them play on Mirage, where we saw Fluffy Aimers take it up, we have seen Legacy play it 4 times, beating out Nouns 3 of those times, which is a little bit brutal to see. And then, of course, Revenge Nation as well. So, I mean, right now, when it comes to that map, it's been a really good run of form for them. They've started to really try and make sure that it's 100%, and I can't blame them on that. Last time was a bit of an upset, 13-10 the way Fluffy Aimers, but I doubt they're going to allow anything like that again.
Yes and no. I think that Fluffy Aimers, the hard part of this team, to beat this team rather, is that even though they're chopping and changing a lot of pieces at the moment, the strengths are still the strengths. Right, Slump is a guy that everybody's kind of talking about as this rising star, and it's for obvious reasons. He puts up some crazy numbers against some very good opposition, and that, I mean, it's less so against teams like Legacy, but that can still happen here tonight. Jason's been doing similarly strong on the rifling, but even beyond that, I think one of the unsung heroes of this Fluffy Aimers team is what I think was actually their greatest asset in their game against Timmerman yesterday, it was Brett and the mid round that he as an in-game leader provides. I mean, on Vertigo in particular, he had Timberman wrapped around his fingers. He knew exactly what he was doing. He would push and pull the defense in super intelligent ways, and the swiftness of mid-round calling, the decisions that were being made were just so impressive out of the in-game leaders. So I think that as much as Fluffy Gamers come into this as huge underdogs, no doubt about that, I do want to give some credit that particularly on a Dust 2 and then a Mirage, where I think that those basics, those reactions can be super powerful. I think they're always in for a chance.
Yeah, no, we'll have to see if they're able to create those chances, though. I mean, it's going to come down to seeing how things get sort of legged into this. It's going to be a bit of a brawl, to say the least, for Fluffy Gamers. It's going to be something that they might struggle to get into, but I do expect at least some comfortability out of Legacy coming into this matchup. They're a team that I fully expected to see going into the grand finals. Granted, the matchup that I thought we were going to see was Nouns versus Legacy. That's what I was guessing. But I think that, you know, it's just a bit of a shame. But, folks, I think we still got ourselves just a little bit more time. I guess we'll hang out here for a little bit longer. But, I mean, coming into this, with this Boss Legacy Grand Final possibly being on the horizon, what do you guys expect to see come out of this?
I'd say Boss looked pretty good on both of the maps, even though there were overtimes. It felt like they warmed up into the series and started playing significantly better Counter-Strike towards both of the end of the maps, with both individuals and also really good team play. Like, I felt Cryptic was calling a great game, and the flashes from Boss were honestly very impressive in how they were able to set up the individuals, and a big reason why Fruit Cup was able to get like the kills on one. My question is will they be able to like keep that performance up against Legacy at the start of the games and not allow Legacy to roll over them?
No, we'll have to see. But of course, we do have ourselves a little bit of a break in between now and then. So we'll be back in roughly 2 minutes as we're looking to get into this first map.
Alrighty, second semifinal and the chance at the Grands here available. Nuke pick of Legacy. It's been a home ground for them. They bested Lag on it yesterday. We'll see if they can take some NA talent to task once again.
Legacy looking to reclaim their title. And I think they're in pole position to do so. Just have to get past Fluffy Gamers on their map pick now. Starting on the P side, and it looks like they want to do an inner pop of some sorts. Doing the classic, wait for someone to drop hut. They hear that. Oh, they're going ramp. It's It's almost like everyone does this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is the same pistol they ran yesterday, actually. Exactly the same. So Fluffy Aimers were watching their tape. Maybe they'll know. It's 2 players here towards the ramp, but the J-Hall player gonna fall back, and Consti, unknown, unspotted for the time being. Legacy, they actually let one player get stuck in here, and then they're gonna fall back away, but Consti's got all the information, even though he gets traded.
Neckers needs to react to his player close by. Won't be able to. Wolfie, great kill there. Continues the advantage for Fluffy Aimers. And it puts Legacy in a really awkward position where they don't really know where to go. But overextension with the Bane for Wolfie. And Fluffy Aimers, though, should have information of players dropping ramp. And that's why we do see them starting to react down towards this B-bomb site.
Yeah, they're making the moves. That Molotov, though, going to force Jason back enough that the bomb should be able to get planted pretty easily. And it's from these positions that Legacy are so good. Sadzin gets his as the single door position gets removed. And it's all up to Slump. USP in hand at 1v3 at task now. And all of Legacy on the left-hand side of this bomb site. Nobody overswinging either. Once they get that information, Legacy just tuck in. Don't give them a fight. Not even a little bit. Slump's already lost this. It's just a matter of time.
Good pistol round from Legacy, because many different avenues you wouldn't have expected Legacy to win out there. Oh, sorry, I thought players just dropped there for a second. I was like, damn, that was a quick technical pause. Yeah, like there's so many different positions where I was like, okay, Legacy just aren't winning this pistol round. Like they've got nowhere to go. If they don't get given any fights, it's going to be really awkward. But yeah, they just kind of take a lot of these duels quite easily and quite handedly, which is somewhat of a surprise. Fluffy Aimers overextending, not expecting flashbangs, all of that jazz. But for now, it's going to be a force buy for Legacy as well, trying to find some rebuttal against the full purchase.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, what they can do with these MP9s. You know, you'd say a map like Nuke, one of the best places to utilize these weapons, but close the distance a little bit, and close they do. Jason further forward, but out on an island, and I think that's an issue. That's what you were kind of zoning in upon with what you were saying there a moment ago, in some of the issues Fluffy Aimers are having in that pistol round. Just got isolated. You know, not necessarily bad fights, but fights where there wasn't any backup. Same true of Jason, though he gets the 1-for-1. It's a trade that Fluffy Aimers aren't going to be, like, horrifically angry with, but it certainly doesn't favor them.
It's a great reaction, though. Really good reaction this round. They identify that they've lost all of outside and don't go down towards B. They just basically stack inner. They have full lobby control. And Brett, ooh, that's the bomb. This is juicy, but it's a bit scared. Feels like he has to take further fights to try and battle his way out, and that will be his downfall. So continuously we have Legacy trading out. But now they need to identify that lobby is in complete control of Fluffy Aimers, and Wolfie is ahead of that Molotov. This could be devastating for the Brazilians, but Wolfie cannot capitalize upon his advanced position. Slump, worst weapon for the job under heaven. Did anything but a scout, you could be cautious of that. But realistically, Legacy, they've done enough with their trading in and out onto this A bomb side, and Consti with an MP9 is left to pick up the scraps, get a kill, see what damage he can get maybe.
Yeah, I mean, $600 extra and an escape would be like the best case scenario here probably. But gotta give props to Legacy. They're super aware of the gaps in their defense, so to speak, and it is going to be the kill and the escape actually for Consti. So let's say job done. Looking for what he was trying to get out of there, and he does. But yeah, Dumal just super hyper aware of that possibility that somebody's towards door, particularly when their entire team is outside the whole round trying to post down towards secret. And understanding that Fluffy Aimers probably a reaction out of them as well to crunch towards lobby once they lose that control outside.
A good reaction for Fluffy Aimers, it just doesn't suffice for a round one.
No.
You do have Consti saving the MP9, so there's something in this round. But look, when they get on the rifles, if they still do have those good reactions, then that could warrant a victory. But in this round, Legacy, they're just cruising down towards the B bomb site and outside. They've got massive amount of space naturally against the pistols that's being awarded to them. They're taking a lot of liberties here. And their most important thing this round is just don't get caught off guard by Consti, who's got the MP9. Don't walk into a stack. Just group up, play together, and be methodical about your processes.
And I think that that's one of the biggest strengths of Legacy. In this region in particular that isn't particularly good at those things, I think they are a team super well drilled that have those little bits and pieces really nailed down. That's where I think that Legacy's skill shows out more than anything else, even though you have those pieces like Dumao and Lotto and Sadzen who are superstars in their own right in this region.
And they do have, like, a ton of experience. Like, a lot of these guys have played at the best level of Counter-Strike, both regionally and internationally. So it's like, it's not a massive surprise that that they have these fundamentals and these protocols. It feels like a team that should do well in North America and is. Just maybe that one discrepancy of losing to Fluffy Aimers in the Revival Cup. But apart from that, they've qualified for two European events, one online that could warrant a LAN, and then one on LAN, the RMRs, Clean and ECL. Like, they could be going for an ESL Pro League spot, most certainly. They're just going to kind of have to contend with, like, Wildcard, M80, when we get into the latter stages of that season.
I mean, no doubt about it. Like, I mean, they played in CCT South America, actually. That's why they weren't in Series 2 here for NA. Is that during the player break, they were back at home. And they played in the South America CCT. I think it was Series 3, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it was Series 2.
Top 4.
And yeah, they made top 4. They were... I mean, I think it was Kane who they got beat by, but like they looked good there too. So I'm excited to see them internationally. I feel like they haven't been tested in that. Funny to talk about it. I've been at DreamHack Atlanta here, and other Brazilian teams like Audit getting tested internationally and getting rocked, unfortunately.
I was Atlanta. Good crack.
It's been fun. It's been a good time.
Still there?
I actually live there, so yeah.
Oh, ideal. Take a little diversion during the day.
Yep, exactly. Go cast a little bit of the bad game.
No, this is the good game.
I know.
This is the best game. This A-pop though, not the best A-pop.
Yikes.
Yeah. Yikes indeed.
They just didn't have the little bit of information there that Consti already down the vent. So clear, not expecting anything. Legacy, they thought they had the open avenue. Nope. Not at all.
Yeah, you were sat in the crowd and you were like, oh, watching M80 Wildcard. What's on now? It's like Saw Bet Boom. You're just rubbing your hands and you go, right guys, off to cast Fluffy Aimers versus Legacy. You were like, oh, this today God has given me a gift.
It's true. I was actually in the crowd there. There's probably a crowd shot of me. I was watching Slack's farm.
Slack's farm, European talent. My goat.
I know this is not what you're supposed to say, but I'm a huge fan of Sin.
Attaboy. By the way, I've got a bone to pick with the analysts on Atlantic, because they are spreading misinformation about Sin.
No.
They were saying that he wasn't good as an IGL in Europe.
That's fake news. That is fake news. I agree.
Sin got dragged through the mud in Big. He got promoted. First of all, the academy team with not many good pieces was still doing really well. And then secondly, because he was IGLing on that. Secondly, he gets brought into Big with the understanding he's going to be IGL. And they go,
actually, no.
No. Actually, you're going to be put on like small site anchor and Tapson's going to continue to IGL. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, what are they smoking over here? I was like, my boy Sin's getting unfairly treated.
Sin alignment aside. Wolfie. Oh my goodness, the adjustment, Wolfie. Triple spray down from him on the Legacy upper hit. And, I mean, this is just a missing flashbang or two, to be honest with you. But the biggest issue, just got to get that trade. Wolfie's so quick on the adjustments. And this is what I'm talking about, where I think Legacy have everything set in stone, like what they should be able to do in this series, but there's some it factor from these guys on Fluffy Aimers that can sometimes just win them games.
Yeah, I mean, pretty awkward 2 rounds there from Legacy, just running straight at the A bomb site, neither prevailing. They've gone down B, they've gone outside, they've gone through A. This eco round is just going to try and test some of the individuals. Eagles already racking up at least 1 kill. I really rate the fact that Jason couldn't have taken a more exposed duel there. He's like, Ecos? Do I smell eco frags? Yummy, yummy, yummy.
You gotta get the meeks, you know? I understand.
We died to a Glock!
Yeah, we did. That did happen. But it's Dumal's Glock. Does that change anything for you?
I feel like he has extra penetration on that Glock. Like it's like he just does.
He's loaded
more
it
damage.
with like high
velocity
ammo.
Yeah, he's got high velocity ammo as a trait that no one else realizes they can have, but he does.
He's unlocked it.
He's unlocked it.
He put in enough time.
He hit the kill streak for it.
Well, it's a good time to utilize it on a round like that, where you know the Glock's gonna have to be your best friend.
Okay. T-side nuke. Ooh, what a lovely position to be in. Not as T-sided as it once was, to be fair. It's definitely evened out a lot.
It's not even the...
Oh, we're going A again. Nope, we're going down vent. Oh, we were going down vent, but we were unable to do so. We are dead. Sorry, Legacy need to realize that the A bomb site ain't it, Chief.
No, I think particularly these early A-bomb site hits. Like, it's Fluffy Aimers starting out, you know, 2 players, even a third towards mini, oftentimes, towards this site. And, you know, especially when they have the utility trying to break through here is just not a winning strategy. I think that if they want to do these upper site hits, they're going to need to keep it a little bit more towards the late round.
Keep it real. It's a good reset from Legacy, though. Luckily for them, their casualty came out very early on in the round, so they still had time to reposition, but the issue is they reset perfectly. Fluffy Aimers were just completely ready, though, to disintegrate them, and Wolfie is in the unknown as well. Sadison's like, dude, how many players are here? There was one top silo. There was one under heaven, and now Wolfie plays peekaboo and comes around the corner at the perfect time. Shadow's been spotted, Lato, a dead man walking, and Wolfie cleans up the final 2 kills with ease. Fluffy Aimers yet to drop a gun round.
So this is what I mean when I said that Fluffy Aimers have really good reactions. They're quick about the reactions. They know what to do. It's so quick when Legacy are leaving lobby there. Immediately, Wolfie is coming back in, or it wasn't Wolfie, rather, whoever was top silo, I don't recall. But it must have been Jason, I would assume. Regardless, they're in lobby instantaneously. Fluffy Aimers, that's been their strength here lately, and I've been really impressed with what they've been able to do there. You saw how much it caught Legacy off guard in that round.
In Legacy, there's definitely a world where they probably weren't expecting these sort of reactions coming out for Fluffy Aimers. Like, praise given where praise given. Like, they've actually been looking pretty well on the C side. And, yeah, Legacy have yet to win a gun round. They've only won, like, the pistol, forced by Eco, yada, yada, yada. Slumps out. Ooh, I don't know. This is a weird one, because, like, Slump either hits an absolute banger, or gets saved by his teammate. Collateral? Okay, he actually hits the collab. Where did Consti go? Consti went back around the corner. Okay.
I don't know. I thought for sure that they were going to do the old swing, flying, jumping to take the crosshair away and then go back. But this is what I'm talking about. Look at Brett and Consti right now. Like, they're instantly looking to re-clear. They've just been killed here in this location. And this is what I think Brett does really well, just as a caller.
Yeah, you reclaim space like perfectly. Because you also identify that like you have players ramp and they don't take any space off that. So you're like, well, they've backed off lobby. And yeah, re-aggression's super nice. The AWP gets saved by Consti. Fluffy aimers. Honestly, pretty happy with everything that's going on right now. Like, these rounds are quite clean. They've been consistently getting opening kills. Legacy needs they need to do something soon. I know it sounds a bit crude, but like, they're playing
No, you're
very,
right.
yeah, they're playing very slow CS, and it feels like they're not actually putting pressure on the map in an effective way to cause like fluffy aimers to be uncomfortable. And that's something you see a lot from South American teams.
I mean, I think the missing piece for me right now, Legacy's really effective at their outside control a lot. I think once they set the tone, like what they're doing in this round, I think they've recognized it very quickly. They need to get somebody down secret in order to set things up for the rest of their T half very often, and they hadn't done that at that point until now. No way. No way Jason's getting away with a second there.
Yeah, this is, I don't know, this is, ooh. Okay, I was gonna say, go in for these more, like, further kills, not a fan. Like, actively not a fan of, like, Wolfie forcing the issue there, but it works out, annoyingly. Also, Brett catches one off on A main, like, realizing that they have to re-aggress. What's going on? Sadison 1 versus 3. He vaguely knows where Brett is. He knew he was on A. Doesn't know about Slump, so he takes a moment coming out from single door. He's heard Brett tap at the bomb. Brett's realized it's a tap. Door open. Brett spams, closes it right back on his face. Brett playing peekaboo, and then he teabags to put insult to injury. There you go. I love NACS, dude.
Yeah, I do too. I got to talk to Brett. I actually got to cast a game with him at Frog Chicago last month. And dude's just really smart, to be honest with you. Has a great mind for the game.
You'd hope
and
so.
Also likes a little smack talk. Likes to get down with it, which I can appreciate.
The perfect combination, smart but also a little bit BME. I actually really like those like local grassroots events where they get like pro players on the mic. Like we do it at Epic, we get coaches on, and like players on who are comfortable to cast, and it's really interesting hearing the insight. Like Pro League-esque, right?
Yeah.
Okay, A-pop. This one's not working. Oh, we're going down vents. This is different. Okay, so Dumal gives his life for the cause in a sense. We get down to B, but this is when it actually gets hard. Like this is when it gets difficult because you got to hold on to this B bomb site.
Yeah, particularly difficult when you talk about the amount of utility that's coming back in here. There is just one Molotov. That's onto Jason. And hold on. Everybody's going ramp? There's just one exception in the form of, okay, goodbye, Brett. See you later. Never mind. No exceptions here. Don't know how he's tracked that through the smoke. Sadson about to make the play. About to make the move. And going to win the round. In fact, it's Barton to get that kill in some way. Somehow. This has gone awry. All of that utility that I was talking about ends up being the undoing of Fluffy Aimers.
Sometimes it's just simpler to run out with your gun out. Sometimes it's like, guys, like, do we need to use all the utility? I mean, great round from Sadison nonetheless. Like, he takes the cake there. Okay, Legacy, that's their way back in. Still yet to win a gun round, technically. I'm not counting that. That's still like a half by win, so...
I mean, they have Tech Knives, I agree.
Yeah, like, that isn't a gun round. So hopefully this might... I find it amazing that it's 4-6, and we literally haven't seen them win on a gun. But this could be the round.
I can say with certainty, though, the things that Legacy do well, they understand... They very quickly come to understand what's gone wrong in the server on previous rounds and make adjustments. That's one of them. Where they see some of the issues and make a change in order to get into a post plant instead, and they convert. That's where you can rely on those individuals like Sadson to help pull it over the line. Legacy slowed things down. You said that it had been a little bit slow. Honestly, I think it had been too fast for them in some of these previous rounds.
Oh, yeah, true. The A-pops are way too abrasive, I agree, yeah.
And I like that they're slowing it down here. It's what they did in the previous gun round that I was talking about, where they were working this outside control.
That was a... Why did he peek that? What was the need? I feel like Legacy have been just gifted those kills outside. I don't. Whoever was the second player to die, don't necessarily blame him. That is quite unlucky timing. But whoever that, I think it was Jason peeked around the smoke. Like, what was the game plan there? Like, this, I don't know. Either way, surely Fluffy Aimers don't win this round. Like, 4 versus
Maybe.
3. Oh my god, Wolfie doubles down. Okay, they know about Slump. He's dropped down onto the A bomb site. This actually could be an unknown entity for them. They might not expect him to be on the back of the bomb site, and especially with this Molotov, they might think they're in the clear, but they're not. 3 seconds. Oh, time's running down. Doomao runs out, and then Slump kills him off the time. Oh no, Legacy dropped the ball in the 5 versus 3.
I told you, it's the NA talent coming to bear for Fluffy Aimers. Slump, the new kid on the block, and showing off a little bit in the 1v2. But it wasn't just that. I mean, was under a ton of pressure. First and foremost, under Heaven, but apparently we got a little tech issue and we're going to head to a short break.
Well, we were having some quality time, but apparently there's some Counter-Strike on, so that matters more. Legacy, this should have been a 6-6 half in a lot of different aspects, but Legacy yet still win a round on the rifles, and this is not starting off well. They are being pulverized coming out on this A bomb site, and not once have Fluffy Aimers capitulated here on the upper bomb site.
No, I mean, it's just sloppy, honestly, from Legacy. Like, the things that I was talking about, their executes being well drilled, it's not on those upper hits, to be honest with you. And I think that, to be fair, there's part of that is on Fluffy Aimers. I think Fluffy Aimers do a good job of dealing with it. You know, it's two sides of the same coin. But for me at least, put Legacy into position. And I thought they looked good yesterday, especially on those types of upper hits. Feels like they were out of ideas really fast in that T half.
which is somewhat worrying that they picked into this map. I said it was gonna be a 2 over Legacy. That ain't looking like we gotta see something more. Yeah, we gotta see way more from them on the C side.
I think that, you know, unfortunately for me, one of the biggest, and I didn't initially think this, it was actually Cole and Tony that kind of were convincing me slowly, but I think I've been convinced that some of the weakest parts of Legacy's team right now is Nekiz's calling.
Oh
And
yeah.
I think we saw some of those weaknesses really come out in that last half. I think, like I said, they looked like they were out of ideas, but even beyond that, kind of felt like the default to let's fast upper hit, because that'll work on a lot of these North American teams very often. It kind of felt like they got stuck in that.
I guess you have like it's like almost a fallacy moving to America, because you can do things against so many teams that work, but then when you actually come against these guys, like that isn't going to work so successfully. That lobby crunch does not work very well. Player's door should not be taking the first contact there, but the retake is potentially on. Sadazin, ooh, coming from door, gets saved by Barton. Wolfie now a 1 versus 2. He is nowhere to go. He's trapped from both ends of the spectrum. Dancing and prancing. This dual Beretta can't quite connect on anything. And Legacy, that is the ideal start going into this second half now.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see. They flood the execution, that's for sure. But Dumount saved them. Dumount, by the way, I said this yesterday, and the more I think about the statement, the more I agree with myself, funnily enough. I think Dumount might be the best player with dualies in the region. And I don't know that it's close. He gets them basically every pistol round on the CT side, and I would, you know, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, but if I was, I would bet the over, and it'd be over 2 every time.
Oh yeah, I don't know what any of that means. So.
Oh, you don't? Basically, for the non-betting friends in the audience, I would be betting that he gets over 2 kills, so 2-point-something kills per pistol round when he has the duels.
I can imagine that'd be some crazy odds.
And I think I'd make some cash. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if anybody offers those types.
Listen, this is not legal
prop
advice.
bets.
This is not legal advice. We cannot be held accountable for what you do with your money. However, if you are going to gamble, because there's a lot of gambling sponsors around, make sure you do it responsibly. Make sure you do it when you're over 18. Make sure you can have the money to afford to gamble, and let it be in a fun and safe environment, not something that you depend on.
That's a good point. Safety first. Always got to be keeping that in mind. Fluffy Aimers, try to keep in mind that they had a great first half. After that loss, though, it's a little bit of a devastating one. Second tag, okay. I don't know how Slump gets a third tag off the back of that. Sadzen with a little bit of a missed shot initially, opens the door for it, and now even the SMG here that Jason's wielding becomes a lot more effective than it would have otherwise been.
It's such a weird position where it's like Slump's done so much, but without a kill. So he's kind of relying on the rest of his teammates to then do the heavy lifting here and actually finish them off. That's another bit of damage. Dumao is now the only player who's on healthy HP. Luckily, though, that's where he's going to be taking the contact towards Ram. Barton, 2 HP. Dude, this guy just swings for the fences. It actually succeeds. Constantly now trying to run for the hills. And the fact that Legacy keep it flawless in this round needs to be studied.
They had, I think, 200 health combined over all 5 players by the end of that round. And 50% of that was on Dumao. Yeah, I mean, Fluffy Aimers, they should have probably gotten more out of that, if I'm being really honest with you. They don't. It doesn't work out. The force buy fails, and so Legacy get a little bit of breathing room. And as much as I think that there's a lot of criticism to be levied at that T-half, the CT half that Legacy have that is the bread and butter. They're decent enough on their T side, but their CT halves on this map have been really helping them out.
Definitely helps when you go back-to-back flawless rounds. Like money's booming. The economy's soaring. We ain't no Great Depression. Okay, this is all of a sudden Legacy. We were like, damn, these guys suck on nuke. So all of a sudden, like, whoa, 1-round game, they can still win this out. This gun round.
Hold on.
I was okay. We didn't say it. We were thinking it. We didn't say it, but like, I put it out there. I threw it out. Don't hate me. Don't kill the messenger.
I hate you specifically. No.
Yeah, everyone like Legacy, they just hate. They're like this Grimmy guy.
He's so mean.
Also, Lato just threw the nade at the door. I think he thought it was broken. That was a funny watch from the X-ray.
Well, it's probably broken now, huh?
I know it's not. It bounced really far back.
No! Oh,
It just
it's okay.
It's so funny to watch from X-ray.
You got the kill. You got the kill. It's fine.
Not the kill that you'd expect, but it's still a
No.
kill. Wait, what his neck is doing? Why is he just back turned outside? Okay.
Wait. Oh.
This is okay. 4 versus 4. Fluffy Emmers are resetting themselves. They're leaving lobby. Legacy, they have no control outside. Fluffy Aimers are going to try cappers upon that. Issue is, they actually don't really have the utility for it. Like, they could throw a smoke in main. That would give them a lot of space, but that is then their final smoke. So, you've got to make sure you utilize this. And yet, there you go. Smoke in main. We can go down secret. We can wrap heaven. 35 seconds. Got to make that decision soon.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that the time is starting to expire, and honestly, they're sort of out of it to go down secret at this point, unless they tried to like drop vent. But even then, so are they just gonna? They're just gonna wait this smoke and go A? Oh, that'll do. That'll do very nicely indeed. Sadzin's still here on the site, and Barton not far off. Flashbang to avert the rise, and it's a double entry from Wolfie. Time it's close, but they get the numbers punched in, and just barely. This is Fluffy Aimers continuing to show what they're worth on gun rounds. You were locked in on that all first half, and for good reason. We're starting it again.
One day, Legacy will win a gun round. One day. I believe.
But will it be today?
It's actually crazy that it's 9-7 and Legacy are yet to win a gun round. That's just so funny to me.
I mean, that'll happen when you win 2 pistols.
Yeah, they've won both pistols and converted them both 3-0 in total. Or like 6-0 in total, I guess, rather 3-0 each way. Right. If I'm the coach, I'm a little bit head and hands right there, because push lobby. You got 3 players on A. That would have probably been the best idea. Sit on the A bomb site. Probably not the best case. You have just enough utility for Fluffy Aimers. Like, literally just enough to make it work. And with 6 seconds remaining, they get the bomb plant. They start typing the digits in. That is 1 kill away from the round being won.
I think that's the point that I'm so, like, in awe of, is that one thing going wrong for Fluffy Aimers would have been the end of that round. Like, just a little bit slower on getting that double for Wolfie. But Sadzin, it's not actually been a lot of ops that he's been able to have. He finally has one and shows the door to Slump on the other side of it. He's going to grab the op from the floor. And Fluffy Aimers, they had a clear intention, clear idea of what they wanted to do this round if they had gotten that ramp pick. But now that it doesn't go to plan, their strategy being tested.
Is he in secret or is he back garage? Neck is. It's in the case of garage.
Garage.
Secret would have been really good right now. Because they seem like they want to go down. Only 1 for now. Bomb hasn't crossed. By the way, we're talking about outside, even though we're watching Wolfie. Yeah, okay. Bomb gets down. They don't make footsteps, but they show that they're still there with util. Do you have a player down? It's Dumao. Seems like he's on the rafters. And yeah, Sada's a great smoke, actually. Drops the smoke, walks down.
This is exactly what Wolfie's looking for.
Great play from Wolfie. If he actually does press through further, he needs to take this timing now, because the time, like, he's kind of losing the timing, but Consti's giving him that timing. Oh, okay, double entry on B. It's another very slow burner for Fluffy Aimers. They do that whole round from a man disadvantage, and Legacy don't have a single rebuttal because they are super stagnant on the CT side.
That is the word of the day, honestly. And now that, I mean, this is just nearly an impossible one to break through. Constantine grabbing a second with Yacht, they'll flash in, and it's a trade. Blinded with Zlato, and Barton alone runs away. He's usually good for a clutch or two, but I don't think I would give this a try either. This is Fluffy Aimers calling a really good T side right now. Their ability to work back, you know, disadvantages, or even that 4-on-4, for example, that they won back, or what was a 5-on-3 for Legacy, if I recall correctly. The fact that they're allowed to just walk around and make, like, there's nobody there to stop them when they regroup outside, then cross outside, go down secret. Nobody even sees them until they're on B.
Okay, so Legacy, they can beat Wildcard. They can beat NRG. They can beat Nouns. They can beat everybody. However, Fluffy Aimers, now, they say hold my beer. Because they are Legacy's kryptonite, apparently. Then you said it was one of their 3 losses in the last, was it 4 weeks?
Yep.
Is against Fluffy Aimers. How about make it 2? We're still very early doors, but we're setting the scene, as one might say. How does Brett get away with that? There was a lovely double setup towards ramp, and Brett just has the perfect utility and the perfect code to break that down. Fluffy Aimers this time not starting with a man's advantage, they're starting with a man advantage.
I can't say that I expected anything like this from Nuke for Fluffy Aimers. I thought this was a map that Legacy had every single time. And they still could, don't get me wrong. You know, this is not over yet, but that 5-on-3 loss and then that last round have really sold me. Sadson. Oh, you can respect the proactivity. That's what Legacy had been lacking. That's what we were criticizing them about in the last round. But they go about it in this round, right into the Fluffy Aimers crosshairs. Again, a call where they are waiting and looking for that re-aggression. Legacy happy to oblige.
Ain't looking good, Chief. It ain't looking good. Well, Fluffy Aimers identify where Lato is, so the bomb just goes out the other way, goes down ramp. And Lato's also limited. There's no save for him. Man, what do you do if you're Legacy right now? Like, actually, what do you do? You haven't won a gun round. And now you're on an eco. Do you force? Do you play for regulation? Do you then take the eco and play for overtime? Either way, you're in an awful, uncomfortable position.
I think they've lost this map, is the uncomfortable truth of it. I know that is premature, but the way that Fluffy Aimers are just approaching this game right now is better. You know, it's silly and as obvious as that is. Legacy making, I would say, some uncharacteristic mistakes, but honestly a little bit characteristic in that I think that their weaknesses shown right here are the weaknesses that we know that they have. We just haven't seen the upside, which you usually do. You know, Dumal, not a good game out of him, but you are getting it from Sadzin and Lotto, who you also expect to be performing. So it's hard to even say there's an individual problem right now.
Oh, it's certainly a systemic issue. Like, this isn't something you pin down to individuals. Like, yeah, this isn't, like, there's not an individual you look at and you're like, yeah, the problem. It's definitely something to do with the team, be it communication, be it, I don't know, like, you shouldn't have confidence issues, but there seemingly have some issues when it comes to reacting to plays and even making the right plays at the majority of these instances. So, Fluffy Aimers, they have 5 opportunities now to go one step closer to the grand finals. A very unlikely candidate when you saw this bracket. But they have fought thick and thin, and they might just be taking Legacy's map pick from right underneath their nose.
It might be fitting. I opened this show saying that the most unlikely of victors have happened throughout this bracket already. Fluffy Aimers win here would cap it. Pretty much the most unlikely of ways. Wolfie, are you kidding me? Gonna overheat maybe a little bit. It's Brett to walk through the smoke after Wolfie gets that kill, thinking there's space where none exists, and it's Nekiz who's gonna move forward as well. They're just kissing inside the smoke. They think maybe that there's an avenue through, and there's not. Nekiz is there. Heads up play from Nekiz.
Okay, looking to survive or to die another day, our legacy. But Fluffy Gamers have come back from these disadvantageous positions before. And if Jason is able to utilize his position correctly, this could be devastating. Sadison,
doesn't know.
But then, does Sadison give off a sound cue for Jason to go off on? Scope, I don't know if it would have been heard from the distance that Jason was away. Up the ladder we go. Quiet. Okay. 35 seconds. Time is certainly of the essence. Timing. Ooh, that's the information that Jason needed. He's going to be relaying all of this. Mouse and motor. No scope missed. 3 versus 3. You've got an awful position now for Bartim. He's trapped, isolated on this A-bomb site. There is a player that was ready to come up vent. Now he's walked away. Do they clear second vent? Dumao spotted, Barton eliminated, Nekiz has to try and come in to protect his teammate. Dumao whiffs his shot, tries to deny the bomb being picked up. It's so scrappy. 5 seconds. Bomb will be
no!
What's happening? Nekiz is running though. Nekiz is running. There's a second left. Oh, he dies after time. Legacy, hold on just about.
That's a round of Counter-Strike for sure. So many missteps. I'm not quite sure why Legacy are rotating off of A when their Heaven player goes down there. I feel like they thought that when the Heaven player goes down, that Fluffy Immers had just caught a timing. Like, he was all 3 there, like, under Heaven, and they were going to just snap towards ramp or something. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Either way, that's not what happens, and then whatever the hell we just watched there. Jason not punching in the numbers. Here's the audio cue. Gets off of it. Realizes he doesn't have time. Only for Nekiz to give up the whole gambit. I don't know.
He didn't hear the audio cue when he came off it the first time.
Oh, you're right. He did.
Yeah. No,
anyway,
he heard
still
it the
puzzled.
second time. Bizarre. Yeah.
But Wolfie good for another opening frag. And this is what I mean when this guy just looks so much better right now in Fluffy Aimers than he ever did on Limitless, I think.
Oh, okay, that's it. As soon as we had success and hope for Legacy, where they won their first gun round of the game, they won a gun round, and it all comes crashing down, so it actually results in naught. So as much as you might be happy, you're actually going to sit there and you're going to go, wow, what a crap game of CS from us. It's our map pick, and we have not shut up to play whatsoever. You're about to lose your map pick. You're about to go on to Fluffy Aimers, and they're going to be feeling very confident. Sadison, a few constellation kills. A 1 versus 5, I'm not even going to amuse the fact this is possible. Jory's a kit, Jory's a smoke, they know exactly where he is. He's thundering around, 5 HP now, it's only a matter of time. Fake flash, yeah, we're not that stupid. Fluffy Aimers say they annihilate him, and that's it. Fluffy Aimers, this bracket just keeps on throwing all the possibilities at us.
It's been a crazy CCT North America, and it feels like this is a fitting way to send us to a grand final. It could be over quicker than we had imagined. All of that, though, would be coming up. A nuke, though, that there's a lot to talk about, and too much to say about it, at least for the two of us. We got Dugade waiting on the sidelines to talk it through. We'll let him take it away.
Yeah, I mean, what an absolute staggering map out of Fluffy Aimers. They were surely, well, they weren't the favorites. We were looking at Legacy to try and take their own map pick in a fairly dominant way, seemingly. We were looking for them to have that success that we expected out of them, and unfortunately, it just never came to fruition. Like the guys were saying, they won a total of 1 gun round. So everything else was, it was just an amalgamation of pistols and force buys, and I mean, that just results in Fluffy Aimers having a pretty decent time of it. Of course, as things got started off, we saw Legacy looking to start off things on the right foot, winning out the pistol, getting to the first 3. It was 3-0, and it was like, well, this could start to be a bit more of a dominant affair. We could see it start to really snowball. snowball and spiral out of control, and Fluffy Gamers might not be able to pick it up. And of course, they eventually did, and they made a very solid run of rounds, a 6-round streak, immediately coming into round 4. And then after that, they were just dropped another round there during that first half, and then picked up the last 2, and absolutely brilliantly done by them. Of course, you were looking at players like Wolf, Brett, Jason coming up and coming online in major ways that allowed their team to really do that. There were a couple of moments, I think it was Wolfie that had himself an absolutely staggering spray down. I think it might have been round 4 or 5, and it was absolutely wonderful out of them. Meanwhile, Legacy, they just looked a little bit disjointed. Coming into the CT side, we really did expect them to start to pick things up, and they did out of the gate, again, able to win out the pistol round, win out the first 3, and then again, by round 4, we just started seeing Fluffy Gamers come back online. They got a run of 4, got themselves up to map points, and then, well, Legacy, they had a lease life, but it was sold away incredibly quickly, and Fluffy Gamers just go ahead and take themselves the first map, and the map pick of Legacy, which is completely unexpected. I was coming into this series thinking, okay, guys, we need to look for Legacy to win out first map, second map go the way of Fluffy Gamers, and then they can look to go ahead and maybe look to play for that reverse sweep. And that isn't necessary anymore. We could look at Fluffy Gamers doing this in 2 yet again. This would be the second time in a row where we've seen Fluffy Gamers go ahead and beat out Legacy 2-0, and that's going to call into question, well, Legacy, they're obviously having some issues that need to be addressed, because if we're seeing Fluffy Gamers starting to religiously beat them in these manners, it could be quite devastating to see how this team could take shape, especially as they're about to be going on their international run. Like, they've got 3 events that they're going to be heading out of country for to go ahead and compete and try to get up on that next stage, but things could start to look a little bit scary for them while they're still here in North America if they're losing matches like this. So really, we've got to look at map 2, and we've got to look for the bounce back of Legacy coming up into this. We've got to look at Dust 2 to go their way. If they don't, and we see this done in 2 by Fluffy Gamers, things are going to be called into question incredibly quickly about their international run coming up in the next couple of days. So, folks, please don't go anywhere. That map's coming up next. It's going to be interesting to see if Fluffy Gamers do this in 2, or if Legacy are going to bounce back with surprise to put themselves 2-1. Anyways, we'll be back in a bit.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back. It is that time for map number 2, and a very concerning point for Legacy, surprisingly enough. It's 13-8 there on the map of Nuke, going the way of the Fluffy Aimers, taking away the map pick of Legacy, and now they're heading into their own with an advantage, and things are a little bit scary. But Vincent, off of that last map, what are you thinking?
I think it's concerning, it's especially concerning because Fluffy Aimers didn't do anything crazy. I think they played their own game. They did what they have typically been able to do. And I think that Legacy ended up falling into a lot of traps. They were really one-dimensional on their T side. I think they tried to make adjustments, but it was a little bit slow. Yeah. And then on the CT side, they continued to look like they only had kind of like one game plan. When that didn't go as they had anticipated, they got stunned.
I mean, it was a little bit surprising to see, but I mean, as Legacy are going to be coming into this map, hopefully with fire in their veins. Grammy, what are you thinking about this?
Legacy are probably the favorites at this stage in the tournament, and they are not playing like it. It's really worrying, not only for if they do manage to make their way through this series, but for the prospect of playing against Boss that did look a lot cleaner overall in their series. But I've got a feeling Fluffy Aimers close it out 2-0 here, and that completely contradicts my opening thought process of Legacy being the dominant force here. So Fluffy Aimers and Brett, they've definitely proved me wrong on map 1. I think the Veto is quite smart in how they've played towards Dust 2, seeing how Vertigo was the pick last time for Fluffy Aimers. Legacy do a 180, they ban Vertigo instead of Dust 2. So you have maybe identifying a weakness in the gaps and then the chink of the armor for Legacy. But they've looked really good recently on this map. So that's my one little worries of like they've been in Wildcard, Nouns, NRG, like all the kind of top teams. Let's see if Fluffy Aimers are going to be able to add their name.
We shall see, and as we wave goodbye to Dugade, we appreciate him. We'll see more of him on the back end of this one, whether that be in between map 2 and 3, or if we will indeed be done in 2, like you were saying. Here is a pair of Dumel's dualies, actually. Fantastic. Very nice looking, and it's those removed almost immediately. Heck is Barton, both gone. It's Brett, who, as an individual, I think has been fantastic, actually, on the T sides. These last couple of days, he continues that form. It's a double kill to open up the proceedings and trying to retake on this B site. It's difficult at the best of times, and Brett will complete the triple.
Exactly what you want to be seeing if you're a Fluffy Aimers fan. Cleaning away a pistol round on Dust 2, the first of the series. Legacy had 8 rounds on map 1. 6 of them came from pistol rounds. It was 6-0 because of their pistol victories, and they got a Tech 9 round and then 1 gun round at the end. But apart from that, they were looking pretty poor outside of those pistol rounds. Now they don't even have a pistol round to their tally on Dust 2 early on. It's a little bit worrying. This force fire though, can it provide any success?
I mean, scouts on this map are just so devastating. They're incredible to watch, and Sadson misses the shot initially, and they're going to continue to force this situation. What? Consti's full blind there. He had no vision, and it's just a headshot whilst blinded.
It was a wild spray as well. Like, there was no control about that whatsoever. Sure. Unlucky Lato. What can you do? What can you do? That could have been 2 kills right there, but alas. Alas, alas, alas. Got the advantage, Fluffy Aimers. A work in middle with Wolfie and Slum. They'll be... I think they're going to go B if Jason gets killed. Ooh, that's a massive kill for Barton. That now basically puts Fluffy Aimers towards A. Like, they have to go towards A. And it also allows for Barton to rotate over. So Legacy should have all their forces here in the nick of time.
Team out as that smoke fades. He's very exposed. They move forward. Sadson dropping into CT. I'm not sure why he thought there was an opening there, but there wasn't. Please HP. Okay, never mind. They were so low. Brett and Wolfie both on 9 HP. There's a lot of humming and hawing over there. What you got?
It was like just the whole round was like, It's like the jumping down the CT. I was like, that's a play. And then it was like everyone low HP. I was like, oh my god, this is a 1 versus 4 for the making.
It sounded like a Minecraft villager out here. I agree though, man. Little bit odd. You go from like really good to really questionable all over the place very quickly. But as much as that was difficult, as much as there was trials and tribulations in that round for Fluffy Aimers, they do complete it. It's the 2-0 and now soon to be 3, you would imagine, considering the bomb out towards long right now and nobody is there. That is, as you mentioned, such a huge asset for Legacy. This is why map 1 looked close, even though it really wasn't that close, is these types of victories. And Fluffy Aimers getting a start with a victory like that is just huge. And I think, actually, I just want to, while we have an eco here, I want to talk about the fact that they've got a stand in here. They're playing with a new player in Wolfie. I don't know if it's like a full pickup or if this is just a trial for Wolfie, but he is a free agent. But then, obviously, they don't have News, who is a typical 5th. They have Consti, so even more impressive.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, Wolfie was insane on map 1. Let me check the statistics. Was he actually good on statistics? Yeah. Wolfie was top of the scoreboard, yeah. I mean, like, there was loads of rounds where it was like, whoa, great from Wolfie. So I don't remember if that actually correlated to, like, consistency, but it seemingly did. Also, big for Fluffy Aimers to keep 3 and then 4 alive. Like, really good for their economy, as exhibited in their dollar. Okay, AWP out. CT side does 2. AWP is paradise. Also, I don't know if you know, we found instant smokes for long for the CT side. For long doors. Quicker than anything else on the market. Yeah.
Instant?
You best believe. Like, instant as in, like, you can throw them 2 seconds after you spawn.
Wow. No, I didn't know about those.
3 seconds, maybe. Yeah, we spent an hour... Well, actually, not we. One of our players spent... Like, he just sat on a server and found it for every spawn. He just worked backwards.
For all of them? All 5?
Yeah, he just worked backwards. Like, he was like, okay, like, basically, this is like the quickest point I can throw it. Like, you literally come out of CT and you throw the smoke. And he was like, this is the quickest spot I can throw it in. How do I get there from each spawn? And just worked backwards and found them, like, actually quite quickly.
That's
Put them all in the chat. Yeah.
Full side note there. I don't know if you saw how Slump just, like...
I did see that,
ate
yeah.
2 nades without even a blinking an eye.
With also, like, not taking that much damage. When does he activate, though? Issue is, even though Slump's, like, alive on long and it's great, and he doesn't get the kill on that, so... the players running up short have just been pulverized. This is Legacy's second gun round victory of the series.
It's good to see. I mean, just a little bit of an addition. And it's a welcome one. I wanted to mention, by the way, I was going while you were hitting me with some of those cool ideas for smokes. I had no idea those existed. I was looking for just some stats to back up what I was saying. So Wolfie his time on Limitless, he had a .95 rating. Currently, this tournament, he has a 1.28 rating.
That's an upgrade. That is,
I
you know,
would agree.
that's not bad. I mean, last map definitely helped. He was phenomenal, but that's actually really impressive. So, no matter what, if he's joining Fluffy Aimers or if he's like still a free agent, whatever the prospect is, this is a fantastic showing for him. No matter where the ending is for Fluffy Aimers, if it's semi-finals and they quake somehow on this semi-final, or they go grand final, second, first, like, it's great for Wolfie regardless. That's happy to see. However, second gun round, Addison, they just don't expect him to be close tunnels there. He gets a freebie of a kill, and that is, I was going to say worst case scenario for Fluffy Aimers, but Saladin 100% overplays his hand. And because of that, Wolfie, the man of the hour, we were just talking about him. He was on the tips of our tongues, and guess what? He adds 2 more kills to his tally, pumping those statistics up and up.
I mean, he's even fending off any sort of idea of a retake that Legacy want to provide. Barton's late to the party, going to be moving in from, well, never mind, not moving in at all. I'll toss the op away, not that anybody's going to have a chance to recover that at any point for Legacy. But yeah, I don't know. This is a little bit of a weird one. Legacy are, again, a team, I feel like a liar for the way I like, boasted about them in the beginning of this game in the pre-show. They're a team that doesn't usually make these types of mistakes. Like, Sadson overstepping there is not the norm for these guys, but they just, I feel like they feel confident, like they're up a map instead of down a map.
Terrorists win.
Even though I liked the play initially. I mean, Sadson tried for that last round. Nobody was there, so nobody saw it. And so they just go back for it again. That's fair enough, but you
Why
get
go
that kill.
Second? Yeah. Why go a second time? It just doesn't make sense to me, because like you can just play big box or like default, and like you have the exact same outcome of like holding. He was also like out in the open, right? Like he couldn't even get away. Like even if he got a kill, he was being raided. Yeah, concerning to say the least, but hopefully it doesn't have a knock-on effect for Legacy. Pretty cool long take. Don't throw the early smoke. Instead, they mollo, because they've got the spawn for it, so they can get the mollo out early. And then they smoke it and leave Lato here. He's been very, what's the word for it? Diligent. Very diligent towards long. Especially in that one round they won. He was holding acutely for Slump. Good to see. But he might need to be diligent again here, because it looks like they might want to try and utilize Wolfie, who is currently behind long doors, as Fluffy Aimers are starting to take some control in middle and in short. Where is the ending point for the Fluffers?
It's looking like A. At the same
Looking
time,
like long.
yeah, it does. Same time, Nekaz is actually getting a bit proactive over on the B-bomb site. But there's not a lot of audio cues to give this away. This is, talk about diligence for Wolfie there. Just so consistently clearing all of those angles out. Now Brett's going to be the second phase of this attack. Dumal gets beheaded. And the attempt for Sadson's going to be into spawn at the moment. Break over the smoke, though, allows Barton an avenue of approach. But the bomb should get planted, and this is still very good for Fluffy Aimers, though it's getting a little bit more complicated.
Big misplay from Brett. You don't need to be hanging around there by yourself. He isolates himself massively. He has given Legacy a way back in. And it seems like they do want to take that. Neck is repositioning towards long. Currently, Slump is unaware of this. He's out in the open, neglecting this perspective. Oh, this is massive. It's all falling apart for Fluffy Aimers at the seams. There's a kit for Barton. He jumps on the bomb at the right time. It's going to be so close. Oh my god, he has no time. Oh my god, they don't have enough time to defuse. Barton was too late getting onto the defuse, and Fluffy Aimers are saved by time.
You know, Fluffy Aimers, I've been really praising their calling on this and the way that they approach some of these later rounds. I think you're right. Brett, a little bit of a misstep in that round, gets bailed out by Legacy, just not having enough time. left on the clock. They take their time about that, but they had to. There really wasn't a way for Legacy to accelerate. Once they broke that open, they were very quick. Fortunately, it was Barton the one with the kit, and he too far away.
Oh,
So close.
He's given him a haircut, how close that shot was. He's burst his eardrums.
Interesting note here that Consti, who has been very consistently picking up the op when Slump goes down, is now on the op with Slump alive.
That is interesting. That's a very good spot. Brett, though, is now in a very precarious position. He's been saved by Slump. There's one player on the B bomb site, Barton. Dumau's trying to do some heroics. Oh my god, that's a perfect flashbang from Salazin. He's been set up for success. Barton now on this B site. Brett overlooks him. And as soon as that Slump gets that opening kill, and it feels like we have Fluffy Aimers steamrolling to success, it gets denied. And that's just Fluffy Aimers not being in the right position to react at the right time when that opening kill comes through. And it's a great response from Legacy to put a second on the board.
Honestly, I don't even know that I put that on Fluffy Aimers as much as that flashbang. Dumau gets flashed in through the smoke, and I don't know if you saw, but bro, both of those players for Fluffy Aimers were blind for actually 5 seconds. They couldn't see a damn thing. It was so perfect. And yeah, sure, maybe should have been a little bit quicker, but I think that realistically, Legacy just answering the call in a big way. It's a half bite. Fluffy Aimers getting out what they can, and they're going to not be meeting too much resistance. A bunch of utility and Molotovs come down. Flashes follow that, but Dumau still heading in here? Oh my goodness, and what takes so long for Fluffy Aimers to get out of long door? Fortunately, they're not punished too heavily for it. And they'll even get upgrades.
Wouldn't mind just an explosion of this. Like, don't need to overthink this round. You've got no utility to fall back on, so you kind of have to go for this play up A. That nade comes in at the perfect time for Fluffy Aimers, so it allows them to scale through. Neckers, that is a massive misplay. Tries to make something work with his progression smoke. Consti snaps onto Salazin heads. That is a wow factor of a shot, and Barter's now been spotted rotating from the B bomb sites.
Now it's just a matter of management for Fluffy Aimers. They've got the 2-on-1. They've done the hard yards to get themselves into this round. Barton, I said it before, he's good for a clutch. He's got a single flash, doesn't want to give away his position. He's a tap, he's so ready. And behind the big box on site is where Slump is located. But he's repositioned, been able to move and get on the ground, not needed. Barton, gotta be careful. Oh my goodness, takes out the utility, but he's got the time this go around. Completes the 1v2, and will keep Legacy rolling for now.
That is a head and hands moment for Slump, because sure, he had no armor, but he had the opportunity there, right? It was set up for him. Utility was out with Barton. Like, they were literally right next to each other on the bomb site, and if Slump had maybe more assertively gone for that duel, he probably would have won it out, but instead misses his opportunity. And now Fluffy Aimers, this is a very weird position to be in, because you get 4 kills, you get the bomb down, like, you could purchase back into this round, but you choose not to. You choose just to go on the low buy. That was so close to maybe just breaking Legacy here on Dust 2 very early on, but Barton saves them with a very necessity of a clutch.
Yeah, I think that if Barton doesn't win that, Fluffy Aimers starts to run away with this map and probably the series too. That victory, it stalls them out. It stops the consistent maneuvering and the momentum that they've been putting together. Oh, okay. Brett almost doing it with Glocks, but not to be. Move out B. Molotov gonna split him open. Down the middle as Barton pieces them up one by one. I tell you what, Barton, not a guy you talk about a lot for this Legacy team. You know, he's not the star, if you will. But I think he's actually very good in these positions that he plays. And like I've been saying, the fact that he can come up clutch really is what gives him such high impact in this team.
Hopefully they'll be exhibited more on the server as we get deep into Dust 2. For now though, is this eco being cleaned up, and it's good luck for Legacy to keep 5 alive here. Great for their economy after only keeping 1 in the previous. 1 round game as well, isn't it? Should be 4-5. Fluffy M is still in the lead. But this round's really important if they want to actually sustain that lead.
I'm ready to see something new from Fluffy Aimers. I feel like they have not stalled out, but the ideas that were working early on into this game, Legacy, have caught on a little bit. There's going to be some pace. Yeah, that's right. Pace to get them out long, but Lotto right in the way, and Wolfie removed. It'll be an immediate heel turn for Fluffy Aimers. They move away with pace from long, where they had set their sights before, into a crossfire of Sadson and Nekiz.
Trying to crunch towards middle for Legacy. It feels like Fluffy Aimers have played the exact same default every round of taking mid and short. Legacy try to throw a spanner in the works, and sure, it does come out with 1 kill, but in actuality, it's potentially you on the brink of losing this round as we reset in this 3 versus 2.
Bogdan Law getting activated as Slump will take the op, and well-founded too. He tries to drop the bomb to his teammate so he can post on the angle, and that is the right decision. Lotto swings into it, tosses some bullets down range, but Slump survives to tell the tale. Lotto 1v3, not out of the realm of possibility when you look at Jason's HP. The constant right up in his face, and trying to deal with him is going to be so tough when you've got Slump on the other side of that window hold. Fluffy Aimers recover from a man disadvantage.
And possibly the most important round to do so. I was talking about maintaining that lead. There you go for Fluffy Aimers. They're back on track. They're a map up. You're looking to try and dominate on this first half, and you could be breaking the economy here. You could be extending the lead you already have to even further heights. Well, Brett, we've been praising him a lot this game. This is another chance for him to show us why he's all that. Sadison, this is a first for me seeing the York like go for these type of players. You really it's a really weird default, but in this round it works again, and he also learns from his mistakes where he goes, okay, I'm not going to play close again. I'm going to give some distance just in case. So a really cool default coming out from Sadison at times.
I'm going to be honest. I think it's just spawns. I think that's what he's playing right
Playing
here.
spawn based, yeah, that could make sense. They've done it towards long. They've done spawn based takes towards long a lot.
Yeah, I mean that's what Sadson I feel like does a lot on Dust 2 in particular, but I could be wrong because he has been here a lot. You're right. It's giving him the opener, and I do appreciate the learning from the mistakes. With that being said, Fluffy Aimers, they lost an early man last round, and it didn't matter. They still won the round. But it's a terrifying lack of map control they have. Neck is all the way in towards the long door. Mid control in the Fluffy Aimers position, but it's not like they have a lot of space either. They don't have catwalk. They're just now investigating that. They're sending Slump that way to walk up. Okay.
Yeah, not sure what the plan is. Like, you lose that opening kill and everything just falls apart at the seams. Really good from Legacy on their default in that 5 vs 4. Not giving up any control, not giving up any space, and demanding respect. Consi now on the search to try and save. Slinking off into T-spawn. Needs to be careful because there is a player somewhat close to him. And as his time ticks down, yeah, he needs to be really cautious. Oh, he's been spotted and he's been eliminated. He's died half the time there. And with already very low economy in the round, the final round of the half, Fluffy Aimers have even less now.
Yeah, this is likely to be an equalized game here in just a moment by Legacy. You're talking Tech 9 armor with the $1,500 that Consti had. A little bit of extra utility in the smoke. And with the spawns, I mean, the only plan here is to try and get out long. Do it. out long at the very least and waiting for this flash. It's so consistent that Legacy take this late. Jason prepared, but he's been felled. It's that rifling prowess that we typically expect from him that's been a missing piece of Fluffy Aimers all half.
Couldn't agree more. I'm actually really surprised this T side's got so many rounds with like really just quite ineffective defaults. Seems like the individuals have kind of like saved them in a few times. Short though could be the right play. Madison is on car with the AWP, and Duma's like, oh, what's up, dude? No more entries for Wolfie. He was 9-1 if I'm not mistaken, or around that scoreline, so he's definitely had a strugglesome end to this first half. Seems like Fluffy Aimers might just not even get a single kill. Yeah, flawless for Legacy as they even up the scoreline. That's a really good look going on to their T side now.
Yeah, it's them fizzling out. Legacy come back into this, it really helps. Two things in particular I think Legacy do well towards the end. Obviously, rectifying some of those issues of overstepping in their advantage situations that they had early into that half and on Nuke as well. But talking of individuals bailing Fluffy Aimers out, I just want to mention that Barton is 11-4. That's your B player,
yeah,
you know?
Sick.
Absolutely stunning. And then Dumao is 12-6 right now. He was a guy that I mentioned. It's not, you know, saying not necessarily individuals not showing up on Nuke, but Dumao wasn't there in the same way that we anticipated. He's here. He's shown up on Dust 2.
I mean, Barton had that 1 versus 2 that basically is the only reason why Legacy are at 6. It's like that one round spiraled everything for the Brazilians. Yeah, Barton's scoreline's great because of his anchoring on B, but also because of his rotations and how effective he has been. Very good player he's shown today. This is also a great call for Legacy. Fluffy Aimers, they are nowhere to be seen. They have cleared the extremities, so they know they can rotate in freely. They do have a kit and smoke on Brett. This is a 5 versus 5 retake, dude. This ain't easy whatsoever.
No, there's just, I mean, especially when Legacy are getting into these post-plant positions now. They've got 2 players looking towards long. Not that anybody's heading that way. Maybe now with all these approaches, this is where the USPs can really have their day in the sun. And they're playing a game of just walk forward together, but Barton takes out 2. Jason overwhelms, and it's still even until Sadson activates. Now it's that smoke and the kit to get started. Consti on the bomb, and it's the knife that comes in. Is it enough? No! He doesn't get the 3rd knife in time! Oh my goodness, Sadson hitting his desk because I would be mad too.
No, dude. That wasn't, no, oh my god. You're kidding me. He had, so, if anyone doesn't know, if you knife, like, nothing, I don't know why it does this, and I don't
cooldown,
think,
right?
So, you get, like, it, like, does less damage. So, he did left, right.
No
and
way.
He does 96 damage or whatever it is. It's a bane of knife rounds. That's why you shouldn't knife until you actually knife someone on pistol rounds. And yeah, it does less damage. So if he hit him 3 times, he had to hit him a 4th time because the knife did not do 100 damage in those 3 swipes. That is, I'd be smashing my desk because that is a tilter. He does it perfectly there. And oh my god, that is one of the life-saving moments of all time for Fluffy Aimers.
That's crazy. I actually didn't know that.
It's someone along the lines, like, it was a thing in Go, and like, you see it sometimes in knife rounds on, like, Phase It, for instance, of, like, you're like, I left, righted him, like, why does that not, like, you know, why have I not, like, yeah, like, why is he not dead, and, like, that's the case. However, because they got that knife round, look at their economy, they've got a better purchase than Fluffy Aimers, and they're looking to charge out onto this B-bomb site. They overwhelm the 2 anchors, and Jason does get away with 1, but this Molotov, he's gonna have to respect. He's on 2 HP. Rotations are here, but Legacy now can prime in the 3 versus 3 post plant.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those positions on this map on Dust 2 that you're loving it. There's no utility to get back in here, no flashes to break open this crossfire, and if it weren't bad enough that Lotto and Barton are crossfired, Dumal's ready to pounce on anybody moving forward. Jason could be the first and foremost with the low HP. Dumal on the swing, as mentioned, and he's got the 2nd as well. A Dumao triple kill to close out the round for Legacy.
Yeah, this is a great exhibition right there in that round of how hard it is to retake the B-bomb site, especially when you have no utility and no advantage. Like, you just walk into crossfires, like one person takes the contact, and you've got basically anyone else who's there alive just replies. Really good post-plant from Legacy. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Even though it is a very easy bomb site to defend, they do it so perfectly. And on top of that, they get great entries. Fluffy aimers now, even though they do get some sort of grace in that pistol round, this is worst case scenario. You win the pistol, lose the following round, your money is cooked. And it's shown by the fact they've got 4 pistols and a scout. However, Jason doesn't care what weapon he has, because that is Latto's head rocked.
And now Slump's going to walk in with the scout. He's got another one. That's neck is down. Hold on a second. They're all here at A2. Jason up so close, he's going to get removed. Moving forward, though, you still got to deal with this. That defensive smoke on the A site can make life so difficult, but are they going to expect them more to be had? And inside the smoke, Wolfie works around it. There's still Brett here, still lurking in the shadows. And about to get one for sure, you would imagine, but Barton seems to key in on this. He's got an idea, but again, Brett, as that smoke fades, he's still hidden behind the boxes on site. Barton still looking, but not for that position. How long does Brett wait?
Dude, this is one of the... Oh my god, this is perfect time. Tap of the bomb, util out. Oh no, Brett! Brett! My sweet darling. How'd you whiff that? It doesn't even get one. Can't even think about the second. Oh, yikes. Oh, Skinny, did you have to do him like that? Did you have to replay that moment of all things? No,
yeah,
not another one. Not another one.
You gotta hit these. You just gotta hit it. You gotta do it. You know, we've all been there.
Yeepers, dude, yeepers.
But we've all not been there in the semifinal of a tournament like this, unfortunately. That is such a good example of great idea, great play, bad execution.
Oh, I feel for him, man. I feel for him. You know, that's mentally gonna cost you, especially if you're fluffy aimers. Like, you play that round perfectly. It's a little bit unfortunate with Jason's swing towards CT, and that's because he had the information from his scout player that long was clear, and the issue was that Legacy were too close to be able to be seen from the bomb site. So Jason, it's like a false sense of security that he thinks that no one's there. Swings, he's like, oh crap, there's 2 players there, or 3 or whatever. And yeah, Legacy, they've gotten away with murder against that low buy round. Starting in at 4 vs 5, and now they take a pretty dominant lead here, 9-7. Map 3 is certainly on the cards, and fluffy aimers need to give themselves some energy, rejuvenate themselves going into the later stages of this second half.
Well, before we talk about Map 3 being on the cards, I think this round needs to be done first. I think Legacy needs to do this up in a nice, neat little bow for me to be feeling that way. All right, breaking open the smoke. Just a good idea, and Dumal caught in the open for it. Dumal read like a book. Oh, those are those oversteps at Slump. Honestly, been very exposed in this series for.
Oh, it's all falling apart. Ooh, Consti gives them a way back in. If that, this is a really bizarre round.
Satin's so far away, but he's gonna get the perfect timing.
yeah. Latto's on the other side. But no, they spot him out. Can they deal with him? Oh, they have to get this kill. Okay, they do. That's fast enough. There's no kit though. So that's why, you know, this matter of time is of the utmost importance in the smoke and tunnels. Okay. It's gonna force a save. Oh, it's not looking good. Legacy have seemingly woken back up into this, and their entries onto these bomb sites are just unforgiving.
Yeah, I mean, you have the trifecta going right now. Like I was talking about the 3 stars of this team typically, but it's Barton, Sadson, and Dumal right now that just look unstoppable. And I gotta appreciate as well, Legacy. I think their T side was really lacking on Nuke. We saw a lot of openings, a lot of slow reactions from them, and them not willing to change up their plan until a couple rounds of things going wrong. Here, they've been really, really reactive, and in a very positive way. Whatever Fluffy Gamers are doing, they've had the right read from the start, which is obviously very helpful.
From this perspective, you're kind of assuming it's going to be a third map on the cards. Kind of hard not to see that being the case.
Yeah, I mean, after the end of that last round, certainly.
Yeah, it's hard to see the shining light for Fluffy Gamers. I guess it potentially is the 2 AKs for Jason and Consti. Where are they? Both on short, interestingly enough. And maybe actually in the right position. There's a smoke down currently. Ooh, that Molotov. Going to force them ahead of it. Consti's boosted up on short. That's not something you see every day now. And that's actually going to cost Neckers his life. This might force Legacy to react towards long. And Brett, an SMG up close. He's looking to redeem himself. That's the first. Tries to pre-aim the second. Well, the first one of asking, but when he goes for seconds, he's victorious. The third kill, not quite for his own. That's when Consti's there with the perfect trade. And hold on a second. Fluffy Gamers saying they are not out of this one just yet.
And they collect everything, too. Consti gets an op out of that. Gonna be tossed over to Slump, and it's 2 AKs. Yeah, hold on, indeed. Wait a moment. Because Fluffy Gamers, they pull something out of nothing. And you're right, what a redemption arc there for Brett. After the loss in the force by second round purchase, where Fluffy Gamers could have had it. I mean, it would have had to have been impressive from him regardless, but hold on a second. Slump's seen it. Sads are not going to give him the time of day, though.
Oh, this is such a cheeky position for Consti, and yeah, Neck is none the wiser. Turns around on a dime, and Barton eliminated Consti, forcing the issue forward. Some trades do come out for Legacy, but it's all in vain because now Latta is left alone. You know, really unthinkable clutch position, but maybe Brett has given them the way in.
I think so. I think that those... Oh, Lado. Hold on a second. Lado just... He's seen them both. He knows they're both here. Doesn't change the difficulty of the scenario that he's got to go get this bomb, but... Other than that, Molly doesn't go deep enough. I think I've rescinded my hold on.
Yeah, it was definitely, like, you could definitely see it, right? Like, 100%. Like, there was a world that clutch is plausible, and it's because Brett gave the opening kill there in the 1 versus 3. I guess it was already a 1 versus 4 at the beginning. But, like, he gave them a way in.
I think I've got to be impressed. You talked about it before, but Fluffy Gamers, where I think at the beginning of this game, some of their individuals, not necessarily online, they still found a way for those individuals, Brett, obviously in that last round, Consti as well, to make the adjustments, to bail them out of these situations, these hard moments in time where they needed some sort of miracle, and well, apparently miracle workers.
And of course, the Deagles are gonna break the camels. Are you kidding, Neckers? Of course the Deagles. It's always the Deagles. Whenever you think you're in the clear, get shunned. There's a team... I'm not a massive fan of the re-aggression. But you know what? It actually works out quite perfectly. Yeah, that could have gone really wrong, but they charge at the perfect time. And Fluffy Aimers, they go double digits, matching the scoreline of Legacy.
Yeah, I'm with you on maybe it not going right at times there, but it's on brand for Fluffy Gamers. That's what we've been talking about them doing and them committing to for a long time now. So it's kind of their bread and butter, and I gotta respect their execution of it, regardless. Slump opening onto Sads in sort of a first time actually for that to happen. It's been Slump, who's getting removed by Sads in every single... I mean, seriously, in the head-to-head, that might be the first win for Slump in this map.
Yeah, that's crazy. And to be honest, what a better time to have it, right? Like in maybe the most important game of this, or the most important round of the series, 10-10. This could be the round-winning play by either side, and it seems like Fluffy Aimers want to take that mantle.
I mean, now it's 2 advantages instead of just the one. Jason gets his and then falls back away. I'm starting to heat up a little bit. It's a nice setup at mid where Wolfie taking some flak, but still got Consti up close at door. Never mind, Consti falls away, but same idea applies here as they reinforce the A bomb site. B site just now smoked off at the 45-second mark, so there's going to be a waiting game unless they want to pop through this, which... I mean, I guess they have flashes to do that, but look at the setup for Fluffy Aimers.
That was a perfect smoke. Sorry.
They've got Wolfie on the back of the site and a very close-by Slump who's not actually looking towards the site, so these flashes wouldn't be effective.
Great Molo, great smoke. Everything's going well right now for Fluffy Aimers. Legacy are going to have to respect that utility. Slump can keep on throwing more if he wants to.
We're done.
That's enough, yeah. I mean, I honestly don't even blame them. Like, utility was so perfectly timed for Fluffy Aimers. They don't ever feel forced to throw it earlier than that timing. And yeah, 20 seconds. There was also a nade and flash that Slump could utilize. So Legacy just call it quits. They count their losses there, and they go into this next round with a real back against the wall, do or die type situation.
It's crazy to me that we've gone in just 3 rounds from... Yeah, this is for sure a map 3 to now what do Legacy do? Where do they go? They're on attack pause here, or they're going to talk it over. Doom out in 3K. Sadson close in behind at 2,900. And I don't want to be them right now. This is not an easy decision to make, how to approach these purchases. Because they have the money, but even if they full save on everybody... or if Barton, Nekas, and Lotto don't buy anything, it's not like they will have great money next round. Like, they can make it work, no doubt, but I think that's what they're going to do.
Playing overtime is a very bold strategy. Like, I see the reasoning why not, but...
Is it? I mean, it's 10 to 11. You know, 2 rounds.
This round's also very winnable as it is, but, like, with the 3 saved 8Ks, like... Oh my god, is Brett... I thought he was going to push that long smoke. He might have to. This is very brazen from Consti. That swing ultimately is a miss. He only gets 1 kill. Luckily, Jason's able to catch 1 off in middle at the same time. And Brett's got all the control towards long. It should be the confirmation that all 3 Legacy players are on that A bomb side. A bomb down is really important. They are going to be able to acquire that. If they do lose this round, they can at least get a purchase in the next round. Oh, Wolfie,
what?
That's dirty. And now, yeah, they've all just fallen apart. Wow. That Legacy defense, that post bomb, it couldn't have gone any worse.
It couldn't have, but honestly, it wasn't even that. It wasn't badly set up. It wasn't because they had a bad look. I mean, crazy for Wolfie to track that spam. Just like a couple of bullets rain down range, and he's got an instant headshot. But Brett, as you had mentioned, I think correctly indicating him as the linchpin, him maintaining long control there, it creates so many easy avenues for Fluffy Aimers. They've only got to worry about one area when they're in for that retake because of it. But that bomb plant, it's a huge relief. Size across the board for Legacy there, considering now they can comfortably buy on everybody.
It's their best opportunity. We're going to have a delayed long take. Brett always in a world of worry. Jason has no flashbang support. He just has to use this Molotov and spam. Man, if Brett doesn't get cleared here, there's science seriously going wrong. They need to be clearing him. They're not clearing him. That's the first. In itself, that's awesome. They threw 3 Molotovs at the same...
We like to get a little silly out here, you know? He's really dead. He's for sure extra dead.
It's just the fact that they literally all came across at the exact time. They were all on top of each other. That's all the utility for Legacy got. That's also the identification of minimum 3 players long.
Yeah, I mean, the calm, yeah, they mollied me 3 times here. Wolfie, actually great timing on this push, but not removed the first time. It's this ray transfer for Wolfie. He's done it all in this round. So mobile. Starts the round supporting Brett over at long. Now comes back to the push. This is an overstep, though, for Jason. Fortunately, got slumped right behind him. The bomb dropped to Mal. I mean, seems like they know.
They definitely do now. That's it. Fluffy Amers are your second grand finalist here in CCT North American Series 3. They eliminate Legacy, one of the reigning champions, in the semi-finals, not in 3 maps, and it wasn't even close. 2-0, and what a final round. That just cherry up the creme de la creme of rounds.
I mean, what a perfect way to cap off our semifinals here. Just every single upset that could happen. The round of 16, it was like all the favorites won, and then you hit the quarterfinals, and that changes. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And as we bring 2K back into this, I gotta ask one question and one question only. I mean, Doug, did you see this coming? Were you looking into the future here? Did you have any indication?
Yeah, no, I had no idea that Fluffy Amers would be into our grand finals. This is a surprise. It's an upset, and it's incredibly disappointing for Legacy. This was a match that, well, I was expecting them to get a bit of revenge after the NA Revival series. I was like, okay, they're going to look to try and do it in 2 just to go ahead and get back at Fluffy Amers and say, all right, that was just a mistake. We had a problem that night, and coming into this one, we're going to be able to solve those issues and make sure that we don't repeat them. But nonetheless, it seems that, well, Fluffy Amers just a bit superior, oddly enough, coming into that matchup in between the 2 teams. It's weird. You shouldn't be seeing Fluffy Amers go through and have that sort of success against a roster like this. It's like the caliber of events that Legacy is about to head into and qualified for here in the past, over Fluffy Amers as well, is just a staggering difference, and it kind of bodes kind of doom and gloom going forward for them, as they got Thunderpick, they've got the RMR, they've got a bunch of other stuff coming up as well, and I mean, it's not going to be great. It's going to be rough.
I think what's super impressive right here for these 2 back-to-back 2-0 victories is it's on 4 different maps. Mirage Vertigo last time,
yeah.
You go to Nuke and then Dust 2 this time, and last time it was close both times. Listen, Dust 2 was close, very close, but Nuke was actually not close at all, despite the 13-8. And so, as much as you'd like to call this a fluke, it's clear that that's just not true anymore. I think that, for me, this matchup is such an interesting head-to-head, where I was saying it before, I think Nekis's weaknesses sometimes as a caller really get shown off by Brett, and how I think his strengths are really put together on the server.
Yep, no, Brett, he looked fantastic in terms of his calling ability, and that's what really won out the day when it comes down to it. So I'll look forward to seeing how he does in the grand final. But Grammy, what are your thoughts on this matchup and going into our grand final, which you won't be a part of, sadly, for us. But what are your thoughts before we head out?
I'm so sad I can't be a part of that grand final. It would be honestly one of the best games of the tournament. But no, I mean, like, I was still laughing about that final round, to be honest. But yeah, look, like, on one hand, Fluffy Amers, fair play, dudes. Like, I am now one of the fluffiest of Amers with my love for this team. But no, Legacy, like, that was it. Like, sure, you know, all these European tournaments coming up, but that's a really bad look if they can't beat. And no flame to Fluffy Amers. If they can't beat Fluffy Amers, how are they going to be expecting to go to the World Championship in Europe? How are they going to expect to go to Katowice and the RMRs and expect to do well if you can't beat Fluffy Amers?
Yeah, it's going to be a rough look for them going forward, but hopefully they got some remedies that they're going to be able to put in here. Brett did exceptional tonight, as he did the other night as well, while playing Timmerman, so it's been good out of him. We'll see if he's going to be able to continue that up. Of course, one thing we do need to take a quick look at before we go is the MVP and the bracket, and we'll take a look at the Sorry.
The MVP. We can take a
Yeah.
look at who's our most valuable player. Let's get it, baby. Run it, Skinny.
Yeah, I don't think we have that. I don't
Oh,
think
we don't have it? Oh.
You guys,
okay.
you guys are trolling. But listen, can we have a Vincent MVP? Is that okay? Since we don't have
Yeah,
a Skinny
well,
MVP,
you're my
you know,
MVP.
like I would like to say Wolfie MVP out here. He was the highest rated player over these two maps, and I think for me, I mean, I went to go check the stats in the middle of the game there, but like the difference between, to be fair, a really chaotic Limitless situation, but his performance in Limitless just so very obviously not what he can provide to a team.
Yeah.
He's come in just this first tournament here with Fluffy Aimers. Don't know if it's a long-term thing or not, but it's damn good. And I think
Yeah.
he is absolutely showing up for these guys.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And something we do need to take a quick peek at before we go and take a break, because the next match, or the grand final, is in about 50 minutes' time, is we need to take a look at the bracket to show you guys how we've gotten to where we are, because the grand final is decided on who's heading on over there, so we can quickly pull that up. We can start to break things down a little bit more in depth, as, well, it's been a tumultuous time for a lot of these rosters. A lot of upsets throughout the entire thing. So,
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on in. It is time for our grand final here at CCT North America, and we have got ourselves a bit of an interesting matchup, a matchup I didn't foresee coming. It's Boss and Fluffy Aimers about to face off here in the final best of three, and I am joined by two excellent, wonderful commentators, but we do need to start to go ahead and break things down, because, fine, what are you thinking about this matchup?
It is, like, dead evenly matched. We've had so many upsets this tournament, Doug. It is ridiculous. I mean, just show off the bracket, show all the big names just going down with the ship. Man, it's been a crazy Series 3.
I love that this is how we've like gotten. Okay, hold on. This is the wrong bracket, guys. We're
Yeah,
trolling.
that's not it.
We're trolling a little bit, but okay. Regardless, I can walk you through. I don't need to see the visuals. I know it by heart, Fi, because I was there the whole time.
You've
we
seen
had
it.
PA with the upset, Boss with the upset, meet each other in the semifinals, and then honestly, personally, I kind of had Party Astronauts slightly ahead in that Boss matchup. You know what I mean? Just like
Yeah.
I'm a little bit more excited about Party Astronauts changes, I guess is really where I'm coming from there. But obviously, Boss is in great form right now. They pull ahead, and then Legacy loses twice in a row on 4 different maps to Legacy over the last 2 weeks. What the hell kind of upside down world are we living in?
It's been a little bit weird. It's certainly to be said when it comes to this playoff bracket, but of course it is by the by at this point. And Boss and Fluffy Aimers are ready to face off here to see who takes that top notch. Of course, one of the things we do need to take a quick peek at are the rosters for these two teams. So we'll go ahead and start off with the previous team that we just saw win out up against Legacy. Fluffy Aimers first, and well. Vincent, what are you thinking about them right now? Because we do have news back in the server.
Do we? Is that confirmed?
Yes, it's confirmed.
Okay, sick. I mean, I think that Consti actually played really well.
Yes.
Like as an individual, actually, I think probably outperformed where News has been this CCT. That being said, News's roles are not as like a star part of this team. So that's not a knock on him. That's just an understanding that Consti kind of brought something with regard to the clutch factor in there that I thought was really impressive, especially for a stand-in. With all of that being said, this is a team right now. I have been putting a lot of the onus on Brett's shoulders. I think Brett's been calling a really good game, a bunch of games actually. in this playoffs. I think that it's been mid-rounding, it's been late-round game plans, post-plant situations that have, for the most part, been played to perfection. And then you have this trio of Jason, Wolfie, and Slump. Jason and Slump have been a dynamic duo for a while now on this Fluffy Amers team. Jason on the rifling, and Slump as the AWP. But with the addition of Wolfie, it's his first tournament with this roster. His first tournament from after Limitless. I did the comparison, and if I'm sure you'd be interested to hear this.
Okay.
I did the comparison just looking at the stats from where he was at on Limitless, because it wasn't the greatest. It was a difficult situation over there. He's went from a 0.95 rating over his time with Limitless to, in this event, a 1.25
What?
rate.
Jeez.
It's insane. He's had a crazy step up, and I was telling you in the green room, the eye test right now on Wolfie just looks so good. He's been incredibly strong, and it's the rifling. It's the rifling in specifically situations where he has multiple players on his screen, where he's getting 2 or 3, that I've been really impressed with.
Yeah, no, he's been looking absolutely fantastic. But of course, we do need to take a look at the other side of the coin in this case, and that's Boss. And while coming into this, I mean, they have we've seen Brett play with this roster at one point in time, back in the day when Wildcard still had a full North American roster. But of course, Fi, what are you thinking about them nowadays?
The Fruit Cup 40. This guy is the future, dude. Fruit Cup coming through with 40 kills in a single map against Party Astronauts just earlier on today. And I think this guy's absolutely propelled this entire lineup to the RMR. That is this team's biggest claim to fame at the moment. They were able to take down Legacy in that RMR qualifier and then take down Elevate to actually propel them to China. So this team is playing incredible in light of that. And also, I kind of want to talk about the situation these two teams are in. These are two organizationless teams who are competing for huge amounts of prize money. First place gets an extra $6,000 up on the other one. That is actual, career-changing money.
Real money.
Yeah, real money compared to, these salaried teams like Legacy and NRG and Nouns already competing in here. That is, another couple months of operation for these people to continue and further Counter-Strike careers. And Boss, I'm so excited for this team.
Can I add something to that? Let me say, listen, I'm with you on Fruit Cup is looking good. I was really a big fan of him on Final Form.
True.
I think he showed up really well. I got to see that. That being said, I think this roster was actually on the right track before. I just wasn't very excited about it. Cryptic taking back the reins in the in-game leadership role, I think was the right way. Like, the micro situation just didn't look good. But I don't even think that Fruit Cup has to be the guy. He is the guy often, but he doesn't even have to be the guy for this team. He came up in the game that they won against NRG. He came up in a lot of big eco rounds, especially where he had a bunch of really nice Deagle plays, and his stats were good. Don't get me wrong, but it was a full team effort, and
True.
In particular, Darty looks just a different player a little bit in this 5 right now. And I've been impressed with how well Cryptic has also been playing as an individual. So as much as I agree with you, I think we got to give credit to the whole roster right now.
Yeah.
No, we certainly do. Of course, one of the things we do need to take a peek at before we get into this matchup is the vetoes. The picks and bans should be coming through onto your screen right about now. And as the first 2 bans come out, what do you guys expect to be coming into this matchup?
I mean, with Fluffy Amers just removing Mirage as a bit of like a flex in their map pool, because they've kind of just been working about both teams that don't really play Inferno, it's going to get floated here. And we're going to be in for an interesting time if any team wants to leave Inferno down the stretch.
This Vertigo opening, though, is fantastic. I mean, yes, Boss, play it, but I was saying in the game that we just saw against Legacy that there was one map that I would have come in expecting Fluffy Amers to win, and that would have been Vertigo. We didn't get to see it. It was first banned by Legacy. But the fact that they get to play it now is fantastic. And then you head to the Boss home ground. This is where they've just gotten 2 massive wins on the run to get here against 2 incredible teams on Ancient. This is shaping up to be a sick series, actually. This is a sick final to be Vertigo, Ancient, Nuke.
No, I mean, it's definitely going to be looking to shape up in a really great way. Vertigo is a map that we've seen Fluffy Hammers really try to push on to the others quite a few times, heading into Ancient. It spots the stomping ground and kind of the story of them moving up into the grand final. It's where they've had a lot of success. And then, of course, with Nuke coming through there as the decider, you could say that could be a bit of I have misgivings about it for Boss. It's something that they're in particularly weak at here. They've lost it to teams like they're not slouches, but certainly they've been losing it to teams like Legacy, Elevades, Wildcard, Excel Laser, Noun, so kind of all over the place. But they did just beat out Mythic on it most recently, going 13-8 last time they played Nuke here in CCT.
I wouldn't worry too much about some of those losses, if I'm being honest. For two reasons. First and foremost, some of those, like, I'm just going to toss out a couple of those names, right? Legacy, Wildcard, and Laser, just as three specific ones. Maybe add Nouns into that mix. Those are good Nuke teams, like really good Nuke teams. I know Legacy didn't look like it when we just saw them in the semifinals.
Yeah.
But also, I think all of those matches happened before this iteration of this Boss team.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Boss has gone through some transitionary periods, and they're starting to look rather stellar coming into it. So hopefully they can go ahead and really give us a good fight on Nuke. That's my only sort of point where I'm just like, this is a little bit sketchy. But for the most part, I do think this could go 2-1 either direction. I don't think that there's a clear-cut winner into this.
I couldn't really say so either, but I will say that I've been loving Cryptic's IGLing so far, and the mid-rounding that he was able to provide against Party Astronauts won them so many games. I think the defining factor for this Boss team is its fundamentals, and Cryptic was able to bring some of that with some excellent utility usage that shut down a lot of these star players. And I would have to say that Fluffy Aimers run a very similar style to Party Astronauts. They are just a mid-rounding team that are trying to stack themselves to the brim with firepower and leverage their individuals. Cryptic knows how to beat these kind of teams. This is his bread and butter opponent. I really do think that Boss, they have my favor here.
It's such a hard one. I mean, I think that the fun part, the most fun part about this matchup is that head-to-head, that IGL head-to-head of Brett and Cryptic, because they do have a lot of similarities and a lot of overlaps, and I mean they have been in the same circles for a long time too, so it's sort of understandable in that way. I feel similarly what you just described about Boss. I think that Fluffy Aimers have been powered in the same way in these games to lead them up to this point. So for that reason, I think I'm going to lean Fluffy Aimers for the same reason as you just said that you think it's going to be Boss. And honestly, I'm saying that, and I'm putting that as a 50-50, 55-45 situation. I think it's right down the middle right here.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how this does pan out. Of course, we do have ourselves a little bit of a break before we get into map 1, so folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit.
CCT North America Series 3 Grand Finals. It's Fluffy Aimers and Boss, and we are getting underway. It is time to crown a champion. Two unlikely stories to the Grand Finals, and yet one of these two take it all home.
Let's get crack-a-lackin' here in the Grand Finals. As we are starting off here with two teams who they would so want to win this tournament. First place gets $10,000 into their pockets here. And these two organizationless teams could not mean any more to them competing here in the North American circuit. I'm joined by Vincent. Let's take this pistol round away as we're going in for a straight-up A-side execute. Brett, only defender here. And he's also just getting encroached upon as well. These two B-side defenders are going to have to start their run, and they rotate on over as we're looking to get that bomb planted. We got a 4-on-4.
Yeah, and pretty far forward positions for Cryptic, but Slump's actually taken Slight out of the equation already, and hold on. Slump continuing to move forward. Cryptic now the linchpin of this process with Fruit Cup on the other side. Gonna have to play hard to get. Time starting to become an issue. It's a dink, and pulled off of the bomb. Fruit Cup gets them both as Cryptic climbs in for his second. Boss will equalize this up and make this an easy pistol victory.
Well, that's very nice for Fruit Cup when no one's covering him, but I also want to talk about the instant decision-making there from Cryptic. Once he gets that initial kill over towards the backle, no hesitation, he's going for the elevator flank. He's not going to let himself get stuck into a gunfight. He's going to stay elusive, and that's what gets Boss that pistol, and that gets him off to a great start here in this Grand Final.
You got to put Fluffy Aimers on the back foot. You can't allow this team to get moving, I think. Because I do feel like they can really be a momentum-heavy team, especially on this map. This is their home map at the moment, is Vertigo for Fluffy Aimers. Brett, though, getting active over inside Hall, and Flash to send him in. He's out of there before the utility can chase him down, though that said, Slight's going to toss it in, and it'll be a dunk onto his head. Look at how well-staffed this A-bomb site is, though. Fluffy Aimers, they've got just about everyone here. Fruit Cup coming in from the flank, though, is going to be a problem.
Yeah, that's going to be big. It's not going to actually draw too many players off, however. Instead, Fluffy Aimers are going to push forward instead of waiting for that flank to activate, and they're hoping for less players around the edge of that smoke. Not meant to be. Wolfie, the star of the show, will have nothing to show for it. It will be Boss besting that force buy. We're going to get off to a rocking start here on Verdi.
You know, you were talking about Cryptic and some of the calls that he's been making over these last couple of best of threes, and I agree with you. I've actually been really impressed with his rifling as well. I feel like he's had so many rounds where he is crucial, like he needs to get two, and he just does, on either like a sight hold or a retake, and we're already seeing a little bit of that in these first two rounds already. That pistol round in particular, what I'm talking about.
So slinking forward here for a Slight. Hello there. Good flick down. I mean, this kind of start is really necessary. This Fluffy Aimers team able to snowball and, you know, kind of win any kind of round. That is the biggest thing for a lot of these North American teams. That's a great start. This round is not done. Every round is live with this Fluffy Aimers squad. We've got 4 players on the B site.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about Fluffy Aimers. They're so mobile on the CT side of this map. Get back into position, but these smokes make life very complicated.
Wait a minute.
Can maneuver around them. Yeah, Slump getting one.
Oh.
What? News? Are you serious? How does he get away with that? Darty and Cryptic last alive. Tucked in. Darty should be good for a multi, but he's just got the one. News on a deagle. He was out of the semifinal, but he's now out of this round. It's Slump with low HP, who's recovered the rifle, but he's up against Cryptic, who's yet to die on the AK.
Just around the site, though. He's run out of time and will not be bested there by Slumpa. What a round again from Fluffy Aimers, who can put up those kind of performances. This time it's News stepping into the server for the first time today. Wasn't there for the semifinal, and drops 3 on the deagle. That is a huge round to pick up to dent that economy here for Boss and keep Fluffy Aimers neck and neck. They're going to bring out their first full buy. We get to have a look at Slump and what he has to bring on this AWP. Wasn't really needed in that first series, though.
No, I think that Slump's actually been a little bit quiet. He's had like that clutch factor still, and still had a lot of high impact rounds. But the Slump that takes over games that I think has been the talk of the town here in North America for this season of ECL, I don't think we've seen that form yet. And I mean, I'm just saying, what if that was when, the grand finals is when he decides to pull that out?
We'll have to see, but for now he's over towards that B site. No one's really challenging. And it's Cryptic marauding here on the A site, pushing a lot of these defenders back. Cryptic's going to be the man calling around himself. He's at the center of the information game right now. He can make the right call. That's a nifty little smoke there from Cryptic. Brett's going to reveal his position, and it's going to work. Him and Jason go up and over and deal with both attackers. Lurk smoke does not work out here for Boss. I always notice that Boss always has some nifty utility to bring to the table, but not today.
I mean, this is a round that should be over, but honestly isn't. Jason, though, could change that here and now by dropping the bomb. That's what he's done. If they had been able to scale a little bit further forward, maybe a chance, but with 20 seconds, Fruit Cup and Darty, I'm thinking probably not. It's now just Fruit Cup, who's going to get overwhelmed eventually by the numbers, swinging him towards the ramp side. Fluffy Aimers, it is their victory first gun round and first one up on the board. It's good to see them taking an early stab at Boss, showing them that this isn't something that they can just get away with. And remember all that damage? Remember that very close 1v1?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a problem now for Boss.
It's gonna burn. We'll have to see. Fruit Cup, he's just working with a... He has a Tech 9. But yeah, very terrible buy. Mismatch here. And even a great AG from News. Sinks down onto Freshy. We'll have Freshy in towards middle. Did eat that grenade. Keeps going forward. Gets contact. Doesn't want any more of that. Good thing he left, because he had a Hitman squad looking to take him down. Instead, now it's Brett who does push down the A ramp. And probably got more than he was asking for there on bottom B. The 4-on-4 here for the Pistols.
I think that's the value of Freshy making contact over in mid. I think that with that contact, that's where Brett's looking to move forward a little bit further. Thinking that they're maybe going to lose that area, or that Boss are taking space elsewhere. And Brett never wanting to be the second one to make the maneuver. It's a double up, though, towards side hall. This Tech 9 can be super valuable here.
Oh,
and it is. Fruit Cup. He's a demon on the Deagle, with a Tech 9 just as good, just the same. Slump tagged low, and now removed by Cryptic.
The round's done. There's no way Wolfie wins it. He's standing in the midst of 4 players. And hello there, one instant trade. What was that Tech 9 sequence from Fruit Cup? The first bullet headshot is immense, as the smoke, or as a player on Sidle just wasn't ready. He was just looking all around. And then the second, it's very difficult to trade. Yeah, you look here, Jason, unsure of what he's looking at necessarily. And it's just 2 instant headshots out of Fruit Cup, who's been doing that all day, I should add.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a matter of not quite focused on the crosshair there, if I'm being honest.
I mean, he is, he has secondary called for a lot of his teams, from what I can remember. I mean, you could have your eyes on the minimap at a very poor point in the round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know in that scenario, but, I mean, the second guy, he's dead after the first guy's gone. He's just so reliant on Jason holding that line. And... it's one thing if it takes a couple more shots, but he's just instantaneously removed. Fluffy Aimers, they can't build off the back of that victory, and they also can't punish Boss, who, like you were saying, they were hurting, but not hurting bad enough that they lose the round. Slump on another op. So that's a key to potentially find success. We got some good flashbangs to give Slump forward position, but takes a peek, gets Molotov'd out, and so it doesn't continue forward.
Really waiting for that Slump AWP to get something done. He is finally in a good position for it. Playing out on the catwalk. Slump does not miss often. Gonna need to nail everything here. He is solo defender here on the catwalk. He's gonna step forward, risky position. Nade with this number, it's a 100 damage grenade from Cryptic! Slump has gotta be furious!
I mean, yeah, 100%. Adjustment required. Brett getting his one flashbang to send him in, but it's ineffective. Jason will come through, though, and spot it out. One towards Sandbag has Wolfie, and he's super interested in this position from Freshy. Had the anticipation, and still head popping out. Slight, not the one tag down low, though. It's Fruit Cup who's on 4 HP. And they're almost fighting their way out of this, but Slight's going to need the 1v3. He's already gotten the first. He's looking for more, but a flashbang to allow a cross, provide better spacing, or it should be. That shot looked on target. That one certainly is. The high HP doesn't matter when it's the op on the other side, and Slight's got them all.
He's got a pop-off with it as well. First, the 100 damage grenade that just hits Slump in the face. That's what HEs can do in CS2 now, I suppose. And then, what a clutch. They think they have Slight on the ropes. They think they can catch him between shots, but faster on the draw. Look at this. First, he's instantly ready. He instantly snaps. He cannot take a bullet. He's on 24 HP. It's too perfect. And now on the force buy, on a bit of a half buy rather here for Fluffy Aimers. Jason sends himself down the drain.
This is Fluffy Aimers who like to take these aggressive purchases. I mean, this is an example of it where, I mean, they've got the money to. Yeah, this will do when you don't have armor, though.
I've always knew it could happen in theory. I don't think I've ever seen it happen on perspective there. At least yet here in CS2. Oh boy, 5-7 has just gotten nearly 200 damage downrange. Lethal. As he gets the second with the HE. Slight the only player on the A site who could recover that bomb.
He's sprinting, he's running. Brett's trying to run him down, but News trying to play towards mid. Freshy cuts him off.
I think that should be safety here. Slump's only at 29 HP, right?
It would have been maybe a problem if it weren't for the fact that Slight had taken all this space. Or the Fruit Cup, rather, excuse me.
Brett is throwing himself into the mix, though. That bomb has only been recently planted. He has about 20 seconds to work with. But that time does burn quickly.
And now the post plant is so perfect with
the
the
molly
molly as well.
Fake on the defuse. I think Slight also sees the bomb. There's no noodles on it. Oh, but a good headshot there, but the molly surely locks it in. At this rate, Freshy can take his sweet time. Brett is just burning, and he's done on that. Freshy will scoop up that AWP, but a 4K out of him. Like, huge effort made out of the IGL.
Yeah, Brett in the last series actually, like as an individual, been playing incredibly well. And that's what I'm saying, man. Like, right now, both Boss and Fluffy Aimers, just, like, across the board, seem to be peaking at the right time for this tournament. What I will add to that, though, is that this is a, I think, must-win map for Fluffy Aimers, and they're down by 5.
Yeah, I mean, you are 100% correct. Ancient is a stomping ground.
I mean, I think Fluffy Aimers are okay on Ancient. It's just Boss. Their results there, over the last 2 days specifically, make me feel so confident that they can close anything.
And Freshy is just walking out mid and just finding the entry. Like, no utility, just walks forward, instant headshot. Like, that's how confident this guy is right now. He's been doing that, again, all day. That's what Cryptic has kind of sent him to do, is just go out, be that first point of contact, find these players, get the job done. Fruit Cup, though, on the jiggle peek, and some good crosshair placement. We'll actually put him down. Back to
Slump's
before.
been,
Hold on.
been
We
good
got
on the rifles today.
We've got a boost. We've got a boost. Hold your horses. It's just rang out, though. And didn't collect the kill onto Darty. A slight post-up. Waits for re-aggression. That's exactly what you want here out of the op. And Jason will be found. Last true defender here. Wolfie removed. And Slump does step forward. And that's so well played there from Boss. They just wait.
And I think that this is Boss understanding what fluffy aimers like to do. It's so interesting to see the difference in play style and how effective fluffy aimers were against Legacy with this aggression, where in the middle of the round they're consistently walking into places where they lost some area of the map. Now they're reclaiming it, etc. You know, we saw Slump do that in mid, and they just did that again and again on A, where that was so effective against Legacy. Boss so prepared for it. They are waiting for them to do that. They are looking for that reaction.
And that's, I mean, Boss just have such solid fundamentals. That is a sick boost that I've never seen on Cork before. Probably other teams have used it, but first time for me. And just on the other side of the map, Cryptic got the better gun, strong arms Wolfie, and Slump has got to step forward with a big play. And there is with the first headshot, and then the follow-up here. As 3 players swinging at once, it's just Fruit Cup. And there you have it. It's a Fluffy Avers style round. They pick it up with pistols.
It seems like the pistols will do it for them. That's the only success they've had. They have the gun round, and they had so many close rounds with pistols. They finally ripped one apart. It's been a long time coming, and I mean, look at the money, actually. Boss have, I mean, these rounds, not all of them have been super close, but close enough, obviously, to keep them down. So Fluffy Aimers, I mean, if they can recover here, they can get the last 5 rounds of the half. All is good.
Oh, and a follow-up grenade there from Jason. Heavily stifled, but we do have a pack of players also moving through middle. At the moment, Freshik. Gonna go for the wide swing, and then there's a lineup. Brett holds mouse 1 for 2. And Frukup and Slight with no utility, just guns, hoping to walk up the B site somehow. I mean, okay, Frukup is good, but no good.
And that smoke is just so disruptive as well. It makes it impossible to try and step your way forward.
Oh, you say that.
They give them a fight. It's a little bit of a different story. That's what news does. Though, Wolfie is the real insurance policy here. Boss not going to test him, nor the Waters any further over at B. They'll reroute, and still with the bomb in hand, so this isn't over just yet, even though it looks like it should be.
Wolfie. Yeah, duck up on the off angle. That's going to be too good. Frukup goes down. I think it's knife out from Slight. He is walking back to spawn. They're into ladder room. This will be a save, and you are 100% correct in that statement. This is Fluffy Aimers' chance to get back into the game. It's just like how they did it versus Legacy. They picked themselves up a half buy down 7 to 10 and then just ran back the whole map. They gritted their teeth and took the series 2-0. A chance to pull the ripcord, start that engine. Get the mowing.
Yeah, I mean, it's Brett who's buying him time right now. It's, you know, to get some of that impressive game out of Wolfie that we've been seeing, out of Jason, out of Slump. We getting that now. Is Eco, run him down at B. Wolfie about to have a bunch of Eeks up in front of him. Doesn't get the first, and now about to be overwhelmed. Glocks together strong, but Brett arrives on scene. Numbers will be punched in. And that's job already done. Oh, tough team flash right there.
Wait a minute.
I mean, it shouldn't, but maybe.
There's always a chance. Freshie has actually come through for the post plant. Oh, Slight could not hit an instant headshot. Smoke onto the bomb. Life is very difficult here for Freshie. He is going to have to hope and pray. Through the smoke, one goes, and News will actually just connect on it. Very close round there with saved weapons.
I mean, it all goes wrong when the team flash comes in.
Yes. It's your own utility that's going to take you out. They don't have any.
Yeah, I mean, also Wolfie is playing such a committed angle there up against Glocks. I would have seen, love to see him get further back, but he just didn't. He didn't have time. I think he was in trouble there, and it was a gamble whether or not he could get all the way further back at the time they were running him down. Nice AG. That's perfectly timed. A little bit of problem maybe last round up against the pistols, but Wolfie handles that beautifully.
A couple of these players, though, for FA are chunked down. Look at this again. Freshie walking middle, and there's an instant headshot. That was an Opper holding him. Freshie doing so much work on this T side. He has got to be loving it over here.
Wait, Jason had the op?
Yeah, he got Bogdaned over.
How does Bogdan work when everyone has 40 HP?
I mean, he was the lowest. He had like 12.
Lowest man on the totem pole gets the big green.
All these nerds mathing it out. Who's got the lowest? If you have taken a bullet, you can get the op. All right. Now, Brett. His turn with the op. Inherited. This thing is an heirloom, has been carried down for many a generation. It will still fire off, still shoot straight. Already in need to pick up that bomb. Question though, Cryptic. Oh, he advances. I don't mind it. Trying to get that extra space, but now...
Darty's dead.
Yeah, I mean, a sick play there from Wolfie, just walking up around the site, and there you have it. As Vincent has so foretold. The 7-5 half.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it coming from a mile away. The speed with which Fluffy Embers kind of staked a claim to that third round, just you felt like they were moving in on that location the boss had been in. And fair enough, they able to pull that one back. And I was worried for them, and I'm still not feeling that like confident. But I think their T side is actually so good on this map. I think Fluffy Embers T side. I'm curious actually to go look at what the stats are, but just from what I saw the last time I watched this team on Vertigo, I have high expectations. Yeah, nearly a 60% win rate on the T side.
Insane. Oh, it's looking good here. There's a potential lineup here for Wolfie. Oh, and he gets the next. Oh, God. Monster headshots here from Wolfie. Keeps it going as well. Looking for that next target in middle. That's Darty up on the platform. He does put up a bit of a fight, but Cryptic not so much. News drops him. Fluffy Aimers looking good for a pistol round. Down 7-1. By the way, I gotta start sweeping up Verdi.
Yeah, that pistol round just gives them the runway, gives them the tied game more than likely. I mean, we'll wait for a potential boss forced by it. Because you know what? We talked a lot about pistols for Fluffy Aimers last half for good reason, obvious reasons. But Fruit Cup's pistols have been insane this tournament. I'm thinking like there was probably 3 or 4 rounds in the Party Astronaut series where he had like at least 2 with a deagle to help them win a half buy round.
Revel in it. There we go. A blessed round right there, as it is now 7-7.
And guess who gets all of those eeks and all of those $600 kills? It's the Opper. It's Slump. He's loving it. The upgrade's not onto an AK. I feel like Slump is having some like confidence issues with the op right now. I mean, T-side upping on Vertigo isn't the nicest thing in the world,
Nope.
but I just there's been so many games this season from him where he's just been such a crazy individual with that weapon. It seems insane for me to see him not opting into it when he has the opportunity.
Yeah, he's not playing very aggressive right now. I mean, he's been definitely curtailed.
And Consti was even had it a couple of times over him in the previous series. So
Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, this round's on. My goodness, look up on this Deagle. Refuses to miss. Gonna have a couple more targets, though, but Freshie on the move, swinging with teammates. It's done! Half by victory here for Boss. That is gonna hurt.
I'm just gonna say, I did say it. Fruit Cup double kill on the Deagle. Yeah, and also Freshie, who you've been talking about all series long. Just so mobile, able to get up in their faces with the MP9. Fluffy Aimers, they do find the equalizer, but they lose out in a big way. One more rebuy in their back pocket, though.
We're gonna get a very slow round out of this. Fluffy Aimers are gonna play a B default. They'll establish news and they're just gonna wait out these smokes. They're just gonna be constantly recycled. Look at this. News has actually made the step forward here. Freshie's in trouble. He'll get a molly out, but it's far too late. Still an insane headshot, though. Freshie keeps going individually. He's gonna have to tuck away for a little bit more here, Vincent.
It's the flash there that gives them that opportunity. Makes it so the trade isn't even close, and collecting some utility and spawn, an HE to go down into the planter. Slump's actually going to bait it out.
Wow.
But he still eats it. Oh, that Molotov's going to make life difficult. Never mind. It's the CT Molly, so it's bad. Bright gets his. Traded out as now Darty. 1v3 clutch attempt, and he's upgraded. E4 now instead of the MP9 and a kit in hand, but he's, I don't know, a little too far out of this. He is moving away.
Yeah, just too unwinnable in that situation, too far away. Meant to be in that situation. Darty will have to call it. Fluffy Aimers with the instant equalizer. Now the biggest thing here, with that half by victory, Boss still have cash in the reserves for a really competitive game. They can still full buy, and we can still get a slight AWP in this one. Fruit Cup could drop it over if he wanted to. But instead... Oh, there you go. Never mind. It will be Darty to drop it over the Slice. So yeah, full buy in play.
Yeah, get Slight that AWP. I mean, he was a big question mark for me in the NRG series that Boss played. I talked about him and the head-to-head against OC, and I was a little bit skeptical. And I said at the end of that game, he was the best opper in that series, and it wasn't even close. So get this man the op every single time. Insane grouping from Fluffy Aimers. In the round last time out, that was super defaulty. Now, they're just looking for the creep up. Victory times 2.
Oh, no.
It's Jason to walk forward. Slate no chance to have impact with that weapon that we talked so much about. And Brett trades out Wolfie. It leaves Boss 2-on-3. But the distance that they would have to maneuver their way back in here is tall.
Hold on,
let's might give Fruit Cup this
Wait
away
a minute.
for free. He has.
There's no way they aren't going for this. The bomb's only just been recently planted. And look who has a smoke and look who has a kit. Freshie and Fruit Cup will make 2 pieces of the puzzle. Freshie cut down immediately, but Fruit Cup with the taps. He's got that, and he's got the next! Fruit Cup has been doing this all day! This guy is the engine for Boss. A 1 versus 2 and puts them in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is just incredible. It's what we've been seeing. It's why he gets picked up by this boss roster. It's why he has been able to just make a statement into the scene, seemingly out of nowhere.
This guy is, North America has been missing these kind of prospects. These, like, team-defining prospects. We have Slump over here and Fluffy Aimers. He has not been having a good tournament, but he's been well regarded by the community. We got Lake and JBA competing on their own separate signed teams. Now, Fruit Cup comes from the depths of literally nowhere. Nobody knows who this guy was. Bro, I was talking to Freddy earlier today, and he's like, yo, tell me about this Fruit Cup guy. And boy, let me tell you, this guy is the real deal here for Boss.
You know who
Blazing
knew?
Sesh over.
You know who knew? The guy who's casting CCT North America Series 2.
Yep.
That's when we found out. I mean, that's when Final Form finally got, a couple of opportunities to play against some of these better teams. And I think got some eyes on him.
And how he's at the RMR. Like, now this guy is he's gonna be on land competing against some of the best teams in America.
Literally from advanced last season, not even that, pretty deep in playoffs.
In major contention?
Yeah, to could be at a major in actually 3 months. Crazy.
But he actually does go down in this situation over there on the B anchor. But Boss do have time to scramble into position. There's not a whole lot of utility remaining for that E side. You kind of fake it out. I don't like their odds. Believe it or not, they don't have any more gas. They've burned all their fuel. They're in a 3 versus 5, yes, but Boss are capable individuals.
Yeah, I think that if Fluffy Aimers, though, maneuver this correctly, it shouldn't be losable. But the way that they're going to approach this with a 2-3 split makes me think you're right. They'll group up a little bit more. They'll add a 4th member to this move, and it's just Brett solo moving through mid. When did they press the go button on this?
How many more smokes? Brett is going to walk up the flat side and try and run a little fake. Oh, no, somehow he did that with the MP9. Okay. I think Slight is here to make a fight. They're going back B.
What?
What is happening? What is happening? They're going back B. Cryptic's going to hear all the footsteps. This is not real. Oh, my God. Cryptic couldn't get anything done, but Slight is now going to return the HE.
Nade.
Let's go. Oh, what? Oh, we couldn't find Wolfie. 8 HP. Oh, my God. They won the round, though, so it never mattered.
Yikes. Absolutely yikes. I don't care. Wolfie, you're spamming the body, but you guys almost tossed that round. This from Slight is absurd. HE gonna finish off the low HP player and then no scope on a slump. What the hell?
Was Slight glass cannon there?
I don't think so.
Okay. I thought that could have been a difference maker, but that Mac charging him down. Oh, it's a 4 spot here from Boss. This is the game on the line, to be real. It's like, right off.
I don't think
they're not going to recognize that. There's no way they're going to recognize that. Slight is over towards Sandbags because of it, especially with Cryptic. Selling a really good play. Can Darty do anything on the off angle? Steps forward and does excellent work. Jason as well. He's caught trading out weapons. That's a second kill for Darty. Just absolutely swept the rug out from underneath him. 3 versus 5.
Fluffy Aimers, they're going to have to pull off one of these miracles. But they're heading towards B. Last round, it was that direction in a puzzling fashion. This round, it's the right maneuver, but they're going to have to pick up the pace here. Fruit Cup is in that direction, and he's calling in reinforcements. By the time that Fluffy Aimers actually take the site, or at least attempt to, they're already going to be 3-4 players strong. Yeah, this is over.
Oh, you think that? Oh, yeah, no. Oh, it's Fruit Cup with the deal. Sorry, that's better than an AWP in most situations. I'll have you know. Oh, speaking of which, bye. Look out below, civilians and spectators.
I think you might be dead if that op. It's gotta be that op probably weighs like 4 pounds, right?
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. I mean. The theory of how if a penny will kill you if it's dropped from the Empire State Building.
I think it might hit terminal velocity by the time it hits. It's a long way down. Another boss round. I mean, I just want it to be known how absurd some of these rounds have been. We have multiple. I'm gonna call that an eco round. It was like half-life.
It was a force. It was a complete force.
Yeah, but they had mostly pistols, 2 MP9s. It wasn't good, and that's the second time boss have gotten away with one like that. Fluffy Aimers have had one of their own.
I'm not gonna lie though, Jason fumbled the bag, man. Why be trading out AKs in that situation, man? I'm not so sure about that.
What I can say about Boss is that they have been utilizing these timeouts. They just invested their last one. Which is, I think, pretty interesting considering they're the ones to win that last round. It's Fluffy Aimers the one on a difficult decision. Well, not that difficult, actually, but on a difficult situation. And this is the purchasing decisions that I was talking about for Fluffy Aimers, where they go really aggressive with it. They've got Wolfie on a hero AK, and there is a lot of investment. I mean, Brett's on $1,000. I think we're only looking at like 2-round loss bonus.
Yeah, we'll see what Wolfie can do. Oh, he's gonna get boosted up, and Fruit Cup is just staring at this angle. Bye. Pop up, and it's a few freebies for the next. Cash farm up. CT side Mac 10, you love to see it. As he'll get a quad kill. Fruit Cup farming right now, 23 kills. He's not on pace for 40 again, but still a very incredible performance so far.
Yeah, and it puts Boss up to 11. As mentioned, Fluffy Aimers, this map must win for them in this series, in my book. Where they got Ancient up next. I favor them if we get to Nuke, but they gotta get there. And this is the issues that I was talking about. Brett and Wolfie both on Mac 10s this round, and it's the most important round of the game.
And they're out of utility, by the way. They have a smoke and a flash at 1:38. This is just going to have to be some fortune and nearly delivers itself with Freshie overextending. Oh, but then HE, Slump has not had a fun time with these. And that'll take a chunk out of him.
Yeah, but, I mean, still, Fruit Cup and Freshie, worse for wear.
How has Jason gotten here? Okay, but he's dead. There's no way. He gets this first kill. Oh, he gets the second! Oh my goodness, he spun around and took down Darty. And that's the A site. That's the A site. He's still alive. He can still do more. He's somehow still standing. 19 HP. He's done all of this. He's forced a save. He's won the round single-handedly here for Fluffy Aimers.
What a massive gap that Boss allowed to open up inside Hall. Jason, and this is something that Fluffy Aimers do really well, and that we haven't seen a lot of on this T side yet, is that they are really good at pushing a little bit on one area of the map, forcing a response from Boss, and lessening the defense somewhere else to then fill that in. And that's what happens there. Often it's Brett, but Jason taking space over at A and finding a side hall gap that opens up avenues of attack. They're all low. These SMGs are gonna farm.
Cryptic will just hold on to his, but dude, this game is a slugfest. What is going on? Jason walks up side hall for 2. I thought
It's not just he walks up side hall. He gets all the way deep into elevator. And he 180s to get the second in mid.
We have had some just simply insane gameplay as we're getting deeper and deeper into regulation. I thought he was burning, I think?
Yeah,
now he
did.
really is! As, well, extinguished by his teammate and a great shot. Good opening pick there. AWP finally finds some success here for Slight.
Nasty from Darty. That's disgusting.
Oh. I mean, the op fires off and then pushes through his own smoke. Now, Slight could be in trouble. Bad angle, bad peek. Brett punishes. Look at this Fruit Cup, he's overwhelmed. He's just overwhelmed. Back to the site right now versus News. Fruit Cup Can't hold on. Too many angles to deal with. And Wolfie's positioning is
Oh,
immense.
yuck!
There you go. First is good. He gets the second. Fluffy Aimers looking to tie this up. But hold on. They don't have the bomb. Freshie, he must realize something is amiss. If News is back down there. Oh my goodness. The round is still live.
Yeah, he's hunting, he's searching, he's looking for this. And he might just read into it perfectly. He has. Fluffy Aimers. They've got 40 seconds to play around with. 40 seconds to try and clear Freshie out. But
he's
there's so many angles, and Wolfie checks it first try. That is such an incredible round for Fluffy Aimers. From the disadvantages I talked about on the desk, Spy. These happen too often, and Fluffy Aimers from 2-man down. That was a 3-on-5. Brett walks out a kill mid. Wolfie gets into CT spawn, and I gotta give credit to News. Playing so hard to get there on the B bomb site. Never committing to that Fruit Cup duel until he's guaranteed to win.
And what do you do here? I mean, Fluffy Aimers right now calling a timeout, but I think it's Boss right now who are marinating in it. Cryptic has enough for a buy. Even a hero op if they wanted to try it.
He's done it.
Oh my god. Is he going to be the one opping?
No, surely you don't. This is not about Cryptic. It's about Slight. You have Slight.
I think he has to
no
spawn,
way.
though. I think he has a B spawn
Oh,
to start
never mind
off
then.
here. So,
never mind. Yeah.
yes, you can see he has a B spawn right now. So he's going to go for the opening pick on the B stairs. You'd have to think. Or maybe for mid. I mean, he has a spawn for both sides of the map. I lied. He's going A. He's not going to hand this one off to Slight. Maybe if he took that B spawn, it could be oh so valuable. But Fruit Cup's got his own op.
Yeah, the hand cannon. This packs all the punch that an op can. You just gotta be a little bit more precise. Stepping into that Molotov. Not that they thought the site was empty, but now getting a clear idea of where they could be. This is a slow burn on the XSEC. There's not actually a Molotov for default.
Wait a minute.
Oh, they're not committing.
Oh my. Wait, so Fruit Cup's just going to call this all... They just emptied out their entire utility reserves.
Only for them not to go B.
And they're walking back up A site. Cryptic handed the op back to Slight. Look at this.
Yeah, he's covering side hall while Cryptic has the forward position here on Crane. This is a good setup, but it's sort of telegraphed, but Freshie's now like interested in B. Boss have fallen for this.
Hold on. Molly's a utility being pulled right now. Cryptic's going to swing. I don't mind it. Trying to catch players with utility in hand, but it's just no good. That last volley of utility is enough to get them onto the site. A ton of damage. And look who's pushing the smoke. He's getting a no-scope. This is over-aggressive. This is too aggressive right now. But then Jason does strike. Backstabs for one. But hold on. It's still a 3 versus 3. News falls next. Brett and Slump are low. These MP9s could feast. Approaching onto the site. Headshot seen. Slump down. Another one. The MP9s do it again for Boss. They're gonna get map point first.
And this is where Doherty becomes the man of the hour, stepping up for a triple kill on those MP9s, completing the equation for Boss to find that map point. Oh my goodness. It all looked right. Questions abounding for the decision-making of Fluffy Aimers. They empty everything they have. All but two smokes, one molly, and a couple of flashbangs over on B. But it's enough. It pulls Boss's attention away. They had 3 players leaning that direction. And yet, still, Boss come out on top.
Okay, so I don't... I'm wondering about that push there from Wolfie, and... It could be better. You do want to fight for map control to a certain degree, but your opponents also don't have utility. I'm just going to say it's an overextension. He probably knows it is. In the back of his mind, but he cannot be thinking about that at this moment. In the grand final right now, Fluffy Aimers could lose their map pick.
Boss have required overtime a couple of times.
They've required it 3 times today. Well, 3 OTs total played.
So I wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see a little bit more. It's a slower round for Fluffy Aimers. They had a very clear intention in the previous round.
You know what
But-
this game makes me think about? You know what this game makes me say in my mind?
What?
God, I love North American Counter-Strike.
You and me both, buddy. See, Freddy doesn't know.
These Europeans, they just don't get it. But this is the beauty of it, the chaos, and it's about to begin. On the A side, 40 seconds on the clock. The volley of util coming through, and it's Cryptic up top of the site. He sees one up above, and he goes for it. News instant trade, but Brett on 9. Plant inside of the smoke, hoping and praying he gets it in, but he won't be able to escape. A great flashbang from Slight gives Boss the advantage.
Yeah, it's tentative though. 3v4. They don't have anybody side hauled. This is Jason just working around a smoke, trying to isolate a duel, and he might have it. Tracks him down as he taps on the bomb. Brett goes for one more, and now Jason getting invested into that smoke.
Wait a minute!
Freshie moves around, and Slight has the number of Brett on the other side. A 1v2, and Slight's got the closer. It's Boss taking Fluffy Amers to task on Vertigo. It was the guarantee, or at least it should have been. But Boss do it dirty. Or maybe they do it darty.
Holy man, this map had everything in it. Clutch after clutch, every moment, just maximum intensity. The entertainment value is delivering in the grand finals. It is Boss who takes Vertigo as Ancient is up next. It's Cryptic stomping ground. It's maximum comfort here. They are in cruise control. You'd have to think after going to map 2. Doug, what do you got to think?
Well, I gotta be thinking, man, what a close one coming out in between these two teams. It's looked absolutely fantastic out of both of them. We had some really good runs of rounds coming out of Boss there right out of the gates, able to go ahead and find out the first 3 in a rather dominant fashion. Of course, off the back of the pistol, that's expected. But then they were able to go ahead and keep that going. They dropped that 4th round, but then again, were able to go ahead and bring us back into a spree. Finding 4 in a row there before we saw Fluffy Amers finally answer back on their CT side, continuing on to their team for a little bit. And really, it looked like I was kind of expecting overtime to be on the cards there. We're there at 11-11. We saw Boss go ahead and take 12 their way, and I was like, okay, Fluffy Amers, they have the economy, they have the possibility to go ahead and bring this back. They got themselves on the site, and then couldn't play for the hold. We saw Slight along with Freshie and Fruit Cup activating to go ahead and close things out, and it was absolutely well done. And I have to say, you guys were singing the praises of Fruit Cup before coming into this. I was still a little bit skeptical. Again, he's a bit of a young player when it comes down to it. He's really just started to compete here at this upper tier here during here for CS, and I was a little bit worried. I was like, okay, they're talking big about this guy. Doesn't have that much experience. He really started about mid-2024 on Snake's Den and had short runs with each of these rosters who had Final Form, and now Boss. And I have to say, you guys are right. He's definitely gone ahead and put his reps in, and he's looking really good. And we're going to have to be looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do, because it's in between him and Slight. Him on the rifling and Slight on the opping is really what's pulling things together for this Boss roster. And I am ecstatic to see how they're going to be able to do going forward into this next map, because if this is indicative of the performance that they're going to be able to give us coming up into events here in the future, because they've got quite a bit, things could be looking really good for them. Because of course, keep in mind, they have the RMR coming up here towards the end of the year, up in November, and we're gonna have to look to see if Boss can really go ahead and prove themselves a bit more before then. But my hopes are rather high at this point, so certainly it should be some great stuff. Of course, Brett and Wolf along with Jason, they looked fantastic. Slump was a little bit on the slower end of things there for the Fluffy Amers roster, but they definitely did put in. He definitely did put in some good work. It wasn't as much as we were expecting, but I'm sure he'll go ahead and look to turn up coming up into the next map. The only problem here for Fluffy Amers is Ancient is the pick of Boss, and like you were saying, it's Cryptic stomping ground. It's a map that he is ready and raring to go ahead and call into, so I'm looking forward to it. But it could be a little bit worse for wear for the Fluffy Amers unless they have some surprises up their sleeves that we aren't anticipating. But that being said, map 2 is going to be upon us in about 5 to 10 minutes time, folks, so please be sure to stick around, but we'll be back in just a bit.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Alrighty, folks, welcome on back to our CCT North American Grand Final, and we are about to get underway with Map 2. We just saw a staggering map out of both these teams, taking us all the way to the end of regulation for it to end at a 13-11 loss to the Fluffy Aimers and a nice win for Boss. And now we're heading into the map of Ancient. So this is the pickup Boss, and our best bet to go ahead and try and finish things off in a nice little 2-0. Of course, Fluffy Aimers are going to be looking for the reverse sweep to try and send us on into Nuke to possibly try and end it there. But of course, once again, I am joined by two excellent commentators. And Vinny, what are you thinking about this one?
I think that I said on Vertigo that I think that Fluffy Aimers needed to win that map. They didn't. And so I don't think they win the series. I think that Ancient is where we are going to be ending things off, maybe early tonight. That being said, last time these two guys met up on Ancient, it was still very close. It was an overtime affair. So I don't think it's a guarantee. But for me, I think Boss looked like they had it a little bit better.
Yeah, they've just been in better form over here, I would have to say as well. It's just earlier today, they took on Party Astronauts. And while Party Astronauts just do, just win Party Astronaut style rounds where someone just shows up with an ace a couple of times, that was infinite in that series, solid fundamentals round by round is what won that map for Boss. And I think they can do that again right here versus FA.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a good chance of that. We'll have to see if they are ultimately able to pull it off. Because, I mean, the map of Ancient, it's not an in particularly great map for Fluffy Aimers. This is really where Boss should be able to pull things through. Really, what we were expecting coming into this is we would see Fluffy Aimers take Vertigo, while Boss took Ancient for it to be decided out on the map of Nuke there. And, well, that just didn't happen. Boss were able to get the upset, and it was a close affair. Both these teams were firing off on all cylinders to get it to that point. You saw Fruit Cup and Brett playing out of their minds to get themselves into a good position. There were a couple of players that were a little bit on the lesser end, one of which being News there for the Fluffy Gamers. Of course, Darty, he was struggling a little bit, but that's the way it goes sometimes. I'm sure he's about to pull up here for Ancient.
Okay, honestly, I won't be having this Darty slander right now. Because if you're just looking at those stats, yes, that is true. But the impact that Darty had with the kills that he did pick up were incredible. I mean, he was a key part of that 3-on-5 or 3-on-4 retake with the MP9. That doesn't happen without him.
No, but we are about to get back underway. Of course, it is that time. Map of Ancient is live, and good luck.
Hey, appreciate it there, Doug. We are into map number 2. Fruit Cup showing up again today, just keeping up the consistency map by map. Dropped 40 earlier on in that semifinal. Goes for 100 plus ADR on Vertigo as well, and pushes his team over the line. Let's get this one, Vincent. We've got Boss on Ancient, and surprisingly here, Fluffy Aimers choose to start T-side.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting one, but I think that this leans in to what I think has been Fluffy Aimers' strength all tournament long, and it is their T-side calling. I think this has been a really, really big strength for them. They're gonna head out of here onto A. The smoke is for CT, not for Donut. But that flashbang, perfect to push Freshie away. Should be able to get the numbers punched in, and Brett will do so. This late lurk is gonna be perfect. Jason comes in, makes the noise though.
Ooh.
Fortunate.
Okay.
As Brett comes in at the same time. That's good coordination, and News has to cut off in mid as well. It's a second guy in mid. I'm pissed if I'm boss.
Yeah, and I think they just lost their mid-house player. They were hoping for that extra coverage that just wasn't seen. There's a gap in the defense that was not accounted there for boss. So Fluffy Hammer's gonna get given a little bit of a gift. That mid-split shouldn't have worked realistically.
I think Jason gets so much information when two players are swinging the site guys. Like, two players in Donut there, I think that's where he kind of knows, okay, wait, they're probably not anybody house.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's why he accelerates so fast, and Brett's there to play the double swing with him.
Yeah, calculated risk there from Jason. If there's a guy house, it is what it is, really.
Yeah.
But it's more unlikely than not, so...
There's a lot of smokes invested at the beginning of this round. Both House and Donut smoked off. They toss a smoke in case there's a Molotov on what is, I mean, we could see a full eco round, 5 US.
It's like a balloons TD tack shooter inside of inside a Donut right there with like 4 USPs back to back facing all different directions. But eventually it moves, and Fluffy Aimers know tack shooters are not supposed to do that.
Hey. Let's chill. The tag shooter is the best.
Yo, when it's upgraded, and then you have like an alchemist, and
okay. It's not the best, but it is my favorite. So.
It is one of my favorite. But Fluffy Hammer's a Moab, basically on round 2. Normally that's supposed to be just a bunch of reds and I think a single blue. That's how the Bloons TD lore goes. Yeah, for those for my Bloons TD maxers out there.
Wait, what does that even mean? This is not what wasn't on my Bago card. Was the Bloons Tower Defense discussion, but I'm here for it. I'm down for it. Unfortunately, we're down for the count. Cryptic.
Oh, I have a screenshot of me on like round 360. So
yeah,
it was
how long ago?
This has got to be like 2021. I was like locked in playing with.
That's respectable.
With some NACS guys, and it exists somewhere on my drive. I just opened up my screenshots folder, and it's got 1,700 screenshots in it. So I've got.
I need you to find that and at me on Twitter after the series.
Gotcha.
Put it out there for the people.
Yeah, for the people. It is round 360, man. I'm just saying.
I'm there with you. It's impressive.
Laser Ray of Doom goes insane. All right, we got the little. I heard Freddie call this earlier today, but they call it the Furia half buy, where you could have bought M4s and all the likes in this kind of round, but instead it's a half buy when they had 4K, trying to get some extra damage down range and a real buy. You are kind of just chilling out in spawn though.
We are just chilling.
There's just some peaceful music playing. We do have a 3 versus 3 at the end of all of it.
Yeah, Brett doubled up on the lane side push, but that MP9 worked pretty well.
Mid-house is compromised here, so I wouldn't be surprised if Freshie advances.
Don't go B. Don't go B. Fruit Cup's here with the Deagle. Do not go B.
This is an op. Oh, did he see him? Maybe he didn't register. Oh, now he comes back in, and we'll hand out an Eagle headshot. That's the AWP there for Fruit Cup, and Freshie up close. I mean, this is already a win here in Boss's books, but can Fruit Cup land? Another he can! Fruit Cup just keeps hitting Deagle headshots. He got 3 in that round.
I'm not kidding. If Fruit Cup has a Deagle on B long, don't go there. Like, just turn around. He was beating major winners earlier in this tournament by having a Deagle just there multiple times in the half. Like, I just can't understate how terrifying this guy is in that position. It is absurd.
I've got to see how many Deagle kills this guy has this tournament. It has got to be just stupid amount. Because that last map, he won 2 half buys for him.
I know. I mean, he did that against against NRG multiple times.
He did it against Party Astronauts, I'll tell you that too.
Yeah, I didn't see that game though. So
Yeah, you didn't see that game, but I did.
I do in the back of my head. And I think what's cool as well for Fruit Cup right now is that he actually didn't have the greatest of starts with Boss. Like, he has had some time to ramp up into this type of performance, and now he's flourishing. Hold on.
I'll give you the deets in a second, but we've got mid control. And a good opening kill. Where Darty does fall. Chunk taken out of Jason, and a couple of players limping into this. Freshy, takes an advanced angle. Understandable. Will quickly be fragged out upon Cryptic. Next challenger, though. Brett out in the open. News quickly trades and keeps this round stable for Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah, and collects the bomb that had just dropped there. Now Slight's going to have to try and react a little bit, but he's going to have smoke in his face.
It's a gamble, surely, right?
I would have thought so, but they're split up at the moment. And Fruit Cup, well, he doesn't have a deagle, but he does have an AK.
There's no smokes. There's no smokes. It's just the craziest part. Fruit Cup has a chance. He's on B long. He will not get smoked out. There are flashes.
They're not flashing. Oh, they are.
They are. Excellent flash. Ooh, and he struggles to get away as well. There's a lot of HP, and he's just so close, but there's a team flash. Not enough to take down News, though. And Slight. Good on that shot. And we'll be backing away. Okay, so the funny stat that I wanted to bring up to you.
Yeah.
Fruit Cup almost has as many kills with a deal than he does with an M4.
No way. That's so awesome.
Hold on. Slight. Oh, that's, okay, not terrible timing.
Strike.
Alright, time to pack your bags. That's what time it is. Okay, but he has, so far this tournament, he has 26 deagle kills. He has 32 at the M4 and the AK at 65. Like,
bro, he's played 3 best of 3s. That's
yes.
it. That's insane.
I mean,
That's actually
15% of his kills are with the deagle, man. It's so stupid.
By stupid, you mean awesome.
Yeah, by stupidly awesome is that what that's what I'm talking about.
Sick as hell.
Radical, even. Rad.
Some might say. Only those out west, though.
People out west are not saying rad in 2024, dog.
That's because they're not cool enough.
Oh, you know what? It's about how you frame it. Thank you so much, Vincent. You've opened my mind.
I'm glad to be here for you. Oh, this is a cool strat here. Like, Fluffy Aimers, that smoke that they've tossed is a lot of times used on sort of half buys to try and close the
Reshi
distance.
is so toast here. Like, you have no idea how toast.
Yeah.
He is just, like, on a 9 on... Oh, but hold on. They're so extinguished. They're not jumping the gun on this.
I thought this was going to be a snap, but I would have agreed with you. Darty coming back in made my ideas a little bit different, but honestly now, it's anyone's game.
There's no mid control either. Cryptic has just swept out mid. So, this A-side execute is really, really dangerous. Like, I would not be going for it. So, yes, Fluffy Aimers make the right decision. They're going to slow down the round and take mid control as well. And start to squeeze on the defense.
This is a lot more like the Fluffy Aimers that I've been
Look at the
bigging
scramble,
up.
though. There's 4 on A. First kill
Moving
goes to
on.
Cryptic. Op does miss. But up top, Freshy's good. Darty's got 2. Freshy's got 2. How have the pistols and the MP9s do it again for this team? Cryptic is just so smart and so good when calling in these rotates.
I mean, it was sort of the obvious move I feel like the Fluffy Aimers were making, but the fact that it works, the fact that they get away with it, Fluffy Aimers actually had all the right pieces in place. They just get surprised a little bit. Boss, take the initiative in those fights. And then, well, you already saw it from there. Freshy and Cryptic get the job done. Most absurd of all is that Slight off in the right place, he's not going to get anything. Oh, and the money's so complicated. This is not the great. They're gonna run that same strat, but go B. Just kidding, I trolled, but would have been funny.
Vincent's a little bit of a goofball, if y'all didn't know.
You know, I like to get goofy. One of the guns, though, starting the round out at 21 HP and then mauling yourself off, not the move. No matter how much of a goofball I want to be.
And Cryptic. That's a nifty little angle. What's he up to there? Okay, Jason. The Tech 9 is not supposed to do that. Oh my goodness, he's not supposed to do that either. Already super low. I mean, he's done. There's no way. 11 HP back at the side, and he's gonna fall. Only getting down 50 damage. Rotates have arrived, but no one presenting a target, at least just yet, until Cryptic charges forward for 2. Brett dancing around, though. Still keeping his team in the round. Can he hit a headshot? No. It's news to follow up. It is a 1 versus 1. Brett, he lands a dink, but it's not enough. Fruit Cup still stands on his feet, and it's going to be 3 rounds for Boss.
It was close last time. It's looking like it's going to be close this time. Again, quick decision-making on the T side for Fluffy Gamers. They get that space. Jason cuts off, I mean, splits the map in 2, really, with the push through house. He was so deep, so fast. Nobody had any inkling of that, and he gets the dink. I love that Fluffy Gamers are so quick to the punch. They're trying to hit him with the 0-1-2 over on A, but bomb plant not enough. Continuing to invest, though. Always a chance. Always give yourself an opportunity in these rounds. This Fluffy Gamers modus operandi.
Oh my... Oh boy. Slight could get fully executed upon it. It could be over. He gets dinked by a Tech 9, but still spins around, and then Fruit Cup just revs up the laser beam for 3. And hopefully he's not getting anything done here. I mean, Fruit Cup is just a laser beam, standing still turret. But how did Slight get the first?
I don't know how he turned on that. I'm so disappointed that we didn't get his perspective. He should have been dead. Should have been dead.
I think we've said that a lot this series.
Yeah. Maybe one too many times. But that was the half buy. Here's the full purchase.
That is the North America's favorite phrase. Should have been dead, but is he? Well,
Nope. Never.
And fast out middle again. Boss not going to be contesting with numbers. Not a nade, though. They'll take a peek. They'll take a look with the flashbang as well. I think that came over from the B site. Cryptic always good on that. That has been such a blessing for this team. Rook up. Oh my goodness. I don't think he saw him. Flashbang, but it sails right above their heads, and there's 2 instant entries. Lots of damage, though. Cryptic could clean up. 12 HP. And he hears them roving around. He sweeps out the whole site. He gets all that information. Rotate's going to start again.
Yeah, Brett good in these moments, but he doesn't realize that Boss have gotten all that info. But they're still slowed. Fluffy Gamers, they haven't made their move. They're looking to re-clear mid and take this fight late. I think this is going B. And it is. Cryptic, still 12 HP, still the only one here.
Yeah, Freshy's going to sweep out mid, and Slight's going to start to rotate. Once again, Boss had the read. Look at this, Freshy starting a flank.
Oh, they're cooked.
You'd have to think. First kill's going to be easy. As Freshy does find Wolfie, but there comes the entry up towards the site. Freshy knows they're planting front side.
He's giving away his position, though.
Oh no, but Slight! He nearly goes down! Molly, though, onto that spot. There's a collateral, but it's not quite hit. He sees him go inside, and it's not enough. Slump just swings, simply said.
I'm blown away that Slump's swinging there. What? He's swinging! He's swinging 5!
Into it off.
I know! And it worked! That's the best part! or maybe the worst. I don't know yet. I mean, that's the confidence that Slump brings. I mean, that's why he's been such an exciting prospect that we've been talking about here. Is because he has that confidence to swing into Slight, who, I mean, knowing Slight, is probably a little bit angry. Probably a little bit pissed. But a tech pause in time. I love the cerebral battle between these two in-game leaders that we're watching right now. It's so fun. We saw it at its best in that last round. Cryptic understanding what information is needed in order to put the troops in the right location. And on the other side of that, Brett trying to work out in his mind, okay, what they know, where we go. And for the most part, both had the right read in every situation.
I mean, that is one of the most fun rounds to watch because you can see everything that's going through each in-game leader's mind just by looking at the minimap and seeing all the tactics. You see the rotate to A, and then if the map gets quiet, Freshie pushes forward, he clears mid, then the rotate goes back to B. But Slight not ready. Not ready for that cross. He nearly had a collateral too, just think of it.
Oh, it could have been.
If we could get a replay of just that final shot and just see how close it was to being a collat.
It was so close. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. This is some intense Counter-Strike we're getting between these two teams. Yeah, thank you, Replay Ops. Look at this.
Dude, wait, what?
It almost felt like it was on the money there.
It should have been.
Look at this. It really should have been. I feel like some movement inaccuracy that got the first. Or did he shoot the one in the back?
I think he might have. I think
he got the one in the back instead of actually taking down Slump. That is insane.
Yeah, he clipped like the elbow.
Yeah, look at this. He doesn't act. He hits the one further away. That is ridiculous. Slump was the one who got the kill.
Shout out Skinny for the one time on that one, getting us the replays while we're waiting on the tech pause.
I didn't even notice that. Slight accidented him.
I mean, okay, that's he meant to kill a guy, just, it was...
I mean, I'm always in that situation like, why'd I have to die?
Yeah, why me? This is something that, Slight, a guy on the op that I gotta give a lot of credit. I think he's really stepped up here in the last couple of months. I was out on him. I felt like he'd hit his ceiling and was on the downtrend prior, but he's been really on the upswing right now. And he's gone op no armor in this round. It's the full glass cannon.
Hello there, Freshie. Hi, first kill's good, but Brett does fall. Look at this, so Slight keeps advancing. Slight keeps holding, and it's perfect. That's going to be the man advantage, and the entire A side of the map locked away. Mid is a bigger question mark, though, for Boss. And you can see that, well, they're going to speed it up to B here for FA. Cryptic a bit out of position. Farouk trying to cover from long. He's going to step forward through the flames. It's Cryptic, though, up on the site. Can he get a second? No. We're back into the 2v2 here, Vincent.
The number's gonna get punched in. Slump low. But up against Slight. Oh, he gets across. Jordy doesn't see him at all. He's not gonna be aware of that. Surely he thinks he's locked into the site looking for it, but when he sees nothing, that's gonna become very suspicious as Slight walks up the kill. Smoke in for Cave side. And now it's all into Slump. He walks in and now removed. News stuck behind. And time's starting to expire. There's no kick, but time is there, or at least it should be.
Oh my goodness, he's gonna hold on for it. I think he's got it.
So close.
Oh, he does! He does! News has no idea Darty doesn't have a kit. He plays his hand too early. Darty gets given a gift.
Again, the CT side aggression is so good from Boss. The double up A main, the push through, and then the follow-up from Slight. Thought he'd done enough, Slump. But as you said, News not realizing the kit not available. How could he have known? But it's the lead for Boss. A tight one at that. 13-11 on map 1, remember. And we are going all the way here in the first half of the second. That nade.
Oh!
Pretty chunky.
There's only one player on defense, though, and he's down instantly. Good call here from Fluffy Aimers. Cryptic, though, from the sidelines, providing some support. And Slight also popping off some shots. Cryptic doing excellent work here on these low HP players. And Freshy follows up with his own MP9. That HG actually does untold amounts of impact. And Cryptic comes up with 3.
Its impact that enables Cryptic to have that type of success. Right, with the MP9, it's armor that Fluffy Aimers are working with. It's not like it's unarmored opponents where you can rip through them. So, you know, a little bit of extra damage to make it just 2 headshots as opposed to 3 for an MP9, or, you know, in a headshot and a body shot or 2 with the high rate of fire, it matters a lot. And I mean, this is what I mean. Those types of rounds from Cryptic is what I've been talking about when I talk about his individual skill level and what he's been providing to help clutch up rounds. Just so reliable. When we're talking the CT side late into a round.
Light has not really been missing much. Oh, that's where Fruit Cup kind of falls. In the meantime, though, Freshy just pick up the slack. So, this round's still weird. Because Brett is in Red Room and about to walk CT spawn, and no one is watching right. Cryptic, was he seen?
I don't. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was seen, but it only serves as bait for Freshy. And I think News is on really a safe mission. There's just no way, realistically.
Does he want it to be a save mission? I think he wants to go down here.
Last round of the half coming up. Oh, now this round's live. In we go.
Yeah, yes, but also, hold on. He needs a little bit more here. What a crazy nade it would have been if he put that onto Freshy.
It wouldn't have killed him, though. That's the problem. That smoke to CT spawn. It dices up duels, but surely. If he fires a single bullet,
Freshy's
that's
swinging.
already
He's dead.
Yeah. This one's done. Freshy's just waiting. Okay, finally. Any day now. There it is.
All right, patience. All right.
Look, I'm watching YouTube Shorts. All right.
He's got Subway Surfers on his second monitor.
I need subtitles. I need a new graphic thrown at me. I need sound effects. I need like a on the swing. You know. I need some like a type of thing.
Like a party balloons.
All right, that was the craziest onomatopoeia ever dropped on broadcast.
Oh, my bad.
Okay. Anyways, back at it in mid. We've got our first real mid fight, and it's done. God, I love Ancient because these rounds just end at the snap of a finger. Fluffy Aimers staring down A3 versus 5 in 15 seconds.
Yeah, but they've been good for these, actually. Fluffy Aimers. It's a couple of 3v5s that they actually brought back on Vert. And they've done it again and again. But look, there's never a moment of inactivity here for Boss. As soon as they get that mid presence, they fall off of it, send Darty on a mission, and add to the B site defense. 3 strong there as they send Slight back towards mid to cover off Red Room. This is phenomenal from Boss. So active on the CT side of this map. News will trade, but it's now just 2.
It's still possible, which is ridiculous. Okay, but that double swing not happening. Thought he saw Freshy, but no. Instead, a money flashbang from Slight's gonna help out. Boss showing up with just really good fundamentals across the board. Some late round shenanigans got Fluffy Aimers a couple. But so many of these MP9 rounds that Boss have been able to pick up. Good rotations, good fundamentals. I'm just gonna say that again, just so you haven't... Just in case you forgot.
I forgot. Could you remind me one more time?
Good fundamentals here for Boss here on Ancient. They're up 1-0 on the map. They're up 8-4 here on map 2, and they're looking good for a grand final.
Yeah, this was a 4-4 scoreline, if you recall, as well. Fluffy Aimers losing out late in that half. I think Boss found a groove, and they worked it to perfection. Never giving the same look over as well to Fluffy Aimers. They always had something different. That's normally something you would talk about for the T side, but it was the CT side that made life so difficult. 4-stack towards B. And Fluffy Aimers, they're getting up to their own shenanigans here. Push down B, but it's over towards A. The attack will go. Boss will get the plant without any resistance.
Yeah, and even this further aggression. Slight, he's thinking twice. He doesn't actually want to go for it, but he'll steal a kill anyways. Flashbang back into CT spawn, and just so much damage. All these players gooshed on up. Freshie just gonna leave mid alone and say, you can have that. As Slump does get a second, but his retake is coming in too late. Where's the kit? Where's the defuse? Wolfie's gonna get this kill inside of Donut, but Darty, as long as he stays alive, he sees the kit in spawn. He knows he doesn't have one. Wolfie can fake this one out all he wants. It's an instant headshot from Darty. It's real tough here for Fluffy Aimers. They made it to the grand final. They pulled a massive upset versus Legacy, but I think it might be close to ending here.
I think you might be right on that note on that. But Boss, still a little bit to do. It's not quite done. Fluffy Aimers, though, I think at the moment they're really suffering from some of those stars that we've really come to expect from them. Jason in particular, we've still not seen the slump that we expect in this tournament, to be honest.
Yeah.
And Wolfie's been making up the difference, but not in this map.
I mean, CT side is where he has to do it. Ancient is where you want to be if you're an op. You can take any fight you please.
Ouch.
Wolfie is how dead is he? Dead. That's how dead he is. 10-4.
I have just realized, by the way, something absurd. We entirely separated from each other have both said the word onomatopoeia on broadcast the last 2 days.
I've been using that a lot. In fact, I use the word onomatopoetic as a, it's a little, as my little English. That's not an actual word, by the way. I don't think you can play that one in Scrabble. But like to refer to, what was I referring to? I just know I used it, and everyone
it was cool.
in my call they said that's cool, that's super funny.
Yeah,
Why? You're like the funniest guy I've ever.
Yeah, then everyone realized they're freaking nerds.
Yep.
That's okay, because so am I. Because you're pretty cool. Tag timeout for Boss, ironically enough, as they absolutely stomp that anti-eco. But as much as Boss take the tack pause, it's here that Fluffy Aimers need to show up. There's no more real chances in this map. It'll be just a fight back with whatever you got. This is the gun round.
To use a cliche, it's now or never here for Fluffy Aimers. They can't hold back for CCT Series 4. They've got to put it down here. Let's see it. Fast out mid. Jason spins in time, and he just is barely escaped. Slight on the chase, and then there's a headshot. Right back from Jason. Is he going to walk back through? There's a flashbang. Fruit Cup, though, just instantly turns, no problem. And in the meantime, Cryptic goes down outside of A main. Try to give his team a chance. Try to make a lurk happen. Win that 1v1. He could not. I think Fluffy Aimers, in a do-or-die situation, they did.
This is what I've been talking about with Fluffy Aimers. They leave
A. Freshie has the bomb, which is kind of funny here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They leave A in its entirety to help clear Fruit Cup out of mid. And they open up avenues for Freshie to approach.
Hold on.
They have no idea that he's here.
He could chef this round. Like, he's actually cooking.
He could chef this round. What is this Zoomer language?
Oh.
Okay,
Jeez.
never mind.
Right,
Wait,
nah.
he might be doing just that. Hold on.
Oh, they're going to start rotating B? Oh, hold on. Someone's holding this? There's no way. Okay. The Galil is just not accurate enough at that range to hit the instant shot. But almost. But alas.
But they did do it. Fluffy Aimers, that was the requirement. Step one of this process, multi-step as it may be, to get right back into this thing. One more purchase for Boss available before they'll have to try an eco. It's a heavy mid play again. 3 strong in that direction. Already ready to get sent out with the utility and flashbangs aplenty. Jason, who won both duels in the early stages of the last round, going to take another one in this.
Flashbang in. They are just going for it right now for Fluffy Aimers. So much smoke spam. Surely the wall bangs are going to begin as well.
Look at what they're lacking though. Fluffy Aimers, they've got nothing left here. It's a smoke-a-molly. That's all of the CT side's utility, and the smoke's just been deployed.
Here's the wall bangs though, and you missed out. I think it's a little crowded at the bottom of B lane, and eventually some of that's going to connect.
We go again. Not this time. And this is just the right play. I mean, Fluffy Aimers, to be fair, they used all their utility, but they've gotten a ton of map control for it, that now Boss have to fight back. Though, Jason's sticking around for too long. Him falling back into that smoke was the right call, but he needs to fall back with his teammate. If you're going to see News fall away, then Jason has to move as well.
What do they do? 25 seconds left here for Boss. It just has to be the B site. Or they're gonna try and go towards A. Slump has been seen. Freshie doesn't have that entry. I think that spells the end of this round. Slump got the double.
Yeah,
They tried to mix it up. Yeah, they just tried to mix it up and get a little fancy.
I mean, I think that they rightly locked in on the fact that the B site, sort of an impenetrable fortress at that point. They didn't have a lot of the control that you would have liked to try and set up a B take. You know, yeah, they had gotten that kill onto Jason in Cave, but they didn't have any, or in Jaguar rather, but they didn't have any Cave control. So with mid control in their hands, it's just easier to kind of sprint back and hope there's an avenue of approach onto the A site. Maybe it's just one guy towards default or towards Temple. But no. Slump was there. Finally, they've done a little bit of the reset on the economy, but not quite. Boss are into this round for everything. They've taken out loans to get these weapons out. I hope they're not high interest because, well, if things don't go correctly, they might be in trouble.
Okay, one tech 9. An instant trade from Darty. There's a second one pushing past, though. Darty spins and is ready for it. And this could be a devastating round. Yes, they took out a loan, but if it pays off, it pays back multiples. Big profit on the way here for Boss. As Darty swings forward for the spray transfer, and he's on for the ace. He's looking for 18 kills at the very end of this, and just around the corner, Slump letting himself be known. Freshie will be plastering him to the wall. It is Boss to 11.
And this is why I'll be having no Darty slander in this broadcast. None whatsoever. This guy has been absolutely stunning for Boss. He had so much weight on his shoulders. One of 2 rifles that round that Boss had to rely on. And he's the second guy in for a reason, because he can put it together. That doubles right at long. It's superb. 17-7 for Darty. But it ain't over yet. It's not the greatest of purchase, but we just saw that work out.
Ooh, that's not great there from Frucup either. Had 2. And only picked up 1, but in the meantime, the walk at A main is the perfect call. Cryptic from the sidelines. Telling everyone to go, go, go. And it has worked. Smoke to CT. No problem. Molly. Plant.
Okay. There is 2 problems here for Fluffy Aimers. They're very far away and they don't have a kit. But good news is they have just picked up a boatload of upgrades. Came in with one rifle, 3 SMG, 4 SMGs. Now they got 3 rifles to be this retake, put it together. Wolfie gonna lead it with the SMG. to move in. Oh, there's no way he wins that. Tapping the bomb. Now spotted are the last two. Overwhelming with numbers as Brett puts him in the ground.
He's got it.
And I do think he has it, you're right. But it is damn close. Oh, he doesn't.
Oh no! Wait,
What?
He did! What?
Are you serious?
I thought he didn't have it. That has got to be a .00.
We're in the thousandth of the second, sure.
We are actually in the thousandth of a second, yeah. That is a .0 something. Not a .1, not a .2. And just like that, we've got a game.
And just like that, they're back in it. It ain't over till it's over when you're a fluffy gamer.
God bless North American Counter-Strike. You couldn't get this in any other region if you tried. All you others, cease, cope, and all the above.
Get Wolfie involved a little bit. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. It's over. Fruit Cup has a deagle. I'm sorry!
God.
Goodbye! Slump on the other side. And it's Fluffy Gamers now. They gotta deal with the consequences.
This guy's success rate is just unfair. Like, what the heck?
It's not supposed to work like this.
Unfortunately, oh, wait a minute. Oh, Brett out in the open. What?
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 Huh?
Uh,
Say oops. Say oops right now, Brett.
oh, not another headshot for Fruit Cup. Can we run that one back? Sorry.
Pretty please.
Pretty please.
Oh my goodness.
All right, beautiful. Beautiful. You know, the 100% success rate. All right.
There's not enough ticks. We didn't even see it.
There's no way that I think he was like moving his crosshair away at the same time.
100%. 100%.
Hold on. We have this.
I mean, great kill here. I mean, absolutely stunning. Yeah, that's normal. Yup, you meant to do that. Darty, though, he's opened the doors to middle. Slump on the reload, his position should be relatively known. Now, especially with that flashbang, he's so teed up for Darty.
Gotta know that there's one towards cave, though. That flashbang was thrown for somebody, and New strikes with it. He's going for another. He needs another. He will not get it. Fruit Cup immediately silences him. And look at this. B side is empty, and Boss know it. They run right past. Fruit Cup on entry. Does not have vision of his opponent, though.
Wolfie's getting... Never mind.
Fruit Cup is just better, dude. Fruit Cup is just the truth.
He had to have been seen. Somebody saw him. Somebody saw Wolfie. I refuse to believe otherwise. Brett, he's giving this a try. He knows what's on the line.
He's gonna wait. He's gonna hope someone gives something to him. But oh my god, max security prison awaiting him.
I mean, it's the grand finals. If there's any time to be enabling maximum security, it's right now. I mean, also, just as a side note, I think one of Boss's strengths as a team is that they are good in post plants. And a lot of North American teams suck at post plants.
I'm so sorry for all the viewers at home, but you're gonna have to hear it one more time. It's called good fundamentals. This team plays together just
Like
as
you've
a
been saying
team.
that.
This team plays together well as a team. Honestly, when they went to Pro League for Season 19, this team did work. They did damage. They showed up.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very different look to this team, but the same core. And Freshy, Cryptic, Darty. I mean, you had Fang, who's now a very nice piece of Party Astronauts.
Ooh.
Oh, it's finally, like, the first time maybe that Slump has bested Slight in that duel.
Yeah.
In a head-to-head.
With an AWP. Like, he has not been using the AWP so far this series.
It might be his, like, second op this whole map.
Yes. I think you're about right on that. Jason on the off angle. Man, this guy... Sharp.
Need more of that. That Jason's been a little bit missing, and he's starting to come into form. Late onto the CT side. This is what I mean where Brett is just so constantly in motion.
Fruit Cup is good, but how good? Not enough. So, we have grand final point here for Boss. But they're dead broke. Oh, Fruit Cup just 4-spot Deagle armor.
Oh, I hate it, but I love it. You know what I mean?
We're digging into the bag here for Boss. How much do they got in the briefcase?
So they took out a loan from the bank last time, and now they're hitting up loan sharks.
they hit it. They made it back, bro, and they got good credit scores, so they took out another.
That's true. That is more.
It's
fair.
a rush. We're
Fast
going
B
in.
eats the nade though to Starty.
Yeah, and they're just getting cut out. But of course, Fruit Cup with a 100% success rate. It's not going to be enough though, surely, as Brett does eventually shut it down.
What?
And
What?
sure, from news, I'm still talking about the 100% Deagle success rate for Fruit Cup X, but
You even added the X there at the end.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's serious. It's like Mr. Fi.
it's calling me Cast. That's my full name. Check the license.
I think that's what it says on X.com, so yeah, that's got to be official.
Yeah, when the officer pulls me over, it's like, Mr. Cast? And I always say yes.
Yes, sir. That's me. So unfortunately, I don't think the investments have gone as perfectly this time, but oh, it's perfect. Speaking of perfection, the flashbangs are nasty. Darty with another. It's a Glock. He's blinded. And it's a 5-on-3.
Can it get more North American than this?
No.
It actually can't. How about we close this down on the full eco with a Deagle and a Tech 9? And oh, by the way, Fruit Cup still hasn't gotten his one yet.
So we know we've got at least one more.
It's a 2 versus 5 right now, if you think about it. Just when is it going to happen? Oh, or maybe it won't happen. Oh, goodness. News with the triple. We're back into the 2v2, and it's very real.
Yeah, particularly real without armor. There isn't any nades or utility to help bust them down.
Hold on.
Four position it long for Slight, and Slump's got the op.
Ooh! Fruit Cup survives! Oh, and Slump's covering. Oh my god. I thought Fruit Cup would have escaped. I thought he wouldn't go for the re-swing, and you know, if Fruit Cup survives, I don't think Slump holds that angle for much longer. Oh wow. Jesus.
You gotta hand it to Slump for holding that angle for so long. I think there's so many reasons, so many offers as well that would have just, you know, committed to going back in to help his teammate there, but understanding his assignment very well. I'm the guy covering long, gotta be doing that. Resurgence right now. Wolfie back in business. A triple kill out of News, who's been, I mean, out of all of Fluffy Gamers, the worst rated player at this event. He is the one who's stepping up to keep them alive in these late round scenarios. That triple spray down, obviously a big factor. Fluffy Gamers are done with this whole mid debacle. They don't want it. Don't want to let them have it. And I don't blame them. They might not have a choice. They're already terrifyingly close to tracking the headshot through the smoke.
Cryptic, what kind of masterclass do you have? For the last round of regulation, there's a boost set up inside of Cave, but there's about to be 4 players swinging it. What do you think? Artie? Oh my goodness. The tension could not be crazier. Swing about to happen. Darty sees 2. Fruit Cup also falls. There's a double out of the defense. News still up on the boost. And will get cleared though, but a great flashbang back in. Jason will be quelled, but Wolfie puts it down. 4 in a row for Fluffy Aimers to push his OT. Wolfie's loving it.
I'm loving it. Everybody at home is loving it because it's a damn show here, Fi. That's why we're loving it. Fluffy Aimers just back to back to back to back rounds. I think I got enough backs in there. Regardless, we're going the distance. I said at the very beginning of this map that overtime was required at last. We saw Fluffy Aimers and Boss on Ancient. Feels fitting. How many times Boss has been into overtime that this is the way it would go. Can we see Nuke? Is there a chance at Nuke? Fluffy Aimers about to show us the way.
On the swing is first, but Slump has missed. Not a great start. Oh, but a molly back in. Reaggression from News. They're not going to stop. Fruit Cup will land a headshot. Is prepared.
Almost looks like Vertigo once again, where Boss prepared for Fluffy Aimers' game plan all the way through. They know that this is an aggressive team that likes to continue pushing forward, that likes to never let up with the gas when they're on the CT side. And we see it there again. Need to get information, need to understand where this attack is coming to. And Fluffy Aimers, they're going to get the inclination, but it's far too little too late. Jason, the only man who can have any impact right now as he calls in.
They know he's Donut, but it doesn't matter. He sprays down for 2 headshots. Cryptic is a little late here in mid. He's been seen now. Slight on his own out in the open.
No.
He's done. Jason's done it all. He might be 11 and 19. He might have had a terrible regulation, but he's gotten these multi-kills to push Fluffy Aimers to somehow picking up a 3v5.
And that's the key. That's the piece that you can't forget. It's that Boss start that round with a Fruit Cup double, where they have 2-man advantage, and it still falls away. Wolfie, unrelenting, pushing down the B ramp, won't stop for nothing. Clears him out, and I mean, Jason has an impossible task, and he says, yeah, that's me. I'm that guy. I can do it. And then does. Calls his own shot. Attack pause for Boss. Leaves them a moment of clarity, a breath of fresh air as they try and reset from what was a crippling loss in that one. And it's a who's who, honestly. Hard to even pick out who you have to look towards here for Boss, but they've been so good the whole series, you just expect for somebody to do it.
Here comes the boost. Slump, not missing that. Fast on the draw. Has been victorious versus Slight down the stretch.
Slight really been dropping off, unfortunately, in the later stages of this map.
Already, that gap does not exist no more. Got patched out in the latest update.
W for Valve. Also the Anubis one patched out.
Solid trade, but that's not really what Boss are looking for. Down a player already, but this could be given over. That jump up seen. Player spotted. Molly combo forcing.
Freshie.
Freshie's walked out A again. Look at this. Cryptic's going to start a scramble. Darty wants to walk the smoke. He knows he's being watched, however.
That smoke is so disgusting. It lets Jason fall back, and he knows. He seems to have an idea that there's this gap. He knows that there's a possibility, and looking for it as well is Slump and Brett on the other side, or Slump and Wolfie, rather.
Oh, makes a drop, but I don't think Jason heard it. He's going to make his way into mid-house instead. And look at this. Freshie. Gonna make the move out. It is wonderful. Jason eliminated. Inside of house. Darty activates next. He knows Slump is posted up on him, but he misses. Darty capitalizes. Wolfie now tossing to 1v2. He knows he has separate duels ahead
10
of him.
seconds!
And he takes the first. Oh, the ball wasn't planted, but it doesn't matter. Because Freshie is the shot, and Wolfie is livid now as Boss equalized.
Oh, overtime. The end of this half as Boss come back into this. Freshie has been so crucial all the time for Boss. And he takes that space at A. Fluffy Aimers, though, I think they deserve some credit for how aware they were of all of those gaps. They didn't miss a beat. Just Boss better positioned to deal with it. It's the fast mid take. Jason falls back into the donut smoke. Doesn't want to take this fight. And again, it's been a place that Boss have really won consistently. Cryptic going down for this, surely. And he does. Darty not tracked through the smoke as he moves forward. Right into Brett's crosshair. They're kissing in the smoke. And Darty adjusts for it as well.
Slight, he's posted up. He missed it. He missed Wolfie walking down, but then he does adjust for the flick. He pushes past. We got a 2 versus 4. They know Jason's plays here from Donut. Now where is Slump? Well, Slight has just cleared out the B site. He's basically zoned out the entire map. Slump, insane flick though. Whoa, hold on.
He can win this for them.
It is so possible, but Slight with another great shot. These offers just in a non-stop duel. And taking back the server here, Slight has gone cold. That's a round to warm up. Boss take a 2-1 split.
Yeah, it'll get you heated, though. If you're on the Fluffy Aimer side, frustrated to lose out in that fashion. And, I mean, Brett especially. Unlucky, honestly. A valiant clawback, but a slight lead for Boss onto the second half. Boss, the ones going to be kicking themselves. They had so many opportunities to close this in regulation. And having a little bit of a gap, a little bit of an opening, probably pretty relieving. Double up. Fruit Cup takes a secondary to B while it's Slight to work out towards A.
Oh, but it's Fruit Cup again. But this time on the secondary, takes down a heavy hitter. Here's Wolfie, keeping his team in it. But he doesn't have the bomb. There's nothing he can do with this space. You have a site, but what are you going to do with it?
I mean, Brett just needs to get the hell over there. And
there's no way Wolfie is living this.
Yeah, the numbers are just too immense.
Here comes the swing. First headshot's good, but instant trade there from Darty and Brett. 1 versus 3. He picks up the bomb and has a minute to think about it.
Give it a shot. Reason not.
There's no way we're walking this.
I can't believe Darty's doing this.
Oh, but it's just work. Oh, it just worked. This guy is such a feed, man. Yeah, Darty is elated as well. I hear an LFG in that household right now. As it is Boss. Now, they had 4 opportunities, but I feel like the momentum, the wind is in their sails this time.
I tell you what, with Slight and Darty on the same team, the momentum of Boss as a team can be so immense. Just because the energy that these two guys have, when they are on it, when they are, getting those shots that Slight was picking up, it's just so good. And then Darty adds to that. I'm surprised he doesn't take out a knife. It's just the type of player Darty is.
We have an execute coming through. Fruit Cup's in a terrible position, but still makes 2 happen from it, because it's this guy. It's Gavin, man, as he goes. And now Slight posted up. All the shots being landed. It is just news here. He wasn't present today for their win against Legacy. He's put up a decent showing in this grand final. He's going to need to put up a masterclass in this one. It is not happening. It is Boss, the champions of CCT Series 3. They secure $10,000 for themselves in light of the RMR. A massive achievement for these guys.
I mean, it's not in light of, it's in addition to making their way through. They've got the huge opportunities and they're building up to it. An incredible win. These guys beating out NRG. Not just to the RMR, but in this tournament, Nouns no more, Party Astronauts gone. And as was Legacy, thanks to Fluffy Aimers, Boss take it all the way. And in 2 tight games, it's just fitting that this is the way they do it. 16-13. We got Doug here as well. We'll bring him back into the fold. What a freaking final.
Oh yeah, no, it was absolutely mental to see the side of Boss be able to pull it off the way they did. They had themselves a very long road as well. It wasn't an easy path by any means, having to beat out NRG, facing off against Party Astronauts earlier in the day, and then finally facing off against Fluffy Aimers, who also, keep in mind, didn't have an easy road. They had to face up against Legacy there in the semis, which is where I thought their stopping point was able to go, was going to be. But of course, they were able to progress forward with a 2-0 to get into that grand final, but unfortunately for themselves, taking it to overtime, they weren't able to preserve their series life and send it to map 3. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. And of course, that is going to be the side of Boss. Like you said, first place prize going their way. Things are going to be seeing a lot more comfortably for them going forward. And now they've got the RMR to look forward to. So one event down, they came out successfully, but now can they look to replicate that when it comes into November?
I think so. Yeah, I think they can make moves. I genuinely, I know that's kind of the obvious thing to say right now, but I was so far out on Boss before this Root Cup move, when it was micro, and I'm so far back in. I'm jumping with both feet. This just adding to that fire, adding fuel to it consistently. I think that this is showing what I think we all already knew, that Cryptic is a really good caller. I mean, but we are seeing what he can do with some additional firepower that our match MVP and Fruit Cup provides.
No, I mean, the addition obviously was a really good move. It's a strong look for them, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to do on the bigger stage. But this is definitely a good sort of way to be introduced to him if you haven't heard of this kid before, because he's certainly been making waves here in 2024, just recently coming back to CS and feeling it, obviously. And now we're going to be looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to do into the future. But of course, with that all said and done, let's take one last look at our bracket. So that way you guys have an idea of how we got to where we are, because it has been quite the week.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah?
Hold on. Give me a second.
Okay.
I want to talk about one of these stats here.
Okay.
You look at 69 ADR and you think, that's not that crazy. And it's not.
He had
it's
more.
Not. He had more? I would agree.
He definitely did. Yeah, he had 100 ADR back on Ancient, and he had 112 on Vertigo. He had a lot more than 70 ADR, considering his, like, 90% success rate when he buys a deagle for a kill.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't seem right, but if it is, what insane impact these kills that he had were.
Yeah,
like,
no.
When is this guy getting those kills? It's every single eco round. I think it was 3 ecos, maybe 4, the Boss win over the whole series, and I mean, at least 2 kills in every single one of them. I mean, we were counting.
Yeah, no, he did absolutely fantastically, and definitely, again, that ADR that's on the MVP screen isn't indicative of its performance. He did get quite a bit more than that, like they're saying, and it was absolutely fantastic. But, of course, that is how things do round out for the night here for CCT North American 3. But, of course, we're going to have to look forward to seeing what number 4 will bring us, because CCT for North America certainly isn't over. It'll be quite a bit of time before we do get back into that. But definitely, I'll be looking forward to seeing how Boss and other teams can go ahead and progress. Because, really, Boss getting the grand final here, I didn't expect them to win this one on out. I thought this was going to be a very tough one for them coming in. 2 Fluffy Aimers looked absolutely excellent earlier today when they were facing off against Legacy. So, seeing them take it is quite a nice little peek. And I'm looking forward to seeing them hopefully grow and progress even further past this. Because, really, I think we have quite a bit to expect from this roster from here on out.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think we saw some of the best from them here today. I think we saw some of the heights that they can get to. Yes, why?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just raise my hand and say that, like, Boss, they have pretty good fundamentals. All right, that's pretty.
Okay. All right. Well, folks, it has been a long night. So if any of the boys have a final word they wish to share, just like I did just now, I would love to hear them. But other than that, I think that's about it for us. Of course, we'll be back online tomorrow with CCT matches for the European series that are progressing on as well. So please be sure to check those out because there'll be some great action over there in the morning. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a wonderful night.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.